Yeah, buddy, here we are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. We're gonna start our painting today, you guys. We're gonna be chilling, painting. We got our soda. We got some chips. We got Darth Melvin in the background that we're listening to. We also got some Warhammer lore to listen to also. Shout out to Germ Graves for hooking us up with this video. We'll toss it on here in a minute once I get all my supplies out and ready. I hope you guys are doing good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Get a little more light going up in here though. Starting our painting. I'm going to start with the Tyranids. Hopefully they won't be too noob, but as long as I stay inside the lines, I'll be happy. Hold on, we got some lag over here with the Bluetooth not connecting to my light. There it is. Here we are. One more. There it is. Now I can see what I'm doing around here. Alright, you guys. I got my box of corn dogs. Just kidding, you guys. Ghost Rider 33, what's up, bud? Read from random stream. Woo, thanks, bro. I appreciate you guys. We're going to be painting some Warhammer. A little bit of Warhammer. It's not corn dogs. This is actually my wet pellet that I put together this morning. Yeah, hopefully it'll work out and keep our paints nice and moist. Yeah, buddy. Chuck that beer bottle. We're going to be painting, bro. I'm gonna be starting out with one of these guys. We'll see how that goes. Damn. But we're gonna do something about it not focusing, but we'll fix that. We got some lore video that we're gonna watch. We got lore in the background. I'm gonna turn off the timer and yeah, there it is. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for hanging out, stopping by. We usually do watch parties, movies, shows. Sometimes we play some games. Happy Halloween, man. Thank you. What are you dressing up as this year? What are you doing? Are you just chilling at home, relaxing, waiting for kids to show up so you can give them candy? I got some brushes. So these are like $1.25 brushes that I'm going to start off with because I have some nicer brushes, way nicer brushes that I don't want to ruin just yet. I've been watching YouTube videos on like how to take care of my brushes, what not to do. Everything that it tells you not to do is what I've always done with brushes growing up. Ever since kindergarten brushes all the way to like, you know, a few months ago brushes. And I've always done these things and it's like, what? You're never supposed to do that? You know how when you clean off, well, you guys probably know better, but I'm new to the whole how you're supposed to take care of your brushes. I've always cleaned off a brush like in water and like rubbing it against the floor of the cup so it like absorbs more water and, you know, you kind of like, you know, stress the paint off. And yeah, I found out that's a big no-no. Never don't even leave your brushes in the cup face down, you know what I mean? So that's what I hear. I am going to get beat up. So you're gonna be all messed up. Fat lip, black eye, bloody nose, ripped shirt. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, dude. Got a magnifying glass so we can look at stuff, but we have an even better one now. Here, check this out, you guys. Look at this. So this thing is called Helping Hands. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. Yeah. It's called Helping Hands. Come on, focus. There it is. Helping. Oh, Helping Hand. Sorry, one hand. And this guy's got like a magnifying glass with a couple of roach clips. Yeah, dude. It'll hold my model. See the roach clip right here? Yeah, dude. So this thing will hold up one of the Tyranids while I can like see what I'm doing real finely up in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. Super sick. We got that. Nice little tool that we'll be using. I got my wet pellet I put together. We got a nice set of brushes, but like I said, I don't wanna use these just yet because I'm sure I'll mess them up if I don't be super careful. And a bunch of nice little guys. Edward Scissorhands? Hell yeah. Yeah, dude. Exactly. Yeah. Johnny Depp's our guy. A couple of paints. I'm supposed to start off with this white one first, but we're gonna pull that out first. Got this white paint. You see them a little steampunk? Thanks? Question mark? I mean, because of the lights? I got the lights out because that's the theme we got going on. Halloween theme. We got orange and purple lights right now. Here, hold on. Oh, you can't really see it with these lights on right now, but here. Hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, I don't know why it takes so long for this to connect to the Bluetooth. It used to be way quicker, like super quick, but it doesn't do that anymore. I'm going to stream on the 31st. If so, what movie? So we have a whole bunch of movies that we have on my Halloween list, but for sure's, at the very least, we're gonna do a Twilight Zone marathon. The Twilight Zone marathon on the 31st with a movie. Not too sure exactly which movie, but we have a whole list of movies. We got plenty of movies to watch. So yeah, so this is the Halloween themed colors, orange and purple. Yeah, buddy. Oh, I forgot to turn on the other light. Hang on. We got one more light. It's around the other TV. There it is. Yeah, buddy. But since we're gonna be doing mod, so this is how it looks usually when we do watch parties. I try to keep it somewhat dark. But since we're gonna be painting today, I'm gonna go back to the lit up setup. Yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna open these brushes. We're gonna start off with the lame brushes just in case I mess one of them up. I don't want it to be one of the good brushes that I mess up. And just to practice, just to practice. Nice. What about game Friday 13 looks fun? Kill Jason or else. We might watch the movie Freddy vs. Jason, but as for like playing the Jason game, I don't have that one. We are finishing up The Evil Within. I don't know if you've played this. It's oh man, I don't even have the right camera on. Playing The Evil Within right now. This guy. And that's a good one, but we're on like the last 2 chapters of the game right now. We played like a good 3 or 4 hours the day before yesterday or yesterday. But we're almost done with it. Hello, great streamer, you beautiful channel. Thanks. I appreciate it, man. I'm okay on the followers. I'm okay on the Discord. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming by. I forget name, maybe Dead by Daylight. Whoops. Maybe, perhaps. We got our brush. We got our cup of water. You guys got your snacks, your drinks. Yeah, put this down. Yeah, buddy. So I don't think I need this just yet because I'm gonna be coloring it pretty much a solid color first. A little more. I can zoom in just a smidge. Yeah. Hell yeah. The fumes give a buzz? No, non-toxic. Non-toxic paint. Should be good. Just gotta shake it up a little bit. Make sure it's nice and watered down, not clumpy nowhere. We gotta pull out the magazine though. Magazine tells us how to paint it. Make sure we paint it right. Alright, here we are. Alright, painting Tyranids. Before you start painting the details on your Termagants, you will need to undercoat them by giving each model an even undercoat of Wraithbone. It'll provide a strong base for the rest of your paints to stick to. Take your time undercoating each model. The more careful you are, the better the final results will be. Alright, I'm down. So the whole guy? The whole son bitch? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so Wraithbone undercoat everywhere. And I gotta make sure I thin out my paint. It'll probably be a couple coats. Oh, it says to do 3 coats. First coat, second coat, third coat. And... Alright. Alright, we're figuring it out. We're doing it. We got this. Let's put this down, I guess. Got some water. Some water, you guys. Stay hydrated. I'd always switch cameras too. Stay hydrated, you guys. Becomes annoying, throws bottle at screen. No, don't do it. I've thrown stuff at the screen before. The one that paves is me. It's don't do it. Alright, let's open this guy. So, oh yeah. The question. Do you by any chance know how long it takes for these guys to dry? Because if it takes like a really long time, I'm gonna have to paint a couple of them first and then wait for them to dry, I guess. You know, I could always lift up the table a smidge too and put the water down over elsewhere so I don't spill it like a noob. Come on now. Oh, too high, too high, too high. All right. Yeah, it's better. We've got a ball game. And move the microphone a smidge so I got some light. You guys still hear me all right? Do I sound far away? Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, buddy, Area 51. We are, bro. Already shook up the paint. We got our little termagant. Yo, bro, how long do these take to like dry? It says in the book it only takes like 15 minutes or something like that, but that seems a little quick to me. Hold on, I'll tell you here in a second. I got our boy up there on the other TV. I'm listening to Melvin. And yeah, dude, we're doing it. We're painting, bro. So I got this pack of brushes that's $1. Oh, as I'm dropping the brush. $1.25 brushes. Because we got some nice brushes, a lot nicer of brushes. And I don't want to ruin those just yet. I want to like practice with the cheap brushes first. Because yeah, dude, my kung fu grip might snap one of those sticks in half. Background tune, Tall Man? Not too sure, my friend. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Hold on, let me just check real quick how long it takes to dry. I want to be sure. Drying time, no, see, drying time says 5 minutes, dude. 5 minutes? That seems way too quick. But, I mean, yeah. So we're probably going to just do a couple. It says to, like, do 3 coats. For turn, oh, camera, hold on. Yeah, dude. For the termagants, 3 coats. Coat 1, coat 2, coat 3. Yeah, dude. Good luck, man. Got to jet out. Cool, bro. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for hanging out. Next time, bring a drink and some snacks and we'll hang out. Jerem, what's up, buddy? Here we are, bro. We're finally doing it. We got our paint. We already shook it. It should be good to go. We got our termagant out. We've made sure how many coats to do. It says 5 minutes to dry. We'll see. We'll see if that's true. Got my cup of water. Got my soda and some chips. We're perfect. We got the video ready. Whoops. We got that guy ready. Fun fact, I tried the brushes that come in the Bosches. They're great for details, but not for the undercoat. Damn, dude. I'm down. I just wanted to use this cheap one because I'm sure the one that came with the box, with the set, is probably still better than these. Because, what? I get 7 brushes. I get 7 brushes in this pack that cost $1.25. So I feel like, oh, I can ruin all these first before I like finally get the hang of like, I don't know, manhandling my brushes easy enough to where I can use the nice ones. Cause look, check this out. So these brushes we got, and these are way nice, dude. Yeah. And this has got like a brush for everything. Little tiny itty bitty tiny ones, little bristles. We got dry brushes in here. We got this curved one that like they're all really nice, dude. So I don't want to ruin these. I want to be as nice to these as I can. So I'm gonna go with the brushes first. Bill of Truth, hello! Yeah, we're all set. We're doing it. Made my wet palette right here with some a little bit of water, a paper towel, a cooking sheet. It's like wax paper up on top, and just whatever these things are called, where you put food in for takeout and stuff. A plastic container, Tupperware. Tupperware. We got our paint. We already shook it up. Get that water out of the way a little bit. You guys see the helping hand? You guys see this already? So it's got a magnifying glass. It's got a couple of roach clips. And it's for like a roach clip one of the guys on there. See? Just like that. And then with the magnifying glass, I'm able to see what I'm doing, where the guy's at, painting details. Like that. I gotta move this microphone, it's causing too much shadow. Hang on. Alright. It's a little bit better. Less shadow. Yeah, so this should be good. It's gonna work out nicely. You already know, use the cheap brushes for practice. Yeah, buddy, because yeah, I'm telling you, those nice ones I don't want to mess up just yet. And then yeah, I watched some videos on like what not to do. Never ever put your brushes like in the water and just leave them in there so they're the weight of the brushes on the bristles and stuff, you know, at the bottom of the cup. It's just a bunch of stuff, and everything that they say not to do I've always done since kindergarten till a few months ago. And you know, this is how we learn. What's good, Bella Truth? Says hell yeah, a DIY wet palette. Yeah, dude. I watched a couple videos on how to do it, and it worked out all right. I got to make sure I thin out my paints as much as I can, as much as possible. And I got that same piece with the roach clips. You do? Yeah, dude, this thing's dope. So sick. It's gonna be awesome for details. I don't need it right now since I got to do the whole thing wraith bone color, I guess. We already got our wraith bone. We shook it up. It's ready to go. I just don't want to make a mess just yet because, you know, I want to keep it nice. So good. Jim, I'm chilling with my girl and watching you. Thanks, dude. Thank you guys for being here, hanging out. I appreciate you guys stopping through and watching me start the painting. I'm gonna throw on this this lore video right now. I'm gonna kill the music in the background. Yeah, here we go. All right, you guys, a little bit of lore video. Thanks to Germ, sent me this video. What is Warhammer 40k? Timeline of 40k lore.
In darkness of the 41st millennium exists the Empire of Man, a backwards carcass of an empire comprised of many devoted forces, gigantic robot knights, religious machine cultists, and incredibly heavily armored women, most likely with sweltering abs. And one must know what those abs taste like.
This guy, bro. Goodness. Here, let me make the video small. Hang on.
Is here. Sweet Six Pack has arrived.
A
delicious and refreshing cherry pineapple blend. Play the sound. Yes, my Bricky's official Gamer Subs flavor is here. Sweet Six Pack, not only in regular energy mode, but also in caffeine free. The cherry pineapple flavor is not the kind of flavor that just smacks you in the face. It is light, it is refreshing, and it's one of those things where you sip it and you go, not bad. And next thing you know, you are having your 4th refill the same day. And it is available now. Link in the description. Use code Bricky for 10% off your entire order. Not just for this, but for everything you buy. And I'm not dumb. If you buy any of these tubs, regular, caffeine-free of my Sweet Six Pack flavor, you will get a Muscle Girl 32-ounce shaker completely for free. There are only a couple thousand of those shakers, so get it while supplies lasts. I cannot believe we finally have this, but I told everyone, like, once you find out the flavor, you'll be like, yeah, that tracks, and damn straight does it track. Sweet Six Pack available now. Code Bricky, link in the description.
Yeah, we'll do it this way. Arclid, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Bricky, some good content. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, our homie over here, Germ Graves, suggested it.
Knowledge and enlightenment.
Tossed it on. We're gonna start our painting. We'll see how we do. I'm gonna noob it out. Hopefully I don't ruin it too much. That's even better. All right.
60 million years ago, there existed
aliens. In my paint for the
and these aliens lived short, painful lives.
That's a good idea, man.
To radiation-stricken worlds and often died of various cancers before the age of 30. These aliens, the Necron tier, looked up to the stars and found extreme beings of real power, beings with the ability to create life, the Old Ones of the galaxy. They asked these Old Ones for help. Please cure us of our ailments, to which the Old Ones said, piss off. So the Necron tier gathered together and did the sensible thing. They declared war upon these old beings and were promptly beaten into the dirt back to their short, painful lives. In the world of Warhammer, there is a hell. This hell is not like you and I know it. It's more of an afterlife, a place where dead souls end up. This place has many names: the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, and the Ether. But mostly, we just call it the Warp. While you and I know of hell,
got yourself a web pellet. Yeah, dude, we made it earlier this morning. I watched some YouTube videos.
Isn't really that. Not in the beginning.
Hey, is the video good? Can you guys hear me okay? It's not too loud.
From thought
yeah, I made it earlier today. Watched some YouTube videos on how to put one together.
People end up in a place that is impossible to understand. No laws of reality exist. Like, time is merely a suggestion, and it is not something that can be braved easily. The Warp would be like sailing the ocean in a pirate movie. To jump from your ship would be certain death. To stay in the sea for too long on your boat could drive a man mad. And There are many dangerous
I
things
feel like that
lurking
should
in those
be
depths.
all right. Let me
Yet
close this
the
guy before I
sea is
spill
not
it.
evil. It simply is. Mostly. There are more malevolent beings in
Already
those
doing better
waters,
than my
areas
first
that
one.
you do
Thanks,
not
dude.
sail towards. This
I
would be
appreciate it,
known
man.
as the
I
realm
feel like I'm
of
moving it out pretty
chaos.
hard over
the
here,
realm
but
of chaos
we're
exists
doing what
in
we
the warp
can.
as a special area
Thanks,
led
man.
by 3 chaos gods. Khorne, the god of combat, murder, and
Or
slaughter.
Baxton, what's
with a
up, buddy?
pile of
What
skulls taken in
models
his name.
have you
Tzeentch,
painted so
god
far?
of
This is my
change,
first one, man.
mystery, and
You're here for the
deceit, a
first one. I haven't
confusing
touched the paint
paradox
to
of
the model
lies,
yet,
schemes,
but I'm starting off with the
and Nurgle,
Termagant.
god of rot, pestilence,
Come
and
on,
Genshin
focus,
impact.
bro.
All things rot.
Sometimes this camera
in
won't
the end.
focus. I gotta
And
change the
Grandfather
settings
Nurgle
for when I'm
is waiting
doing
for
close-up
you
miniatures.
with open arms. These gods ruled their respective realm in the warp, sending their many followers against each other in the great game to be the most powerful of all the gods. So the warp exists. Hell is real, parallel to our
Thanks,
galaxy,
Bellatruth.
with the realm of chaos and its gods.
I try to be at
fighting
least
for
a little
control.
bit.
But
All right, here we
there
go,
are
you guys.
also gods of
Want more
real space,
esoteric in the
gods
90s?
of
Yeah.
the normal world
We
too.
go.
They're called
First
Catan,
brush.
and they eat stars.
Whoa.
You think God
Yeah.
stays in heaven because he too lives in fear
Cool,
of what
dude.
he's created?
These star gods saw the plight
Damn.
of our poor
Yeah, we're
Necrons
having fun.
here, and how the old ones cast them aside and said, "You know what? You guys want
Definitely gonna need a
immortality?
couple coats.
Oh, we will make it happen.
Says
We are
3,
the gods
but
of the tangible,
for sure
of real
2.
space. We can give you a cure."
I'll probably need that third
So
one.
then they ate all their souls and turned them into robotic automaton, feasting on their souls and leaving a hollow
Bricky.
shell of an intelligence left that is
Very
technically
nice. Trying not to
immortal.
get
With the
paint
power
the
of
bottom
an
of
entire
the
species'
brush hairs.
souls, they
It'll
turned their
age the
new
brush very
robotic
quickly. Yeah,
slaves
dude,
on
I was
the old
watching some
ones
YouTube
and
videos.
hunted them
This,
to
check it out, bro.
extinction. The Necron
So
tier,
because I'm afraid
now the
to ruin the
soulless,
brushes, this is a
undying
pack
Necrons
of $1.49
got their wish at
brushes.
the price
hold
of
on.
their souls.
$1.49
But we can
brushes for a pack
count
of
the
7.
number of kind
So I'm
gods
using-
on an amputated
I'm using
hand.
really,
With
really
time,
cheap brushes to
the
begin with
selfish
because
star
I
gods
know
turned on each
I'm gonna
other,
mess up,
fighting
and
one another
yeah, it's
for more
already
chances
getting
at
up there.
glory
It's
and
close to the
power.
top.
With this,
But we have
the
these
leader of the
nice
Necrons,
brushes. Hold on, let me show you
Zarek,
these nice
the
brushes real
Silent
quick.
King, the man
Hang on,
who
hang on,
doomed
hang on.
his species when he accepted this deal, waited, planned, bide his time until
We got
he
these
seized
nice
the
brushes right
perfect
here.
moment and turned his legions of undead citizens against the star gods. Gods cannot
got-
be killed, but they can
got a
be
brush for,
broken.
like,
So Zarek
everything,
broke
man.
the
It's, like,
star
really
gods into
nice.
thousands of pieces and locked them away in
Sorry, the
vaults,
focus was a
taking
little
their
bad
free
on this,
will
but
away as they
they're
did
really
to
nice.
them,
And like
and
they got
sealed
nice
them
handles to
away as
them, and
basically
I don't want to mess these
Pokemon
up, so
to be
I'm
used
going to
as
practice a
weapons
little
in
bit
the
with the
future.
lane brushes, and that way when I get a feel for it, where I'm not messing them up every 10 seconds. 'Cause I know I'm not supposed to put it in the water and leave it in the water with the bristles down where the bristles are touching the floor. Yeah, like that's a no-no, and I've been learning a lot. You know, bro, if I had YouTube when I was a little kid,
and the rebellion of Zarek will go down in history as
you know what I mean?
Heaven. It is the most brutal war the galaxy has ever seen and ever
Maybe
will see. This was a conflict that took an entire galaxy-spanning species and pitted them against gods that
speaking to
ate
perfection.
stars.
Yeah,
The
dude,
Necrons,
this is how we
rather
learn.
crippled from,
I welcome
the
mistakes,
war in
'cause,
heaven,
that'll
decide to
teach me
go
for
to
next
sleep
time
in
for sure.
gigantic tomb worlds on
Yeah,
various
it's okay.
planets
Mistakes are
until
okay.
the
There's the
upstart
whole.
species of
I
the
remember when I was a little
galaxy
kid falling
died
off the
out.
bike and not wanting
So
to ride it
turns
again.
out,
It's
when
like,
you have
no,
a
dude, get
war
back on
that
and you ride it
lasts
again.
tens,
Oh yeah.
hundreds, hundreds of thousands
Oh,
of
nice.
years and involves the
Big ups.
genociding of
Nice. I
multiple
really
species,
like Walmart's
the
brushes
old ones of
for
the
burner
galaxy, and
brushes.
the
Walmart
consumption
brushes for
of
burner brushes.
souls
Okay,
from an
I'll keep that in
entire
mind. I'll
race.
keep that in
The
mind. I'm
warp
down.
Gets a little
I can
wacky.
take
You
care of
know,
that brush,
if you
cheap
had
or
a
not,
kitty
bud. Okay,
and
I'm
it was
down.
nice and calm,
Take care of the
like
brushes,
Khorne
cheap
is
or
over
not.
there splashing about.
So
you
once
don't
the
really
paint
go in that
starts to get
direction.
close
Nurgle
to
has explosive
the
diarrhea,
what's that metal
so you don't
part
really
called again?
go in that direction either.
There's
But
somebody
you
said
can
in the
still
video
kinda
that I watched
get in the
earlier. I
pool.
just
The
can't
pool's
remember.
still fine. Turns
Should
out,
I
when you
like
add
wet
a
it and
couple
clean it now since
trillion
it's getting
souls
up
to that
to
kiddie
the
pool,
top of it
it'll make the
closely, or
waves
should
a
I just
little
keep going
more
until
turbulent.
I watch
And
it
turns
for
out
the
a
first
lot
time?
of them like to pick a side.
Oh,
Nurgle,
facts,
Tzeentch,
bro,
or
facts.
Khorne. So
How
the
much was
ones
that set?
calmer
The set
warp
was was about $60
pool has now
roughly.
been bloated. A million years of war
it was
will certainly make Korn,
beginners,
god of murder and slaughter, more powerful. A million years of war will probably make Tzeentch, god of deception and change,
here, Warhammer
a little more powerful. And good god,
introductory
a million
set.
years of war will make Nurgle, god of decay, just the tiniest bit more powerful. Now entering that kiddie pool is no longer fun, it's dangerous. The warp is now a problem. Hell is resembling hell a lot closer to what we imagined it originally. The Sea of Souls and the Realm of Chaos are now intertwined.
Wow,
so who else to brave the galaxy than a species that won't need to deal with that?
Kind of tempted to get the starter set and paint the models in the opposing faction's colors.
They have a lot of the traits that you probably think of when you think of
elves.
Dude, tall,
definitely
pointy
get
ears,
it, dude.
A bit more androgynous looking, no matter what DeviantArt
if this is the kind of thing that'll relax you when you're chilling after a long day of just, you know, some BS somewhere somehow, you can just chill it, relax. There's no rush. You take your own, you know, take it at your own pace.
They made some new races to try to help them. One of them
watching some Bricky in the background, hanging out. We got our soda that we'll crack open here in a minute.
But they're busy right now.
Some chips we'll get on later, but later when I'm done between models and stuff, because I don't want to get crumbs on my model.
The Eldar are a particularly psychically powerful race, so they were really adept at being able to. Don't forget to wet your brush every now and again while painting it to help prevent the tip from splitting. Okay, I'm down. Hence why they went to sleep.
I'm gonna just clean it off real quick. Oh, you can't see the water in my video.
Like being a wizard, but you get your wizard powers from hell. This is called being a psyker, and basically, if you want to do cool wizard shit like lightning from your hands or reading someone's mind, you can do that, but you siphon the energy to do that from the warp. Luckily, the Eldar are very good at handling this without too many negative effects, because, you know, summoning power from the Sea of Souls with the new Chaos friends can be a bit of an issue. But Eldar are pretty good at it. And you see, what's really cool and also awful about Warhammer is that most developed species travel long, faster than light distances by going through that warp. They create a tear in reality to unreality and move through it. Faster than light travel? We go through hell itself to deliver your packages. For those of you who play Minecraft, you know how the Nether is like a pocket dimension. So
if you're down to stream it, man.
Is actually moving something like
if you're not going to stream it, maybe record it in time lapse and make a little short video.
Just much like in the Nether,
or if not, just have fun with it and
send
me a picture on my Discord. I'm down to see anybody's little minis. Send them on Discord. I'm down to check them out. I don't use really Discord, but I have my
that allowed them to travel without
same name, my streaming buddy on Discord.
The Eldar were the perfect fit for the new galaxy, and they took it with open arms and pointy ears. The empire of the Eldar spread everywhere, and it spread all the way until now.
I'm sure your little army homies wouldn't mind some more friends. You know,
the space elves
I bet you at nighttime they Indian in the cupboard themselves all over the place, start doing their own little battles when nobody's looking. Toy Story themselves all over the place.
21st century
and I'm sure they wouldn't mind a couple extra friends, army friends, to talk smack to.
At this time, humans advanced.
You know,
your
what store did you come from?
We began to expand,
Hobby Lobby.
Our solar system,
you didn't come from Games Workshop? Heresy.
More powerful machines and starships. The age of Terra, also known as Earth, but we call it Terra here, was here.
I have to go in 17 minutes. I'm
21st century all the way until the 15th millennium. Not much is known about this time. Not much needs to be known. Humanity grew up, saw the stars. It's classic. Then came the years between 15,000 and 25,000. The age of technology.
We're just chilling.
The dark age of technology. This is when humanity reached a new apex of technological understanding. When you think of sci-fi, there's a lot of things you can think of. Star Trek, maybe Star Wars style.
Yeah, no, I got this one from Amazon, but I think we're gonna have to hit up an actual place and see them play in it and
that fringed on magic. This is also when the first ever psychers began showing up in humanity. Individuals with the genetic mutation to be
the actual Games Workshop store is a little out of the way for me, but there is a closer hobby place that we can check out first.
Of travel. With warp travel, they could go anywhere in the galaxy. They equipped ships with gigantic
if that one's not happening, then we'll have to check out that other one a little further.
To know about mankind, and sent them out on colony ships to expand their influence across the galaxy. And this was truly the golden age of humanity. And with every golden age, there is a fall. While the new human upstarts of the galaxy were reaching new levels of technology and prowess,
how they look
the
when
Eldar
hell yeah, dude.
Debauchery!
I hope, and I bet they're gonna look dope.
When a species
they're gonna be even doper once you finish painting them.
Unlimited food out of
how's it looking? It's coming along.
Farmers and workers, you have dominated the stars and have created a
it says 5 minutes to paint to dry between paints.
Of the warp.
So
you have nothing else to do.
I mean,
you have no struggles,
it
no
seems
problems, and
it
feel
seems kind of quick to me.
Nowhere else to go. Well, you begin to experiment.
I don't know if that's right, but that's what it says. I'm gonna trust the manual, trust the guidebook.
Your arts, paintings,
yeah, maybe I should put this up a little higher.
These are Eldar, elves. Remember, their emotions are heightened, more powerful than us humans. So your plays get louder. They start to push on the limits of your hearing ability. Your music becomes different, more
turning some Leviathan Terminators into Deathwing Knights.
The visual spectacle of art.
I'm still like getting into the lingo, so I can't remember exactly what Deathwing Knights look like.
Let's not forget a very important
Terminators are the guys with the big mech suits, right? Or are those called something else?
Brothels is another. What if they all mixed? What if your
I'm still learning.
Were part
I don't use Discord. I'll throw some pics on community to show off my sim skills. Yeah, no, dude. Handle, bro. I'm down. I'm subscribed.
Murder is
anybody that's down to see Area 51's
pain
pictures on the community post. Yeah, subscribe to this channel, dude.
Whatever sensation you can have must be increased, must be enhanced, must be taken to the limits. The Eldar Empire
shoutouts to whoever wants
into a nightmarish realm of debauchery and excess, with the worst of it taking place in a city,
YouTube or channel or whatever in the
market for these kinds of heinous acts known as
check it out when I get a chance.
Some Eldar saw the writing on the wall, saw what was happening to their species and how far they had slipped. So they boarded continent-sized starships called craft worlds and left their empire, seeking a more enlightened, calmer existence among their peers. Some, those in Kamara, pushed it to even greater heights, relishing the pain and torment they inflicted on those around them. All during this, the warp, the yin to the yang of the world, was fed today by these emotions, by the psychic power of the Eldar, by the souls taken in these depraved acts on a galactic scale. And just like that,
hey, do I replace my wax paper, my baking sheet paper in this homemade wet palette? Do I replace it every time I paint, or like
90% of the
because I know it stays wet for a while and I can keep it for a while, but if I'm pretty much done with these colors,
stave off the pull of Slaanesh, so long as they continue
to commit
horrid acts of torture
after I'm done using it for sure, I guess.
For the majority of the Eldar, their empire died with Slaanesh's birth. The new fourth chaos god, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess of pleasure, pain, hedonism, and perfection, had been born. With the fall of the Eldar Empire came the ruin of humanity. Slaanesh's birth sent storms in the warp across the galaxy, making travel between star systems impossible. Coupled with a huge classic AI rebellion, staple in these sci-fi settings, humanity began to suffer the age of strife. Now, planets that relied on intergalactic travel were completely cut off.
Okay, so when it gets crowded, switch it out, I'm down.
The warp were snuffed out. If you were a planet that was great at mining stuff, but couldn't get food, well, you know that movie about the rugby players in the mountains? Oh, and because of these insane warp storms and fluctuations, psykers began to appear among the human population a bit more often. Now, this initially had them hunted down as witches, because that's pretty common in this setting, but some deemed it right to protect them. Unfortunately for those people, psykers, because they open a gateway to the warp, don't really know how to use their powers well, and they kind attract demons, who then force their way through the Psyker as a conduit of sorts and begin to slaughter the population of your planet. The Age of Strife was a catastrophic period of time for humanity and set back their progress tenfold over the not one, not two, but 5,000-year period. During this time, the age of humanity that we know began to form. Worlds equipped with large mechs for agriculture began to equip them with weapons to defend from alien and demonic invaders.
Wait, is
I
Caliban
like
gone?
how Toyota pushes the envelope and challenges the status quo. My name's Derek Haynes,
yeah.
and
Now
I
it's
drive
just a
a
floating
Tundra.
rock.
Now choose from these great offers on a new Tundra. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah.
Looking for a treatment option that's right for you?
We'll skip
Ask your
this as soon
healthcare
as we're
provider
able
for
to.
more information and
Stupid
visit
commercial.
Entivio.com. With Entivio, you may be able to pay as little.
I gotta make a hotkey or a quick, a hotkey. Yeah, I gotta bind a hotkey to my mute what we're watching, like I do with my cough button. All right, here we go.
1,000 years, this became a custom and tradition, dubbing them
Luther
as
versus
Knight
Lion
Worlds, a
Rex
feudal
place.
society of honor-bound knights in gigantic robots that uphold the chivalric code to defend their worlds and honor. A group of individuals on Mars, after radioactively bombing their planet to become inhospitable to human life, ran their entire lives underground on the few life support systems keeping them alive. Those technicians who could work on the machines and keep them operational were revered, and over 5,000 years went from skilled members of society to full-blown priests. The Cult Mechanicus, or tech priests of Mars, formed in the ashes of the Red Planet with a religious fervor and doctrine on the cult of the machine god. And on Earth, or Terra, techno-barbarian tribes waged war across the planet in a Mad Max style of blood and gore. Until
Love Mad
finally,
Max.
a mysterious man who lived in the shadows of Terra for millennia finally
like Road
revealed
Warrior more,
himself
though.
to the populace.
The
His
first
name
Mad Max movie was
the
kind of on
He
the
deemed
boring
himself
side.
the Emperor of mankind. Where did he come from?
But Road
I
Warrior?
don't know. Why is
Hell
he 10
yeah.
feet tall and the most powerful psyker of all of mankind? I don't know. Why is he basically immortal? I don't know. Where'd Cotton Eye Joe go? Who knows? But he's here, and he isn't happy with all of you ripping up Terra. So he began the Unification Wars, where he and a very early version of the famous Space Marines, the Thunder Warriors, reunited Terra under a single banner. With blood. Then, after taking over Earth, he reunited the Thunder Warriors into the fucking dirt. This is where we get the Imperium of Man, also known as
Ricky's
the
pretty
Imperium,
funny,
the
dude.
new faction headed by the Emperor of Mankind, with a treaty signed with the Cult Mechanicus on Mars to spread out and reunite humanity after the catastrophic Age of Strife. But first, the Emperor is going to need some smaller versions of himself. 20 of them, 18 of them, I meant, gene-crafted sons of the strongest human to ever live. All of them possess unparalleled strategic power, intelligence, formidable
Warrior's
strength,
awesome.
and
Thunderdome
size,
has
a real
cool world
powerful
building.
force
Yeah,
to unite
Thunderdome was pretty
humanity
good too.
and stop the chaos of the current galaxy. Speaking of chaos, you ever seen that image of that guy? It's like throwing the baby like a basketball. It's about what happened. The Chaos Gods intervened and grabbed the 18 Primarch gestation pods and yeeted them across the galaxy at a whim everywhere they could possibly go. A galactic game of keep away. So the Emperor had to get them back. So begins the Great Crusade. A crusade across the stars to reunite not
on
just
the base,
humanity, but the
but
Emperor with his fallen sons. The
now
first
where
to be
did I
found
touch
was
it? So if I
Horus,
touched it somewhere,
one of the strongest and most
just don't want it
noble
to leave
sons.
like
The Emperor carried with him a legion of newly
not
crafted
worry
warriors
about it.
with genetic
Don't worry
material
about
made
it.
from
It's
their
gonna look
Primarch
fine.
father. These are the newly made Space Marines. For Horus, his were the Luna Wolves. And as the Emperor continued on his great crusade, he found more and more of his
Thunderdome was
sons,
peak Mad
reuniting
Max?
them with their
Hell yeah.
individual Space Marine legions. Leman Russ, the cunning hunter,
Road Warrior
with
was
the
still
Space
my
Wolves.
favorite, but yeah,
Rogel Dorn,
Thunderdome
the
for sure is
Phalanx with the
next
Imperial
in line.
Fists. Angron, the Barbarian, the very angry, with his World Eaters. Fulgrim, the Perfect, with his Emperor's Children. And Jagatai Khan, the Swift, the Stoic and his white scars. Those were just some of the 18, and one by one his lost Primarch sons were returned to him, and their Space Marine legions returned to them. The Great Crusade saw humanity
those are
once
spots
again
that I didn't think I was going to be able to paint, because it's like right in there.
Of humanity back to the Imperium,
like
and killing
in between the middle arms of the Tyranid. But no, I was able to get in there just fine.
The 31st millennia,
try not to put too much on the brush, because I noticed that it pools too. It pools when I use too much.
Horus, the Emperor's most beloved and favored son,
named
pooling. War Master for the
Getting rid of my detail
to the power of chaos and daddy issues, all because of that bastard Erebus. Yo, fuck Erebus.
Yo, fuck Erebus,
Horus
bro.
would become corrupted, turning the Emperor's sons against him. This begins the most pivotal moment in our story, and the one that has like 50 books written about it. The Horus
Take them off
Heresy.
base or paint the base black again. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do like
years were a bloody
texture terrain base
the Emperor originally was working on a special webway project,
glue or something with real actual
to make
dirt,
faster-than-light
maybe a little
travel
piece
significantly
of
easier
fake shrub
and
grass,
safer. Really improve humanity to allow them to conquer the stars without the risk of the warp. Well, this big red idiot named Magnus kind of blew a hole into that. Literally and figuratively. So Big E over there is stuck on a gigantic golden throne, holding back the oncoming rush of demons and powering the Astronomicon. Basically a big North Star for people who are sailing in the warp to help them navigate.
Oh, that's
the Horus
cool.
Heresy saw many loyalist and traitor legions pitted against each other in a
warp
bloody
North
war
Star
until it reached Terra itself. Horus, unable to break through the lines and with time running out, made a gambit and opened his ship up to be boarded. The Emperor took this challenge, quickly allowing someone else to take control of the throne as he teleported his way onto Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit. The Emperor, unable to truly kill his most beloved son, changed his mind quick.
This guy looks all right for the first coat. I should just let him dry.
Sanguinius.
Let me focus real
I'm
quick.
sure you've seen this image at some point. The Emperor then said,
I'm not gonna
Needs to dry a little
and
bit.
proceeded to psychically blast Horus into complete
Maybe I
oblivion.
should start on the
killing not
second
only
one
his
while
body,
this
but
one
also
dries
his
for a
soul.
minute.
Horribly wounded from this duel, the Emperor is returned to the Golden Throne in order to keep the demons at bay and power the Astronomicon, because without it, humanity would be flying blind. There he sits, slowly dying from his wounds and the strain of powering the Golden Throne. The only thing keeping him alive
it'll
is
be the last
feeding
thing I do
upon
for
the
sure.
souls of
We're just worried about painting the
1,000
homies for now.
every single day. This was 10,000 years ago. We are now in the 41st
Got a
millennium,
drawer full of
modern day.
homies.
Warhammer 40,000.
Drawer full of friends.
The Emperor remains on his
Another one
throne.
of
The
these guys
Imperium is a rotting carcass of an empire, a fascist, xenophobic cult that worships the Emperor as a deity despite him never wanting to be seen as a god. Over the span of 1 million worlds, the ecclesiarchy, the church of the Emperor, is spread throughout. Inquisitors with unparalleled power root out any sign of heresy or lack of devotion to their god Emperor. The other half of the traitor legions move about as Chaos Space Marines, raiding and pillaging the Imperium, while the loyalist half does their best to keep the Empire alive. All throughout this, they must endure Orc invasions, Eldar trickery, the reawakening of the Necron race, and the Great Devourer, the newest Tyranid threat from the darkness
those
between galaxies
skeleton guys.
that has arrived to feast on their worlds.
Definitely want to get a box set of them one day.
Of Warhammer 40,000
skeleton
is
guys
regression and even every major faction in Warhammer.
I don't know, the other ones that I like that are pretty sound pretty dope are those the chick ones. The ones that play music from orbit.
Of what they once were due to their own failings. Culture, the arts, personal freedom,
church music, gospel
tolerance.
music,
the simple possibility that
pipe
alien
organ
life
music
might not want to kill us is considered heretical and is often met with a pistol to the head. There is no time for these things. All there is time for is worship of the God Emperor and a million wars to be fought. To be a human in the 41st millennia is 99% of the time to live a horrible existence, to be one of trillions of other humans across 1 million worlds throughout the galaxy. A galaxy where AI is outlawed, so humans are repurposed and lobotomized to become slaves. A place where lack of devotion is met with death. And if you even have devotion, there is a good chance the threats to the galaxy, chaos, and aliens will kill you anyway. Warhammer is a world where you revel in being bad. There are protagonists, there are antagonists, but every faction is some shade of evil. Because playing the bad guys is always more fun. And my friend, you have a selection.
Badass playing the bad
pick up
guys
that
in
las gun
games.
soldier. You and the other 3 million men and women in this single deployment on this single world in this single battle will now show them the might of the God Emperor. That weapon in your hands has killed 99% of the alien populations in this galaxy. Unfortunately for you, soldier, you're fighting the final 1%. May the Emperor be with us. Glory to the first man to die, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I was expecting him to say there is only Zool. There is only Zool. That was pretty good, Bricky. Thanks, Germ. We're gonna throw on another Bricky video. You got me into some Brickster.
Thank you, everyone. I hope I have helped teach you about Warhammer. If you
Yeah,
are
dude,
a
we're gonna give you a
brand
thumbs
new
up.
person and you want to get a bit more about the world, there are multiple books that do a great job at showing
Hell
off
yeah.
how the entire universe operates. For the most
40K
part,
is the
Warhammer
one
is a
universe that
setting,
fans
and
of
often
said universe
stories are
don't
told
want to
in that
get
setting with a
transported into.
Warhammer coat of paint.
Yeah,
Gaunt's
dude.
Ghosts is Band
Yeah,
of
it's
Brothers,
cool and all, but from
Warhammer.
far away.
It's honestly one of
I'm
my
down to
number
read
one
about it and
recommendations for
hear
new
about
people.
it and
Assassinorum
watch it through the
Kingmaker
looking
is an
glass,
assassin
but
novel involving those night worlds.
as for
This is
actually
Mission
living in the
Impossible,
time,
but Warhammer.
nah, I'm alright.
Bloodlines
Pass.
is Blade Runner, but Warhammer. And the list goes on and on. If I had to recommend a brand new novel for a first-time Warhammer enjoyer,
What is the
these
best
are the 4 I would recommend. Horus
army?
Rising,
Let's try
Caiaphas
that one. You
Cain,
guys down?
First and Only Gaunt's Ghost, and
What is the
Infinite and the
best
Divine.
army?
They are all fantastic novels, and they will get you acquainted with the
should
world
we do
without
a
needing
different
to
one?
know too much. Thank you all so much for watching
I'll
this
do that.
video. Get yourself a
What is the best army? Let's
I
see.
lead an organization whose mission is affordable
You tell me, Bricky.
housing. Prop 33 would sabotage.
I must say the support on
Sorry,
my prior
Inquisitor,
Warhammer
I
video
don't
has
want
been,
to
to
eat
put it lightly,
the
absolutely
corpse starch.
outstanding. I've not had a video perform that well in maybe 3 to 4 years, and it's also a breath of fresh
Corpse
air
starch?
to be able to make a video on something on a whim,
Yeah.
on Warhammer, while very popular.
Yeah, I'm not
game,
down for
not a
corpse
game
starch
that I ever
either.
really made videos on, and to have it perform as well as it does. You know, YouTube and the YouTube world doesn't like change very much, so it is incredibly heartwarming. But with that, it also came with a question that was always being asked to me ever since making that video. Hey Bricky, what army should I play? So for this, my next major Warhammer video, I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to go over all the different kinds of armies, just like we went with the main video, except instead of lore, we're going to be going through the different various ways of collecting the army, as in not only price-wise, but how many models you're going to need, how new or old the model scopes are, and we're going to be going over the play styles of each army respectively. Are they melee? Are they shooting? Are they a little bit of both? Elite armies with only 20 models on the battlefield, or horde armies with 120 models on the battlefield? We're going to be discussing all of those, what each army is about, and give you at least a decent run through of every single faction to allow you to make the conscious and intelligent choice on which army you want to play if you want to get into the tabletop.
I think I gotta
Warhammer
water it
40,000.
down
But
a
first, before we
little
start,
more.
I need to show you something. So
It's
I
like
own an
it
absolute
seems like
boatload of
I
wall
take away
art
from
all
the
across my
detail,
house I've received from
but when I
cons.
like
And so when I was
poke
contacted
it,
by Displate to sponsor
it
this
absorbs
video,
the water
it
back
was like
up and
an
it looks
immediate
nice.
yes. Anyway,
I don't
wanted
have to
to show
poke
you
it
the
each
ones
time. I
I
just
got
want to
because
be able
Displate
to
is the sponsor for this
brush
video.
it nicely
The
and
first
it
one
stay
is
nicely.
a wonderful one from the Coen brothers, No Country for Old
I'm probably
Men.
worrying
This
about
is
it too
probably
much.
my
It'll
favorite
probably
movie
look
of all
nicer after
time
the second or
because
third
I am a messed
coat.
up human being and I like the dark, depressing shit. However, this one, I love it. It's very simplistic.
Let's just
and it
focus
shows
on
off the
covering it all, right?
simplistic
Just
poster
focus on
art that I
covering it
tend
all.
to enjoy a lot. Now, past that, I actually got one for my mother because she
is a huge Stephen King fan, so I got this fantastic Pennywise one to go along with it.
Nice.
The third one I got,
yeah, this display stuff looks pretty dope. I don't want any specifically me because
content in general, and he has. I can't show you it right now because I got the
I don't know,
large
just
version because I wanted the
not really my thing, but it's pretty dope. I like their designs.
Piece is just
if I'm gonna have a poster, I want it to be like an actual size poster. Those plate things, you need like 4 of them to be a regular size poster. And I'm not really down for that.
Extra ones and then change. And I kind of start realizing
if I have 10 posters, I can roll them up and put them inside a tube. And if I have 10 of those plate things, actual poster size, that's like what, 40 plates? How much would that weigh? And
more Angels of Death.
Yeah, look how small that thing is.
And a Drukhari, I don't know what this is. Is it an Archon? It might be an Archon.
Well, that actually might be closer to
a... I get the spikes. I love the fact that you can just slap it onto your wall with a magnet with no fuss. And especially for someone who's renting a place, and I know a lot of you have had those experiences with landlords where you try to hang up wall art, you put a nail into the wall, and they're like, oh, ooh, is that a 2mm hole I see right there? That's $300.
Did the starter set come with a wash? No, no washes. Wait, washes are like the really thin, like watered down, excuse me, watered down paint? No, it just came with 5 like colored paints. Well, 4 colors and one that was Balthazar Gold. So it's a shiny one. I'm pretty sure it's the same as the other paints, but it's just 5 colors. The blue, a purple that looks almost just like the blue. This Wraithbone white, Balthazar Gold, and black.
Forge World is like a
something black.
Company.
Reminds me of Abaddon Black or something like that.
I mentioned them a few times. I wanted to go ahead and tell you about that. They're not used a ton, but they are something that you can use. Next, I want to tell you about hitting numbers. So if I ever say something like, oh, this army hits on 3s or 4s or 5s, what I'm saying is if they hit on 3s, that means if you roll a d6 and you throw it out there, if you get a 3, 4, 5, or 6, anything 3 or higher, then you hit your shot.
So I think the second one
if I say they hit
is good on his first coat.
4 and up, 5s, 5 and up,
especially because.
And finally, we have things called stratagems. I'm going to mention those a few times. Stratagems are like special abilities you can use after having a pool of
definitely needs more coats.
You get for building your army.
I might have watered down the paint too much or something.
Special abilities, stratagems,
yeah,
as you wish.
Really
you ever
great.
played Command and Conquer, Red Alert 3, or perhaps Kane's Wrath? My personal favorite was always Kane's Wrath. You know those little abilities on the side of the map? It's like those. Let's start off with the #1 best army you should collect for a new player.
Yeah, if not, they're pretty easy to make.
Before we get into tactics, before we get into how they play,
right,
I want to remind you all
down.
of the most important rule, the golden
I think I
rule
did
of
see a quick YouTube video on how to do it, or it was a part of a larger video about painting. But I think it did mention something like just thin out some paint, like really, really thin, and just let it like seep into the creases and something like that. I'm not too sure. I didn't pay too much attention to that part because I knew that was going to be like way later on down the line, especially probably not so much for my first ones that I do. We could give it a try, of course, but
the army that you love, the lore.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, you know what I mean?
Nothing sucks more than playing a meta army that some people might not even want to play you against because you're going super power gamer and having to paint and create an army that you don't
give
like.
That little shade.
Play the army you think is the coolest.
I'm down to give that a try.
Okay, Space Marines. So the poster boys of Warhammer are our first faction today. And
all right, so we're going to go on our second coat now for the first one we
new
started
players
off
are like, oh God, not the Space Marines, the generic ones. And all the veteran players are going to say, oh God, not more Space Marine players I got to deal with.
But it's on autofocus right now.
Already ready to hire a hitman to kill me.
I got to do more camera stuff more often so I can remember.
I know, I agree.
How to change the settings like offhand. Right now I can't do it. I'll be sitting there trying to fix the settings for too long.
If you are a new player, Space Marines are your
when I put it on manual focus, I'll be able to align it to like right here, and I won't have to
#1, Space Marine
wait for it to focus.
They got a monopoly on lore. They easily have the most
yeah, buddy. I appreciate the info, man. Thanks.
The characters or factions in
I'm always
Warhammer.
down
Space Marines have the most books.
for
Space
some
Marines
lore,
are a huge
learning
part of the Horus Heresy. Just Space Marines will always have the most, and they have the most depth to them. Number 2, Space Marines are very easy to paint, especially for new players. When you get Space Marines, you have a ton of variety of chapters, and they all have a ton variety of colors. And they're also pretty easy. Space Marines are also very large, or at least larger than normal.
The baking paper that I had is like ripping.
Smooth armor, much easier to
But it's like wax paper. It shouldn't be ripping, right?
And the paint schemes are easy.
Does wax paper still rip?
Blue, White Scar, white, Imperial Fist, yellow, salamanders, green.
Rub on it a little bit. It does rip.
To paint Space Marines, and for a new player, I would
so I
highly
either need
recommend
a stronger, thicker
because the painting and
wax
building
paper
is a massive part of this
baking
hobby.
paper
Number
or
3,
whatever.
Marines are always getting new models.
Yeah, my
They are
Kung Fu
always getting
grip is
equal
just
attention
making the
from
bristles
Games
go
Workshop.
through
Even if they have just been updated,
paper.
they will get updated again and again and
No,
again.
we don't
And
want
the
that. We
Harlequins
don't want
and
that at
Dark
all.
Eldar
All right, we're
players are
starting on our
crying in the corner, but we don't care
second
about
coat
them
here.
because I got a new Primaris Lieutenant and he's got a skull shield. I don't know. They're always getting new models, and while it might be a little excessive at times, they will always be updated and your rules will always be changing, and therefore it keeps it very fresh if you're interested in playing them. Number 4, you have a vast amount of data sheets and units at your disposal. See, in a codex, you have a part after all the lore of it, after some of the keywords and art pieces and stuff, you have the data sheet section where it goes over all of your units and what they do and their stats and everything, their special rules and so on. And when you get to that spot, however many units an army has depends on, well, how many pages of data sheets is it. Take the Adeptus Custodes. They have a very small amount of units, and their standard codex of data sheets is only 11 pages long. Sisters of Battle, however, a little more.
Sisters of Battle, I think those are the ones.
Pages of data sheets. The Imperial
ones that
Guard,
play the music from Orbit.
Much larger amount of data sheets because they're such a large army. They have
and I think I got a little piece of paper stuck in the brush.
Space Marines, 56 pages of data sheets for different kinds of units. It's a little bloated at times because of the amount of characters and stuff, but still, they are all over the place. Their variety is endless, and it is being even more updated and added as time goes on. Which brings me to number 5, and the most important of them all. Space Marines use every phase of the game. See, in Warhammer, there are phases in each turn. We're just getting into 9th edition, so we're getting something called the command phase soon, which is fine. But then we have the movement phase, psychic phase, shooting phase, the charge, fight, and then morale phase. Now, the last 3 are kind of all packed into one, if I'm being perfectly honest, but the main thing is that a lot of armies might utilize some of these phases a lot more often than expected. Grey Knights are very big in the psychic phase because they're all psychers, and so they really have a lot there, while Tau don't have any psychers, and they won't even use that phase, but they've got really damn good shooting. However, they don't have any melee, so they're not going to be using the charge phase, whereas, say, Slaanesh Demons will use the charge and psychic phase plenty, but they won't be doing any shooting of like any kind, pretty much. The Marines, they will use every single phase, and you can't get good at the game and get good at the phases unless you're able to use all of them. And that's where Space Marines really shine. You can play them however you want in any kind of role. See, if you are running, let's say, an Iron Hands or Imperial Fist army, these are both shooting-based armies. But you can still have good melee, where if you wanted to play a more melee-based army like Space Wolves or Blood Angels, you'd still have good shooting units. You could still do plenty in the shooting phase. That's the most important part. Space Marines will use every single phase, and they are very, very good at it. So that is the main 5 reasons why you should be playing, or at least you should try collecting Space Marines. And I know I don't need more Space Marines in tournaments, but it is the best decision. They're good to paint, they're good to collect, they're always getting updated, they got tons of units, they use every phase, and you can tailor them however you'd like. Plus, and this is kind of down the line, but eventually after playing them enough, you might understand which army you'd want to collect second. If you start collecting a little bit of Space Marines, you start realizing, oh wow, I really think I'd prefer having more models on the table, or I wish I had tougher models. Then you can go for Tyranids or then Adeptus Custodians. It helps you figure out your second army a lot better. If you're a new player, you want to get interested in it, just do this. Go online, get yourself either, or check eBay because there's tons of
huh?
Marine stuff on eBay. Get yourself a pack of intercessors or maybe a tactical squad. I'd say intercessors because they're more modern, they're newer and more meta, and they're bigger for better paint canvases. Put them together with some glue, get some paint on them, try them out, and try getting into the game that way. I think it'd be a pretty smart and a pretty solid idea to get someone new into the hobby, and Space Marines just really are one of the better choices right now. Okay, whew. Now that I'm done sucking as much Marine dick as Yvrain, let's move on to the rest of the armies. And my personal favorite army at the current moment, the Imperial Guard, or the Ejército Militar, is fucking the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard are my main army. They are what is known as a gunline horde army. Whereas Orcs and Tyranids have a horde army that has shooting, but it's more melee based, the Guard is going to be running 60 to 100 infantrymen, support walkers, artillery batteries, aircraft, troops, tanks, bigger tanks.
Definitely the third code. Might even need a fourth code, dude.
Firepower. Now, however, the downside to this is that the Guard, while well-trained, are only 4-up well-trained. They hit on 4s, and they also do not have very good survivability. Guard stuff tends to be rather fragile. They very rarely have any special saves to keep them from taking any damage. Most of their stratagems aren't based around survivability, but in fact more firepower. Guard don't shoot amazing with their 4-up accuracy, but they make up for that with just sheer amounts of numbers of shots. I don't care if my tank hits on 4s when I've got fucking 3 of them. If the Marines are like the pristine Swiss Army knife where they can do anything and they have a little tool for every situation,
Bricky, you guys.
Like a Swiss Army knife that's about 10 times as big and attached to a big wooden stick that you just beat the shit
crack
out
my
of
soda
with.
open.
Your units
you guys got your snacks and drinks?
They don't hit great, but you've got so many of them that you just take people out by drowning them in gunfire.
Been an hour. I'm gonna go, since I haven't opened the soda yet, I'm gonna go trade it out for a colder one. I'll be right back.
Older than I'd like. I personally think that they could use a decent amount of updates. They do get updated plenty rules-wise, but since they've got so many different kinds of units and so many Forge World options, a lot of them are a bit old and are showing their age. As for collecting them in the money side, they're pretty expensive. You're going for a horde army, so you're gonna have tons of models on the playing field. That being said, I still do love them. I love their lore and their design. I love the large swaths of infantry, and I personally think they are pretty fun, if maybe not the greatest army as a main army. The Adeptus Mechanicus are the war cult of Mars. They are very weird, and I've been over how weird they are plenty before, but they are probably one of the wackiest armies in the game, maybe along with Genestealer cults. The Adeptus Mechanicus have a lot of really weird back and forth styles when it comes to their gameplay. They're mainly a shooting army. I'd say they're about 75% shooting, 25% melee. However, they do have a couple dedicated melee units that can hurt pretty bad, but they're much lower on the tier list compared to the amount of gunfire.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Reveal how food, exercise, and even sleep can affect your glucose with Stelo.
Join teachers in voting Carla Griego for LA School Board. Carla has 20 years of experience as a special education teacher. She is working to increase mental health resources and make schools safer and healthier for students to learn.
I want a school board member that is reliable, who knows the struggles of teachers and of parents and of students, and I think Carla has all those components.
Vote Carla Griego, the teacher's choice for LA School Board.
Amazon fall favorites are here.
I'm back with the cold one. Yeah, buddy.
Fashion, home, beauty,
King Chris, what's up, buddy? Here we are, we're doing it, bro. We're painting some Warhammer. I was just going and grabbing a cold soda since I hadn't opened my other soda.
They hit pretty well. They
got all
hit
warm.
on 3, sometimes 4.
Keep doing your thing, brother. CDB for life. Woo! Thanks, bro. Early morning, Mario. Catch you on the next stream. Catch you later, bro. Thank you for stopping through. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be here. We'll be doing it. I appreciate you, man.
A couple dice and you get a couple 6s and you can shrug off.
Dude, good stuff.
Like,
thanks, man.
On missiles and stuff. So that is pretty cool. Like, one of their base weapons is a really regular kind of crappy
Xeno's
carbine,
armies get
but if you roll a 6
updated
for it,
less,
it does
which
double
seems
damage, which can
bad
actually
and kinda
be
is,
ludicrously
but also
powerful at
never have
times.
to worry
Then you've got
about
the
my troops
weird
getting
robots,
replaced
like
often.
stealth
Nice.
robots that they are these giant like World War I.
Yeah, I heard that like full armies got retired, and whoever had those armies, it's like
with
Oh, you can't really play anymore. Not officially, anyways. Come on, man.
It's gonna be kind of crazy. They're
cheers, you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, follow all that nonsense. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Some great looking characters. Belisarius Cawl might be one of the best models in the entire game. Super cool looking too. A bitch to paint though. Oh my god. And that does lead me to the collecting of the AdMech part itself.
Back to the paints.
They're getting a lot more newer updates lately. They're actually one of the newest armies as well. They came out only a couple years ago. All their stuff is in plastic and it looks really damn good. I personally think that they have some of the best aesthetics in the entire game. The only problem is that painting them is going to be a real bitch. I would recommend trying to do some of the simpler stuff, like maybe the Dune Crawler, before you get into things like Cawl or a Tech Priest Dominus, because wow, is painting that going to be really damn hard.
Damn.
Cost-wise, they are getting a bunch of new
I'm glad we're, you know, I got the beginner pack. I'm assuming this is going to be
a bit expensive. The army isn't a horror,
not as detailed as some of the hardcore ones.
When it comes to price range, however, I would recommend them to people who like some.
They probably don't have age limits on these guys like Legos do they? Not age limits, but like, oh, recommended 7 and up. Oh, recommended 12 and up. Oh, recommended 15 and up.
Maybe a little bit more expensive, but their scopes look great and they're very new, and I would highly recommend them. Next up, you've got the Adepta Sororitas, or also known as the Sisters of Battle, my second favorite army, though I will be honest, they are really coming up to overtaking the Imperial Guard. I love my Guard, I love my Cadians, I love my Tempesta Scions, but the Sisters of Battle, they're really cool. Not
Sisters of Battle, yeah!
Insanely religious zealotous nuns. That already is just really dang cool. As for the tabletop, they're one of the closest range armies in the entire game that isn't a full-on melee army. And they're a slow-moving, like, advancing gunline army with some actually horrifying melee units and just some, like, ridiculous close-range firepower. The Sisters are probably one of the top 3 hardest armies to play, I'd say.
Oh, what?
They've got some really weird antics as well, kind of like AdMech, maybe not quite as wacky. This army can be played in almost any way as well. You can do this a full gunline army or a full melee army, or 50-50. Everything is viable. They do require a lot of finesse and manipulation because these are all low toughness sisters that do have good armor, but when you've got a low toughness like they do, and they're not necessarily,
so it's not a good army to play as, or unless you're like really a good player, I guess, but
so you need to be really smart.
The idea of them is pretty dope.
Because you've got a super short range kind of
them playing music
that can be a little
in orbit so the whole world can hear it as they come and conquer. That sounds epic to me.
Of sisters. Let me be the first one to say it. You are all sleeping on how strong this army is. This army, if played well by a smart person, will crush you. As for the actual collecting of the models, Sisters are the most recent army, at least as the time of making this video, who have had a complete army overhaul. For a while, there were no plastic sister models whatsoever, but the entire army.
There's my buddy.
One unit.
I was looking for my cat a little while ago. I'm calling him, and
everything is
he finally came out.
Spanking new, and they probably have the best looking models in the entire game, in my opinion.
All right, so we got the second coat on for both of them, you guys.
None look. I mean, come on.
We're looking all right. It looks like it's drying.
Missile launcher. It's a pipe organ missile launcher. Sisters are one of the coolest looking armies in the entire game. They are a bit expensive though. That's the one downside, is that because this entire army is brand new, it is brand new with a brand new price tag. So I personally love them. They might soon become my favorite army. I can't quite tell yet. They look great. They're a little expensive to collect. They have lots of different kinds of abilities, both melee and shooting. No psychic phase, but they do have some shenanigans to stop other people from using the psychic phase. They're pretty cool, but they are really hard to play, and they take a lot of practice. So kind of up to you.
Sisters are a good second army.
But they are pretty neat. All right, Grey Knights. I heard you like the psychic phase.
Maybe one day if I get good at playing it. I've never played it yet, and I've only watched a couple people like play it a little bit on YouTube. But if I end up liking it and do want to play, more often,
elite. However,
then maybe
you
when
have
I'm one day when I'm
maybe
a better
40%
player,
fewer
I'll play
models than
with
an
them
average army
on
will have.
my team,
All of
the
your
sisters
dudes,
on my
however,
team.
are
But for
scary in their
now,
own right. They all hit very well on 3s.
just the idea of
minimum.
them is pretty
They all have
cool.
great
I don't know if
armor.
I'll get
Since they're all
models to
psychers,
paint
they're
of
really good
them.
at dealing with other psychers. They also have great shooting and very
I want to do
strong
the
melee. All of your guys have extremely
what
powerful melee
are the zombie ones
The
called?
only
The metal
downside of Grey
zombies, the
Knights
Terminator
is
looking
that
guys.
any anti-psycho shenanigans
The ones
can
that were
really
there
harm
from the
them, and you
beginning.
are running an elite
Ask the old
army with
ones for
very
Eternal
few
Life.
models. When
They're
you
like,
run
no.
very few models, that means
And then those
every
other guys
time
gave
you're
it to them,
rolling and
which
you roll those
turned them into
ones,
like
it hurts
machines or
that
something.
much more.
Necrons?
So they have this awesome kind of old school knight
Those
round
guys.
table aesthetic.
I want
with
to
them all
paint one
carrying
of
things
those
like
guys
halberds and
next.
falchions. They've got holy text and they carry books around and flags. But they do get to use every phase as well. Lots of psychic, and then they're shooting and a ton of melee as well. Mainly psychic and melee. In terms of buying them, they're not too bad actually. They're probably one of the cheaper armies as well, because when you're running an elite army, not as many models on the
Let's
tabletop,
get on,
so it's a lot easier to fill out your entire army by
third
only
coat, you
purchasing
guys.
fewer
Third coat.
boxes
Third
than
coat. Whoops.
normal. As for their scopes,
Yeah, it looks like it
I don't know
dried.
exactly how new
Just
they are. I wouldn't
touch
call
it
them
everywhere.
very
Put my
new. I
filthy
call them,
hands on it.
middle ground.
Try
when
not to
it comes
touch it
how
too
old they are.
much.
Not
Leave my
super old,
oils
but
on
they're
it,
not
ruin
necessarily
it.
super new either. That being said, if they are, say,
Yeah, it looks
medium
alright.
old or whatever,
Third coat,
they
you
do
guys.
look great.
Third
I love the
coat.
way the plastic models look. I think they look fantastic, and I would recommend trying them out if you like a psycho-heavy Space Marine thing. You play Space Marines and you're like, wow, I like the psychic phase. Grey Knights. No competition. Infantry is for losers. It's big mech boy time. If I'm being honest though, the Imperial Knights, I wouldn't recommend them.
Necrons,
So come out and say
yeah,
it. I don't think
buddy.
Imperial Knights are a very good army for.
Hey! Why are you still?
Yeah, I'm down for Necrons. Necrons are sick. Man, commercials.
They are one of the cheapest armies you can buy, because while each knight in its own right is very expensive, you only need 3 or 4 to fill out an entire game's worth. And compare that to a full army, they're actually not too bad, like price-wise. The problem with Knights is that, as cool as they are, they want to use the Psyche phase. They have plenty of shooting, though, plenty of shooting, and they can have some really great melee. But when you're playing Imperial Knights, you're not really playing 40k. A great friend of mine said, if you're playing Imperial Knights,
Yeah, I
you're
gotta be
playing
careful with these
chess,
bristles. I'm
but
already
you
like
have about
splitting
6
them. It's a little too
against
much.
a normal enemy chess player. If the enemy chess player is smart, they could
I
easily
gotta take it
beat
a
your
little
6
slower.
queens. I'm sure
'Cause when I
it'll be
want to
pretty
get in
simple for
there,
them
I'm
to
trying.
use their
I'm trying to
full
like
arsenal to beat you.
get in the
But if the enemy
crease
chess
and
player is a
kind of
noob,
stabbing
for
it in
instance,
there. It's
there's
like,
a good
no,
chance
hold
that they're
on,
not
slow
going to be able
down.
to win, and you'll just kind of noob stomp them. And that's what Knights are.
Slow down.
Knights
I
are
hear
generally
Necron are
noob
insanely
stompers,
easy to
or
paint.
more like
Really?
just a middle
Sounds good to
tier
me.
army. They're
I'm
not
down
good
for easy
new
mode
players
painting.
because they don't really teach you the game, and it's not the way
Finger
the game is
painting.
really, I don't know how to say it, meant to be played, so to speak. I got nothing against Knight players. If you're a Knight player, it's totally fine. If you run a Knight Valiant, you have nothing but my
Yeah, dude, this
respect.
is
All right,
cool.
get that Knight Valiant,
Relaxing.
2-up armor, 4-up invul, Traitor's Pyre.
If I had a
Oh,
stressful
you can't have
life,
both.
this
Just
would
have
be
Traitor's Pyre.
right where I want to
The
be right
coolest
here.
weapon in the game. All right, but honestly, just for a new player, I would not recommend Knights. They are cool. They're great painting projects. However, if you just want to paint something, definitely pick
See?
up a Knight for that. They look
See?
great.
That's what I'm
You're
saying
not
right
really
there. If
playing
you want to just
40K
paint
when you
that,
play
paint it,
Imperial
dude.
Knights. You're playing
That's what I want
kind
right
of a
there. One of those
weird
mechs.
hybrid of it. If
Titan, he
anything,
said?
get
That's
a
sick.
normal army like say Imperial Guard or maybe some Space
Sprayed
Marines,
silver-
and then buy one
Sprayed
big
silver, do
Knight
some
and
glow
throw it
effects, then
into
a
your army
wash,
as
and
an
you're
ally.
done.
That would be the
Hell
way to do it,
yeah.
I'd say. I think they're better as a
For the Necrons,
supplementary
that's down.
character as opposed to a main army or force.
Way down.
This is also same for Chaos Knights as well. They do look really cool though. They do look really cool. Golden Boys, Golden Boys. Adeptus Custodians are the elite of the elite. This is probably one of the most elite armies you could possibly play. These guys are nuts. They hit on 2s or higher in shooting and melee. They
Wow, I
have
can actually
triple
see
the
like
health
the
of a
spots that I
normal Space
missed.
Marine. They have a better armor save than a normal Space Marine. They
Wow.
all have
Okay.
invulnerable refractor fields around them, which
see
most
what we're
armies
doing
do not
here.
have. They're tougher than Marines. They get to
Yeah,
reroll
so
one
it's like, how did I
in the
even
shooting
miss
and
that
melee
spot?
phase when
It's
a
like right in
certain
the open.
captain is near them, which means they're hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s. You absolutely murder people in melee. You've got some okay shooting. Your shooting is hit or miss, but your melee is insane, and you use about 20 models. They are literally the definition of Chad Thundercock, okay? Chad Thundercock, if that was a human being, it would be a custodian, okay? The problem is that you only have 15, 20, 25 models in your entire army. It is absolutely crazy how powerful these guys are, but they do pay the price for it. That being said, when it comes to collecting them, they are one of the cheapest armies you can buy. Because they're so elite, you don't need as many things to purchase, you don't need as many models to have on the field, so buying custodians is much cheaper than your average army. It's an elite army, and also they're much easier to paint in my opinion because they're so big, because they're like 2 feet taller than a Space Marine, lots of a big canvas for your painting, and they're almost all gold. Gold isn't that hard to paint, I wouldn't say. So they're good for painting, they're not very expensive.
That is
I would say they're not bad at beginner army, if I'm being honest.
coat
They're pretty cool.
for one of the guys.
Nice kind of power fantasy to
the...
them, but as an elite army, every one you roll gonna really hurt. So
yeah, buddy, how's that look?
Or warned about at least. They are pretty neat though.
Yeah,
I'm not going to touch on the Assassins, Sisters of Silence, or Inquisition too much because they're not really
nice,
an actual
but
army.
I can still see a little
There's 4 of them, and you can just
silver
pick one to
underneath
add
it.
to your army as you see fit. They all have different things they do and specialize in: a sniper, a horde clear, a kind of confusion specialist, and an anti-psyker character. Cool. Their scopes are really nice, and since they're only single characters, not too expensive, but you really can't make an army out of them. They're more of a supplementary character. The Sisters of Silence just recently got an update to allow you to field them with custodians, which is
so
awesome.
if I get a hair,
super cool, and
not a hair, if one of the bristles from the brush is straight like sticking up and out the
but they only
way,
have maybe 2 kits.
should I pull that guy out or
army, that's about
cut it with some scissors or something?
In their own right, unless you're already collecting custodians. And the Inquisition are a whole bunch of.
I mean, it doesn't really matter right now because I'm not doing serious detail.
Characters with the cool abilities, which are neat.
Smeg, I got work tomorrow. Peace later, bro. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. I will catch you on the next one. We'll be painting again here soon. Probably not until. Damn, is next week too far away?
The custodian's biggest
damn, dude, I might just pop a surprise stream for more painting because yeah, we're just chilling, we're relaxing. Maybe we'll do it during a watch party. I'm not sure. We're just hanging out. But yeah, dude, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chilling. I will catch you soon, bro.
You're going for melee and fast. You are all melee. You've got no shooting. You got good psychic spells, but you're running in there at Mach 5. Papa Nurgle is slow but tanky as hell. Tzeentch, a little bit in between, but tons of psychic spells. Khorne, no psychic. Melee hits like a truck. Pretty much all of the Chaos Demon factions are glass cannons and very heavy into melee. You got some good psychers for a lot
going
of 3 of the 4
third coat on the other guy, the second guy. So there is still
plenty of variety in there, but what you're doing is you got a whole bunch of big glass cannon demons that run up and just break your face. That's Chaos Demons in a nutshell. They all have their various traits. Sledge is fast and hits a lot of times. Nurgle is tanky. Tzeentch is psyker. Khorne hits really hard. Pretty simple in that sense. But overall, Chaos Demons, to collect them, they're not something you would really collect by themselves. You would ally them in with things like Chaos Space Marines, which we're going to be talking about in just a moment. But as an army in their own right, don't try to make a demon army, I wouldn't say. They don't teach you a ton of the game, and they're a little bit limited because you have to stick with one Chaos faction normally. If you want to ally in multiple things, you're probably going to need some Chaos Space Marines to go along with it. And with that, let's talk about that. Chaos Space Marines, you're kind of getting the butt end of Games Workshop. They don't really seem to like you, Chaos, that much. I don't know why. A lot of your models aren't very new, and a lot of them are expensive, and your rules aren't that great most of the time, with the exception of something that happened in 7th edition with Chaos Demons, apparently. I heard it was a very, very strong codex. Chaos Space Marines are very similar to regular Space Marines, but they're much more focused on melee combats. You still have shooting, and it depends on which faction you're going through as well, but while you do have your shooting units, it is generally more melee-based, I'd say. Demons in their own right, and Chaos in their own right, want to run in there and start breaking face. That's generally their MO. As for Chaos Space Marines, it depends on what legion you're joining. joining. But overall, there are a ton of different ways for you to go ahead and get about completing your objective. The Death Guard and the Thousand Suns, I believe, are the most fleshed out. They both have their own codexes. They both have their own special units, especially Death Guard. Death Guard is very recent, and both of them allow you to field a Primarch, which might be one of the coolest parts about them. You can run Mortarion or Magnus the Red, both gigantic, beautiful models that are just awesome showpieces to have. They get shot a lot, but once they get into combat, oh man, do they cause problems. As stated before, you should be building what you'd like, of course. What you enjoy is the most important part of it.
If I paint over the same spot, like let's say,
kinds of allying probably.
Let's say the paint dried, and I'm going over it on the third spot. Let's say the fourth coat, and I brush it too many times on one spot. Am I going to wash away the third, second, and first coats if I keep at that same spot with the fourth coat?
Or someone teaches you, or you
are the first, second, and third coats pretty much safe since
for a new player, because Death Guard is pretty cool.
Since I wait for them to dry, and
they're a little tough. Okay, let's talk about some
fourth coat way later.
Starting off with the Space Elves, the Eldar. So the Eldar are definitely
I'm doing a good job on all covering it, and then I feel like,
the first Xenos race we're talking about,
I feel like it's uncovered more now.
Drukhari and the Harlequins. However, the Eldar, they are strike hard, strike fast, and get out of there immediately. So the thing about Eldars, what would happen is they would fly out of somewhere, immediately gun down with extremely high power weaponry, hitting on threes with some kind of BS stratagems, if I'm being honest, and then they can zip back into cover and really annoy you. Honestly, Eldar probably have some of the more powerful shenanigans when it comes to the game. They have lots of weird rules. Their stuff hits extremely hard, but of course, once you fire back at them, if you live, they will crumble under a slight breeze to an extent. If you play Eldar, you won't be making a bunch of friends, if I'm being honest. I'd say Eldar are top 3 most aggravating enemies to fight against. People don't like fighting Eldar a whole lot. Myself included, I find them to be quite aggravating. But if you're that kind of person who likes zip in, zip out, and be all kind of trickery and sneaky, they're definitely the army for you. They're definitely more shooting and psychic based. That's the 2 main things. They've got some good melee, but mainly shooting and psychic based. As for collecting Craft World Eldar, I'd say that they got some good sculpts. Some of their models look pretty good. They got some nice plastic. A few of it's a little bit older, but you don't need a huge army. So when it comes to the money side of it,
the third
not too bad.
Coat.
I'd say the financials for it are pretty dang solid. And I wouldn't call them an expensive army to collect, at least
definitely needs a fourth coat though.
The Dark Eldar or the Drukhari
wonder if this guy dried.
are like Eldar cranked up to 12. They're faster, they can hit harder at some points, and they have really good melee units. Their melee units can actually be really scary, but they are also doubly
washing my brush right quick.
They're also a lot harder to play. They're probably top 3 hardest armies to play, along with the Sisters of Battle. And that actually goes on to the Harlequins as well. Harlequins are an army that just don't collect Harlequins. If I'm being honest, they're not a great choice.
I have a little fan
too. They have barely any models, and they're really weird, and they have a lot of shenanigans if you want to pull them off. If you're a new player, I would not recommend Harlequins at all. Dark Eldar, and Harlequins, speedy, made of paper, hit like absolute trucks, and not too expensive, I wouldn't say. Drukhari, I think, is a little bit more expensive than the other 2, but not too pricey because you don't field a ton of units in your armies. Moving on, we got Tyranids, bugs. Yeah, got bugs. You gotta love those bugs. So many bugs. Now, Tyranids obviously are a horde army. It should be very obvious. They are also a melee horde army. Whoa, I know, call the presses. You are mainly spending your time in the melee phase, as well as some of the psychic phase. You got a lot of good psychers in the Tyranids army, funny enough. You've got some pretty involved and advanced bugs. And your melee phase is as it seems. You have really gigantic, gargantuan creatures that eat everything alive, or you've got 40,000 little boys that eat everything alive. You do actually have some somewhat good shooting too with your Exocrine and your Hive Guard. You can put out some pretty decent shots. They are definitely the kind of army you run if you want big swaths of just these angry little running bug dudes that just swarm on your enemy. It's literally called the Tyranid Swarm. As for price-wise though, I'd say they're actually very, very expensive to collect. Their scopes are Some are a little bit older, but not all of them. They're a little bit in between when it comes to the
All
actual
right,
date
let's
release
do
for
a
their
fourth
sculpts.
coat
They are
on
a
this
bit older,
guy. Well, it's
though they
actually
are
still a little
expensive.
wet.
They're expensive, and you're running a horde army, so it's definitely one of the top more
Give
expensive
those a
armies to
minute.
collect because, come on, tons
Make
of
sure our
arms,
brush is
tons
good.
of models, and older sculpts. Can be a little bit of a challenge. Genestealer Colts.
Yeah,
You
we're
want to play
doing all right,
bugs,
you
but you want to
guys.
play human bugs with scrotum heads. Genestealer Colts are a very new addition. Very, very new. And they run in this almost as weird as AdMech style army. They're very fast, they hit really hard, and they like dip underground, they crawl from underground, they hit you with very powerful short-range weaponry and super strong melee attack, and then they kind of run away and they like zip, hit and run tactics. It's probably the best way to do it. Hit and run tactics, they come out of the ground, they spook you, they do a bunch of damage, they run away.
Somebody painted
weird
those
psychic
guys.
spells here and there. They run
look
these like
great, dude.
makeshift Mad Max trucks and stuff. They definitely have a unique play style. They deploy strangely. They like to zip around the place kind of strangely, and they definitely are one of the more unique armies there are. Would I recommend collecting them? No. They kind of fulfill a niche, but they're not that like overarchingly special, I'd say. I don't know
Almost
the word
dry.
exactly, but they are a very specific play style for a very specific player. If you're running Tyranids, you might consider doing Genestealer Colts, but at that point, you already kind of know what you're doing, so I don't think I recommend this to a new player. Genestealer Colts and Tyranids both a little bit rough to recommend to a new person because they are very expensive, both of them. And while the
Cheers,
models
you
for
guys.
Genestealer
Thank you for
Colts are
being here.
definitely a
Thank you
lot
for watching.
newer, and that's much nicer. They need practice. They are definitely a harder army, and I would recommend waiting on those if you're a new player. Orcs. Now, orcs. I would say orcs are great if you like the horde army and you like having RNG dictate your life. So orcs hit on 5s, as I mentioned in my last video. However, if you roll a 6, you get to make another attack with the weapon. Everything from the little pistol to the giant rocket launcher. You can have a rocket launcher that fires 3 times, and if you get lucky enough, you can have it fire 5 times. But the main thing that you're probably going to be jumping with orcs for is the giant green tide, because their melee ability is pretty humongous. They have very weird gunfire. They got their weird weapons and their strange rules, the Daka rules to allow them to get all these extra shots, and they can even have some pretty dang good shooting with things like shock attack guns and Daka jets and stuff. If orcs hit on 5s and shooting, they hit on like 3s in melee. Orcs love to beat the hell out of each other. So it's very obvious that once they get into melee, they'll just start pounding on you because they are really good at hitting stuff. In fact, I might be speaking a little bit too hyperbolically when I say RNG controls your life.
A little more paint.
Or RNG controls your shooting, but your melee is actually pretty dang good. They've got a special ability called Here We Go, which allows them to re-roll their charge dice, which is a very rare thing and extremely powerful buff. Getting into melee has never been easier if you're an orc. As for collecting orcs, expensive. Probably the most expensive horde army there is. Probably more expensive than Tyranids or Guard or anything in between. They have sculpts that are sometimes new, sometimes very old. You can have cool new models like Ghazghkull Thraka, but then you got a whole bunch of really damn old orc models because orcs have been around forever. Their codex in their own right is pretty neat, and there's some pretty good models in there, but orcs just, they're showing their age, and you need a shitload of them. And they are very expensive for that reason. So they're expensive to collect, and you need a ton to collect a good-sized army. But playing them, if you like melee with some really fun shenanigans and a bit of RNG, I can see why someone would like orcs, because they're orcs. Come on, they're great. Let's talk Necrons. So the Necrons, if I had to pick a Xenos army, I'd play Necrons, honestly. Necrons, I mean, they're just so cool.
A little more paint.
Undead, Egyptian, skeleton robots that
We're
carry
gonna go for
enslaved
coat number 4
gods into battle. How is that the coolest thing ever? So Necrons are fittingly named blah blah necromancy, but not like the undead homina necromancy, but like necromancy through metal. So the way Necrons are is that they are kind of a slow-moving, at least some of their units slow-moving, gun line with some mixed-in melee units. Not all their army is melee, but their melee units that they have are actually like like really scary. But for a while, Necrons are kind of slow-moving Terminator-style guys. They just blast you away at a distance with some very powerful weaponry. They kind of have Space Marine stat lines, actually. They run about as many models as Space Marines. They got similar stat lines and similar weaponry. I say that they're actually quite similar to Space Marines in the terms of how they play. But they actually do have a lot of weird shenanigans that make Necrons their own. For instance, the main thing that you might want to pick Necrons for is their reanimation protocols.
Reanimation, huh?
That, let's say you got 10 units
Damn,
of your base
dude.
Necron
Yeah, they do look easy to paint.
for instance.
I should be all right on those.
Your basic troop choice. Your opponent kills like, let's say 7. Kills 7 of them, you got 3 of them left. Their turn ends, your turn starts. You then roll a dice for every dead model. So 7 models, 7 dice. And for every 5 or higher, you automatically get one of your models to just stand right back up. Your Necron just goes like Your vehicles regenerate health as time goes on. You have special abilities to maybe make your Necrons come back on a 4-up instead of a 5. You can reroll your 1s for it. It's all about getting your units to come back up and being like, if you're fighting Necrons, you better kill it. Because if you leave it wounded, it's going to repair itself.
Oh, shit,
not
that's
a very
dope.
good thing. That's the idea of Necrons.
Necron sounds sick.
They got good melee, and honestly, now is a good time to be a Necron player. They are getting a massive update right now. This is right before 9th when this video is coming out, and they are getting huge new model ranges, a ton of just new units in general, massive updates, rule updates. Necrons are getting big additions, and I think it's going to be super great. Now is a good time to be a Necron player. The new stuff might be a little expensive to collect because it is new stuff. That being said, they're not an elite army, but I guess they can be played an elite army if they wanted to, but they don't have a few models, they don't have too many models, they're nice in between, and now is a damn good time for it. Last but not least, we have the Tau Empire. The Tau Empire is for people who want to gun their opponent down with the most sci-fi hardcore Gundam giant mech stuff you can think of.
I like giant mech
You
stuff.
want to have your entire enemy obliterated
The Tau, huh?
through just the unrelenting volley of railgun shots and rail rifles and fusion blasters. You will look up and you will see missiles, giant homing missiles, blot out the sky as it rains down on your army because the Tau
Damn, dude.
players
So when
got
I thin out my paint the way I
40,000
do,
missile pods on all
so
of his
far I've
characters.
got
He's got flying drones
4
to fire
coats of
laser
paint on
sights
this
to
guy,
mark
and
them
I
to
can
have better
still
accuracy,
see
to block shots, and you know your big battle suit will be
the gray
rolling up,
underneath.
and then a
I
drone
might just be
coming in and
tripping.
block a
It
missile
might just
from
be
it.
shadows,
The
but it
Tau
looks
are
like I
definitely
could
more
still
of a
see it
Eastern
underneath.
inspired, definitely a Gundam kind of look
Alright,
to
well, that's
them.
the
And
4th
they
coat
are
right
just
here.
ludicrously powerful in
With
shooting.
that dry, and
And they also have
we'll
tons
see if it
of
needs a
special
fifth.
abilities to stop your opponent from getting to you in the charge phase. The Tau has no melee. Their melee is straight garbage. When a Tau infantry start punching, it means they've lost. And you might think to yourself, wow, Berkey, this sounds great
this
and
guy only has
aggravating.
3
Yeah,
codes.
that's about right. The Tau get a
Definitely
lot of
needs a
shit.
4th.
Some of it warranted, some of it not so warranted. The models in their own right definitely don't fit very well with 40k. They're much more of a sci-fi Gundam style thing compared to a gothic, grimdark sci-fi fantasy. However, I do think they do look pretty cool in their own right. It's just kind of weird in this universe. But when you've got an entire army whose whole job is to blast you away from incredible ranges across the map, and every time you even try to retaliate, they either gun you down when you try to
Andrew,
charge,
what's up,
or they
buddy?
block your shots with drones.
We're
It can be pretty aggravating.
watching.
That being said, there are really cool new ways to play Tau, like close range.
What's the
attacks
best
with Cold Star
Warhammer
battle
40k
suits
faction
across an
army to
enclave,
start
which,
with?
by the way,
This is
if you ever
Bricky.
use a Cold Star
This is a
battle
content
suit,
creator,
or a
Bricky.
Cold Star commander, I suppose, or a Yavara, you have my respect.
We're
So you
listening
do have
to
different options when it
Bricky
comes to Tau instead of
videos,
just
and we're
sitting back
painting
and
our
fire. But you definitely don't got much melee.
our Termagants.
You definitely don't got much melee. You
Tyranid.
suck at melee. But if you just want to gun people down,
I've
and the
done
only phase
3
you
coats
care
on
about
this
is the
guy.
shooting
We did
phase, you
4
don't care about
coats on
psyche, you don't
another
care about
one.
melee, you just want to
Might need a
blast
5th coat. I'm
people,
pretty sure it will.
Tau is definitely for you. As it comes to
But
collecting them,
we're
their
going on
scopes are pretty
4th
good.
coat right
They're not
now
entirely
for this
super
guy.
new,
4th coat.
but they do look great.
How you
They have
doing,
a whole
man?
bunch of different
Thanks for
kinds of
stopping
mechs,
by.
big
Thank you
and
for hanging
small.
out.
They got drones, big and
You
small.
got any
They got
snacks or
infantry units and
drinks?
everything. They do
Bust
look
them out.
solid, high tech. And
We
the
usually
scopes
do
look
watch parties
nice.
on this
They're also,
channel.
I'd say, not too expensive.
Movies,
You don't need a
shows,
ton of
maybe
them,
a
and
game
the
or
battle suits
two.
themselves are expensive for each box, but you
But,
only need so many of them because they are very expensive. when it
We
comes
got
to the
introduced to
points cost
Warhammer,
in
and
the game.
the rest
So
is history.
Tower, on the beta level of the expensive tier. Whew, that was a lot of talking right there. Covers it though. That is every army in 40K for you trying to figure out which army you want to play. I will reiterate, Space Marines, they are the best. I know it kind of sucks for some of us, but trust me, they are the best. I would highly recommend if you're trying to get into it.
3G, what's up, buddy? We're chilling, bro.
Rules,
we're painting our homies.
Coming very, very soon.
It's coming along.
Promising, and I think now is probably
the book
best
says that
jumping into
you
this
should paint
hobby.
them what
I want more people to be
three coats, but we're on the fourth coat right here, and
it is exciting.
it needs a fifth one, man.
And I don't want anyone.
So either I gotta not thin out my paint so much, or
not on basis of age, sex, gender,
I don't know.
race.
I guess just deal with it, right?
Okay. I don't care who you are.
How you doing, man? I hope you're doing good and chilling, relaxing.
And be a part of this group with me, because I would always love new people. And honestly, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a good time along with the rest of us. So, yeah.
Thanks,
thank
Bricky. Yeah, I'm having a good time, dude. This is relaxing.
Having you here. Check out Displate in
the description, please.
They are the wonderful sponsor for today's video, and they were actually quite wonderful to work with as well. And plus, with so much Warhammer stuff, I'm sure you can find something that you can definitely decorate your wall with for a decent price as well. As for me, my name has been Bricky. I have a Patreon if you'd like to support me. As you can see, all the names flying up on the screen right now. These are all the people on the $10 or up tier who have decided to help support me on my videos. You are all absolutely wonderful. And I want to give a special shout out to my top 3 patrons currently, which are Big Papa Nerds,
looks
which
good.
is so fitting for today, Drunken Legends, the absolute crazy Texas man, and of course, Krieg the
Psycho. This guy had 4 coats. Actually, it looks pretty good.
You are on the top tier for Patreon.
I mean, I should probably do a 5th coat.
I wouldn't be able to make this many videos without you guys,
so it looks
and it is wonderful having you
as good as it can,
and I see you on
be.
Twitch stream all the time, so I know you guys. I know you around. It's good. I'll see you soon.
But it's holding up.
Besides that, if you want to check out my Twitch stream, I stream multiple times a week. It is in the description. I would love to have you there. We can talk a little bit Warhammer or anything in between. Just play some games. And finally, if you're interested in copying some merchandise like the one I'm wearing, or maybe just get a little bit of
5th coat, I think would be the smart thing to do, because there's a couple of the corners still look gray.
Next might be a League One, but I might hop onto more 9th edition stuff when 9th edition comes out. Perhaps I'll even make a video on how to play it. But until then, thank you so much for watching. My name's been Bricky, and the Emperor protects. Bye-bye.
Bricky. Alright, let's find another Bricky video. Bricky does alright.
Refresh your home.
Let's see. We want another Bricky video. Oh well,
hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently liberating the entirety of Atoma.
Not that one. No. We want more Bricky, but I don't see him. I should probably type it in. It'll be easier that way. All right, we're just gonna search it. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. How to play. I mean, I could always go to his channel, right? Armor, bolt gun, simple heretic. So we'll just click on Bricky.
Hello! In the last video, I told you I don't sell you half a shirt, and I'm a man of my word. In fact, I'm such a man of my word. We've created all kinds.
Go to channel. Oh, he's got all sorts of stuff. Okay. You know, I said it was good. I know I said that it was going to be easier if I just went to his channel, but it looks like it's not easier to just go to his channel. Wait, am I tripping? These are the only... Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright. I see how it is. Yo. He needs to make a 40K playlist. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dude. Maybe we will. Maybe we're gonna unsubscribe because there's just so much stuff on here. But Warhammer's like hard to find.
At Orchidate.com, we got a bunch of new merch. In fact, specifically, My Beloved merch. Oh yeah, also it's sweatpants. There's My Beloved. It's I swear it looks. I gotta jump. We got a whole bunch of new stuff for the My Beloved collection. You got this nice puff material on top of red shirts. You've got white shirts, black shirts, like 4 different designs, sweatpants, all kinds of cool stuff. And not only that, there's also been probably a lot of new
signing off. My streamer. See you next time. Bye. Bell Truth. We'll see you later. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. We'll see you soon.
In the description, go to Orchidate.com.
We're gonna finish doing a couple more codes on these little guys,
and the other is just the site in general.
No, I'm probably gonna finish these 2 guys up. I don't know how many coats we'll get into the purple paint because yeah, dude, we're already
we're
already a couple hours in, and
my name is Bricky,
barely covering up the first guy. Crude are my favorite of all time Xenos.
When does killing a heretic stop being fun?
Alright, I'm down.
After the
Imperial,
the 200th,
Peter Raider is good. Womp, thank you for stopping by. Motive Unknown, thank you for hanging out. Thank you guys for stopping through. Yeah, we're painting these guys right now.
How dare
this
you
is about four coats in.
Is the newest game published by Focus Entertainment and developed by the Arok Digital. It is what many would classify as a boomer shooter, and I've grown very fond of the term overall. It's a game light on overall.
I'm not sure how I got here. I think it's Space Marine 2's fault.
Ball-busting difficulty, heavy metal soundtrack, and old school
yeah, buddy.
Graphics.
Paint it up. Yeah,
it's
we're doing it.
That there hasn't been one made already.
We're trying. We're attempting.
Is often known as
we usually do watch parties here,
like the general age demographic of Warhammer tends to
we got caught up on the 40K, so that's what we're doing.
40s because the barrier to entry as well.
You got any snacks or drinks? Get on them.
I'm not talking about the puffy hat boys. I'm talking about thousands of dollars.
All right, so
in little plastic mem, and the only people who can afford that are in their mid-30s.
See, we'll do Warhammer 40K. Oh. KR. What is it? Crude. All right. Let's see. The Crude are picky eaters. Warhammer 40K story. It's only 2 minutes. Crude explained by an Australian.
The 10th edition Codex.
Kroot Codex, next reaction to new Kroot Crisis
The 10th edition.
suits. All Kroot Army versus Chaos Space Army Marines attachment. Oh, which one sounds? Orc versus Kroot. Alright, sci-fi's coolest rivalry.
Superhuman.
Alright.
The new $7 Lux Cravings
Welcome
box
to the
from Taco
chill
Bell
zone.
with a
Yeah,
five-layer
buddy.
burrito, Doritos Locos Taco, and the Chicken Chalupa Supreme. The only
Thanks,
thing
bro.
not Lux about it is the price. The new $7 Lux Cravings box.
Stupid
only
commercials.
at Taco Bell.
Join teachers and
We're gonna do one more coat of this Wraithbone White on these guys, and then we'll switch it over to the purple paint.
Corrupted heretics. Soulless monsters versus cultist cyborgs. Psychic sages versus depraved pirates. The universe of Warhammer 40,000 is rife with epic rivalries. But there is one that I believe to be just as interesting as those I just mentioned, and yet that is not nearly as hotly debated as them. For that reason, I want to talk about it. What is to me the most interesting rivalry in this grim dark galaxy. Biological engineering against meticulous evolution. Hybrid bioweapon against mutant apex predator. Orc versus Kroot. Warhammer lore is extensive, to say the least. However, if we are to talk about the Orcs and the Kroot, there are some essential things that we cannot get around. So I will do my best to try to explain as much as I can in 5 minutes. Go! In Warhammer 40,000, there are two universes. There is the material universe with planets, asteroids, and stars, but there's also an immaterial universe composed of psychic energy, which echoes the material universe but does not follow its rules. A sort of warped mirror of reality, aptly named the Warp.
The Warp.
Essentially, in 40k, most living things have souls, which
Hell
emit
yeah.
psychic energy and affect the Warp with their thoughts and emotions. The more beings are alive at the same time, the more the Warp changes to reflect their lived experience. Some gifted individuals, called Psykers, can even channel the powers of the Warp as psychic energy, which can be used to affect the material universe. This is not without its price, however, as the Warp has denizens of its own. Putting that terrifying thought aside, what matters most to us is that, given that it does not follow the laws of physics, the Warp allows for unbelievably efficient interstellar travel. So, if you travel through the Warp, you can go from one corner of the galaxy to the other in a matter of months, days, or even moments. Especially if you build a network of paths connecting these corners. Eons before the first human ever stood on two legs, the Old Ones conquered the galaxy. Their actual name is not known, but they were the first sentient species to travel the stars. And they were not only hyper-intelligent, but also very powerful psychers. In fact, their technology and psychic mastery were so supreme that they managed to build a network of passageways in the Warp, called the Webway, as well as warp gates that would essentially put two worlds on opposite ends of the galaxy one step away from each other. Believing that biodiversity was a source of endless potential, the Old Ones used this network to spread and foster life throughout the galaxy, acting as caretakers and observers as they planted primordial life forms across countless planets.
Wow.
Given that their technology made them practically immortal, they would have been able to watch over a great many races as they evolved.
That sounds wild.
But it wasn't meant to be. There were many who challenged the authority of the Old Ones. One of these races was the bitter Necrontyr, who wished to have the secrets of immortality that the Old Ones guardedly kept for themselves. Deceived into a Faustian bargain with the Catan, star parasites made out of pure energy born during the dawn of creation, the Necrontyr found themselves transformed into metallic, soulless Necrons by their cruel
Necrons,
masters,
boy?
and were ultimately
Hell yeah.
marshaled into war against the Old Ones.
That's what I
This
want to paint
conflict,
next,
known as the
man.
War in
I need to get
Heaven,
myself a
lasted for
Necron
thousands and
set.
thousands of years. The Old Ones were powerful, but there weren't many of them.
We gotta
they
finish
were
this set
vastly
first,
outnumbered, They used their technology to create other races that would fight for them, among which two stand out. One was the Eldar, a species of psychic-attuned humanoids taught by the Old Ones how to navigate the Webway, which were designed to be their elite. The other were the Krorks, designed to be the rank and file of their army. And as you can guess, we will
They're
get back to
super
them
fun to
very
paint.
soon.
Yeah, dude, I'm stoked.
As the conflict raged on and millions
I
of
got
life
caught
forms
up in the
fought in war
40K.
against the Necrons,
I
their
got
souls
swooped
destroyed
up.
the war.
And I love
Peaceful
every bit
beings
of
that
it.
existed within it changed accordingly, becoming horrifying monsters that invaded reality through the very portals that the Old Ones had once used to oversee the galaxy. Overwhelmed on two fronts, the Old Ones were defeated. Whether they became extinct or fled the galaxy is not known, but what is clear is that they vanished. And after managing to overthrow their C'tan masters, the Necrons retreated into a deep slumber within their citadels, hoping to wait out the
I think
fledgling
we're happy
races.
with our
The
fifth
galaxy
coat.
had known its first great war, and it would never again know peace. 60,040,000 years later, an Eldar empire rose and fell, and a human empire rose and is currently on the verge of falling. And for 60,040,000 years, the boys I've been breaking heads. Remember the Krorks? Well, this is them now. They are known throughout the galaxy as orcs, and they are a rowdy bunch of brutes that speak with Cockney accents and who only care about finding a good fight. So, how did they go from this to this? Well, when designing the Krorks, the Old Ones were not looking to make a normal species that would evolve in a natural manner. They were losing the war in heaven, and they needed a race of super soldiers that would hold the line and do so efficiently, even with little to no support from their masters. To achieve this goal, they decided to genetically tailor the Krorks accordingly. The consequence of this was that, with the Old Ones gone, the Krorks were no longer supervised. And unlike the Eldar, who were a perfectly functional sentient species given every advantage in their bioengineering, as well as extremely advanced technology and knowledge of the webway, the Krorks merely had to make do within the limitations of their design. This meant that, as time passed, they lost most of the advanced knowledge that they had, and their technology
Another
became
dab of
increasingly more
paint.
rudimentary. Given this, you'd think that they would be doomed as a race. The reality could not be further from the truth. In fact, at the time of the 40th millennium, orcs are the most populous and by far the most dominant race in the entire galaxy. It is widely understood that the only reason why they have not entirely taken over things is their incessant infighting. So, why are orcs doing so well? Remember that the ancestors of the orcs were designed to be the endless armies of the Old Ones in a war against literal star gods and their legions of soulless abominations. They needed to be resilient, capable, and blindly dedicated to nothing other than warfare.
White.
So, let us look at the design choices that were made and how they came to compound on each other to create the most efficient warmongers in the whole galaxy. If you've ever left food in the fridge for too long, you will have had the unpleasant surprise of finding out that it has become fluffier than it was before. I'm sure most of us have wondered how mold even enters the fridge, and the answer is surprisingly simple. It was already there. In fact, all around us, everywhere and anywhere, there are fungi, merely waiting for the perfect conditions to settle and grow, because that is all that fungi ever do. Animals move and plants have seeds, but the only way for fungi to move, other than spores, is to simply expand and grow. It's what makes them equal parts fascinating and terrifying. Fungi spread because it is the way they continue to exist, and while they may be a limited life form, the way in which they adapt their possible structures to the environment they find themselves in a way, is limitless. Few life forms are as efficient as fungi when it comes to making something out of nothing. It is only logical then that the Old Ones would design the Krorks to be not only a single organism, but rather a hybrid physiology that combines animal and fungus. More than that, they altered the genetics of the species to yield a balanced ratio of orc types which can fulfill the needs of war. It sounds weird, but the best way to understand how this works is to explain how orcs invade planets. Okay, say an orc fleet arrives at your system. It's a bitter fight, but you hold your ground and kill them all, forcing the remains of the fleet to retreat. While you foolishly celebrate your victory, the spores have already begun to scatter in the atmosphere, and the orc bodies that you didn't bother to burn are sinking into the earth. Unbeknownst to you, your planet is already lost, because from the orc remains and scattered spores will grow fungus. And from the fungus will grow squigs, which are both orc cattle and beasts of burden.
Bro.
Fun fact, although orcs prefer squig meat, they are omnivores. Don't think about that too hard.
That's wild. So if you kill an orc, you gotta get rid of the body before it,
and they
decomposes.
Will herd the squigs and cultivate the fungus more efficiently. Then the slightly bigger and meaner Gretchen pop out, and they start building orc settlements as well as scavenging for resources that will be used in the war to come. And finally, orcs emerge, ready to start raiding and pillaging and becoming bigger and meaner as they do. Behold, a brand new orc ecosystem right at your doorstep.
Oh shit.
To make things worse, if any orcs escaped your planet on a ship, the first thing they will do upon returning to one of their planets is tell them about yours, and how good of a fight that was. Before long, other orc warbands will be heading for your system, and if you repel them enough times, they will most likely rally as a war under one great war boss, who has decided your planet is going to be on his bragging list. Okay, wait a second. This all seems a bit too convenient. How does every orc invasion turn out the same way? And why do orcs never deviate from this belligerent lifestyle? Could there ever be peace-loving orcs?
Hell no. Peace-loving orcs?
What happens if, tomorrow, a great disaster falls upon mankind? Well, our systems of government and scientific cooperatives are deeply interconnected with our chains of production. So much so that a collapse in either side will lead to a chain reaction that will be very hard to stop. We may be able to rebuild in time, but to do so, we would need knowledge of our previous technology. And sometimes, that knowledge is lost. The Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40,000 is an example of a continuous state of collapse and reconstruction. The technology used in the 40th millennium is vastly inferior to what was used 20,000 years before, and what is left from that time is seen by humans as wholly and incomprehensible. This simply shows that, during cataclysms, archives are erased, books are burned, and people die. Ultimately, knowledge dies with them. As a species, there is only one kind of knowledge that remains with us, and that is genetically encoded knowledge. Dogs know to salivate when they see food, birds know how to build nests, and spiders how to weave webs. Likewise, human babies are born knowing to hold their breath when they're put underwater, or to close their hands around objects. Everything else we know, we learn from others. Now, imagine if someone had programmed our genetics in such a way that we reflexively knew how to build an engine, or how to perform surgery. Every orc is born with a predisposition for aggression, uninhibited by empathy or complex rational thought.
Damn.
But some orcs, aptly called odd boys, are different from their peers. They have innate instincts tailored for the more technical aspects needed for war. For instance, mech boys have a natural understanding of mechanical principles to the point that they can put together ramshackle vehicles, whereas pain boys are born knowing how to best patch up wounded boys, even if their methods are not always very sound. The ratios of odd boys born out of an ecosystem were genetically programmed by the old ones in order to ensure that the species never got too intelligent, but also to guarantee that they had reliable access to the technologies needed for galactic warfare. The flip side of this is that, even if 90% of the orcs on a planet are eradicated, they will be able to quickly rebuild because their base technological knowledge is genetically encoded into the odd boys. In other words, unlike other species that rely on the transmission of knowledge, no matter how many orcs die, they will never dip below a certain technological threshold. Okay, so orcs are non-removable pests that can never be used back to the Stone Age. Certainly that's enough.
Oh.
Surely the old ones did not give them any other nifty tricks, right? Are you familiar with the double slit experiment? Put in the simplest of terms, it's an experiment aiming to determine if electrons will act as waves or as particles when you shoot them through a double slit wall. It's crazy enough that it essentially shows that electrons can act as both at the same time. It's even crazier to consider that, depending on whether you are observing them or not, the electrons will behave differently. Quantum physics is weird because it seems that past a certain point, reality may behave in a way contrary to what we expect, at least according to the laws of physics that we have already established. The best we can do is guess and hope that statistical probability is on our side.
Damn, dude, that's wild.
Which is particularly difficult when what we once believed to be
you
fundamental
do the
rules
yet?
of
No,
reality
buddy,
change
not yet.
due to our own interference. In that sense, the warp
We've only
is
started
essentially
on
a realm
2
ruled by
Termagants.
quantum uncertainty.
We got the rest right
It is
here.
a sea of possibility,
We got
continuously affected by
Marines.
living beings. Their thoughts, emotions, memories,
Marines
perceptions,
still
and
the deal.
beliefs all shape this immaterial
We
realm.
got the
And
captain
this
with the
flexibility is what
sword.
makes
We
it
still
into
got a
such a
deal.
terrifying well of power. Because the warp can be used to affect reality by psychers in a way that is not dissimilar from how
Swarm,
magic
something
is used
swarm,
in fantasy.
little swarm.
And
of
this
the
makes sense
Termagants.
given that 40k is a sci-fi
we
reimagining
still
of a
got
fantasy setting.
5,
Psychic
8,
powers allow one to foresee
8
possible
Termagants
futures,
to do.
smite their
The
foes
ones
with
that I just
impossible
painted.
bursts of
We got
sudden
8
energy,
more of those
or
guys.
even summon forth lovely visitors from the warp. And while these psychic powers
Yeah, we're
may often
barely
be
getting
encoded
started on the
into arcane
painting. I put them all
tomes or
together though,
ritualized in
and sanded
pseudo-magic
down all the
chants,
pieces that.
fundamentally, all that a psyker
had,
ever does is manifest their consciousness and attempt
little
to
lumps
turn
on
it
it, I
into
guess.
reality through the warp.
Thanks, man.
And
I
to do
appreciate
that,
it, bro.
they need to siphon energy from the warp, which, it should be clear by now,
We're
is
doing
not
our
a very safe
best.
option.
I don't want to be done with it and be like, oh, you know, I could have done better. I don't want to do that. I want to do my best that I can now.
All think similarly.
And that way, when I do my best later on, it'll be like
Instead,
at
each
least
orc
hopefully
generates
noticeable.
a
We'll see.
small latent
We'll
psychic
see.
field. On its own, it is insignificant.
I'm gonna
but gather
go
enough
clean out
orcs,
the water
and
real
this
quick.
Gestalt psychic field becomes a fearsome thing.
Well,
All the more effective when you consider that
gonna wash
orcs are
the brush a little
fundamentally
more.
very uncomplicated beings, and their desires align extremely easily. Fun fact,
I'm gonna
some orcs
clean
called
out
weird
this
boys are
water,
conduits
fresh
for this
water,
field.
and we
It's
can
not a good
start
thing.
on the other
If
color.
enough of them believe something is bound to happen, then it probably will. For instance, if the mechs build a Stompa, and thousands
We're good
upon
on
thousands
the
of boys
Wraith.
believe that it will move,
Oh, it's just
then
Wraithbone.
when
It's
the
not
mechs turn it
Wraithbone
on,
White. Alright,
it
so base
probably will
color,
move.
Wraithbone.
For that same
I'll put
reason,
that away
a
now.
human should never try to operate an orc vehicle. If there
So
are no
these are the
orcs
colors that
nearby,
I got. I
it
got
will not work.
Wraithbone. Hold on.
Because of this,
The
orc
Wraithbone.
superstitions take on a life of their own. Red is
And then this one
faster,
that I think
so
we're gonna
if a
use
vehicle
next,
is painted red, it will go faster. The color blue is lucky, and yellow gives wealth,
Nagroth,
and bigger explosions.
Nagroth Knight.
Essentially,
Nagroth Knight.
the reason why orc technology
That's how you
works when
say
it
it.
shouldn't is that
We
if
got
conventional physics would get in the way of a
Abaddon
good
Black.
fight, then orcs will simply bend physics to let them get stuck in faster.
Balthazar Gold.
So, we create a hybrid invasive species that cannot reproduce conventionally
Space
and
Marines,
is therefore incapable of evolving. but that is also extremely difficult to purge from the planets that it reaches.
Blue.
We limit their intelligence and
Macragee?
creativity, but
Macragee?
give them instinctual genetic
I don't know
pathways
how
to
to say
learn the
any of these,
technology
my
they
guys.
require to do war. We make them unable to have conventional psychers, but instead make them all inherently connected through
Alright,
a
replace
collective
that water, hold
psychic
on.
field that is proportional to their number. When you look at things this way, it becomes clear that the orcs were meant to be a temporary solution to a larger problem. It
McRag?
is extremely likely
Okay,
that the old ones had a
McRag.
kill switch ready for them after they won the war, because
Oh, thanks,
orcs
bro.
are clearly incompatible with their dreams of galactic life.
I'm gonna take a
fostering.
picture of that.
Such a
'cause
species was never meant to exist
by
without
tomorrow I'll
supervision.
forget.
It was lab grown, and it grew out of control. It does not care for
phone
evolutionary
real
logic
quick.
because it was not
Take a
born out of an
picture of the
evolutionary
chat.
system. Simply put, orcs are a weapon, and the old ones understood that nature has no need for weapons. It is already cruel enough without them. The concept of convergent evolution tells us something fascinating about nature. Over the course of millions of years, life on Earth has found, and seemingly often returned, to certain ideal shapes and forms. Likewise, mimicry in evolutionary biology shows that animals are not afraid of copying successful achievements of other species if these can benefit them as well. As time passes,
Yeah, buddy.
species strive to become optimal in surviving their environment by ridding themselves of the weak and preserving the strong. And evolution is the
More
consequence of
like
this. In the game of
Macrag.
evolution, anything
Macrag.
goes.
Okay.
The only problem here is that
Macrag.
this game is slow. Its duration is directly tied to the lifespans of the individual specimens of a species. For most,
down.
it is not played over centuries or even millennia, but over millions of years. Now,
We got
imagine
some
if
fresh
somehow
water.
there was a species that could cheat at this game.
Let me
That
check
could,
my book
in a
real
matter
quick.
of mere generations, alter its
Gotta make sure I
genetics
listen
so
to the book.
fundamentally that it could
So
pass
for this
for a
first set,
different
the introductory
species.
set we're doing, I'm
And
gonna
that it
do
could
my
do
best
so
to
by
like pay
acquiring
attention,
all of
not
the
pay attention, but to
favorable
listen to
traits
what
of the
they
other
recommend and they
species that it hunted.
suggest.
Of being
And
capable
then,
of charting the course of its own
when I get into it a little bit more, I'll
Meet the
do my
Kroot.
own custom colors
Like many other
and
starfaring
whatever,
species,
change
their
whatever
ancestors naturally come
group I
from one
want to
original
be
planet,
from the thing.
Peck.
I think.
And
I
it is
think
not
that's what
known
people
if they
do,
were
right?
one of the many
Make certain
species
guys,
fostered
certain
by the old
things,
ones,
It's all good.
although they
Nobody
would
minds.
have probably piqued their interest.
It's
If
the
you were to ever
homeworld
visit
of the
you would most
Ultramarines.
certainly be taken aback. Because
Oh,
most of
okay.
the animal species remaining on the planet are closely
So the name of the
related to
color
Kroot.
is the
Kroot
name
hawks
of
climb
the
its trees,
whole world.
Kroot
Alright.
hounds
So
prowl
when I
its
see it,
forests,
okay.
and Kroot hawks
When I
soar
see
its
some little
skies.
videos, I'll be like, "Oh, that's
The
it. That's the
evolutionary
place."
race and
I'm
pack
down,
is
I'm
over,
down.
and the
Thanks.
Kroot won.
That's the color.
Human beings
Alright,
have
let's
been
see what the
meddling with
book
evolution since we
says.
first learned we could do it. One could even go as far
Painting
as to say that
Tyranids.
without
Alright, we
this
got our
meddling,
third
agricultural
coat, but
societies
we
would
did a
not have been
fifth.
viable.
We did a fifth coat, but it
Herding
says
would
do
certainly
at
have
least
been less
3. We
useful
did
to
5,
us.
so we're
Our
good on that
species
one.
depends on the constant
Alright,
manipulation
yeah.
of the evolution of other
Nagaroth
species, mainly for the purpose of
Paint the
feeding our
back,
ever-increasing
carapace,
population.
and
But this has
full
also
plate of
allowed
each
us to profit from the
termagant
qualities
with
and abilities
Nagaroth
that they
knives,
possess,
two thin
and that we
coats
could
of
never make
paint
into our own.
for the
Silkworms,
best
rubber
results.
trees,
So
and penicillin
2
mold are all
coats for the
examples of
best
life forms
result.
that, by some cosmic coincidence, just happen to
Alright.
produce things that we have found useful.
So there's
That is
4
the entire
spots: the
essence of the
back,
Kroot
the
way of life.
skull,
To find and use the qualities of
arms, and the
alien life
legs.
forms. With one small distinction.
Wait, the arms?
Instead of manipulating the evolution of other species, they have been manipulating their
Oh
own.
no, it's the knee.
Because
It's the other
Kroot are what
kneecaps.
they eat. Literally.
Yeah, none on the arms. None
When
on the
you
arms.
eat a steak,
The
all
nails
that
are
your
black.
body
Have it
does
on
is break
black.
down the meat to elementary constituents, which will then enter
I did the
your
sergeant
bloodstream.
according to the instructions, but the
Kroot
rest of the
work the same
Marines,
way,
I
but
upped
with a
my
small
game a
caveat.
bit. Hell yeah,
The
dude.
unique properties
Nice.
of their digestive
Man,
system
I might
make it
go
so
your
that
route
when they
if
break down their food,
if I
they
feel
do not
like
degrade molecules
if I
to
can
the
do
point of
better,
losing
but
genetic
I
information.
want to stick
And
to
therefore,
it
they
to
can
all of
absorb the
them.
DNA of the creatures
Because
they
if I
consume.
start doing my own thing and
This
improvising
means
on
that
colors
to the
and whatever
Kroot,
and whatnot,
diet
then
directly dictates
you know, I
genetic
won't.
composition.
I don't know. I
If
feel
they
like
eat
I won't
animals
get
that
the
can
hang of
fly,
it as
in
I
time they
should
will
if
grow
I just do
wings.
them all the
If they
same.
eat animals with
I get
significant
that
muscle mass, they will in turn become bulkier.
little muscle memory going
This
on.
ability is both a blessing
How
and
to
a
use my
curse.
brush?
Most of the
I don't
cousin
know, dude.
species of the Kroot that populate
We're just
Peck
having a good
are
time, that's all I
evolutionary
know.
dead ends. Kroot groups that consume other species carelessly.
Termagants Gallery.
and
When you are
mutated
done,
past
your
the point of no
Termagants and
return.
Ripper Swarm should
This is
look
why,
like the
to the
pictures
Kroot, the
below.
acquisition
If you
of
need to
genetic
make
traits
any
is not
corrections
something
or
to be done
touch-ups
carelessly.
to your models, just
Their
follow the
bodies
relevant
and their
steps
future
or the
must all
relevant
be
step
shaped.
in the guide again. All right, cool. Sweet.
Many human cultures
Watch
have
some
believed
tutorials,
that there
got
is a
more
deeper
paint.
meaning to the act of
Yeah,
consuming an
show
animal.
for show. Yeah,
By
dude.
taking their life force and adding it into
We're
ours,
doing
the
it.
idea
We're
was that the hunter
chilling.
inherits the traits
I definitely
of the
want to
hunter.
get more paints
But
for
what if that had
sure.
been the case?
I
What
mean,
if
I
the
know they
hunter
say that
weighed
you
the
could just
mammoth's
mix paints and
flesh
do
and gained
better,
its
and
strength?
do better
The
with
tiger
mixing
would
paints.
gift us its ferocity, the
But
eagle its
I
keen
do
eyesight.
want to get my own
Suddenly,
like
hunting
shades
for
of
animals
certain
is no
things.
longer
That
a
way I
matter
don't
of
have to sit
subsistence.
there trying to
It is a
figure out
matter of
which
self-improvement.
how much of which color
And one
as I
can only
mix
imagine
that one
the
last
same
time
leaders
to
who
make it
guided
look
us
just
in
like
those
that
times of
again.
old
And
would have taken on the
it's
additional
just
burden
more
of
for
learning the
convenience, I
proper
guess.
ways to
You would
hunt.
say.
Kroot societies fundamentally
Alright,
rely on the
so
wisdom of those they call
Nagaroth
shapers.
Knight. All right,
These
dude.
individuals exercise religious and
Let's
ceremonial
do it.
functions, lead the Kroot to war, and most importantly,
Take another sip of
determine
my
what
soda.
quarry they will hunt
Cheers,
for
you
the
guys. Thank
betterment
you.
of the species. This is not done through the aid of technology, but through a learned folk knowledge passed on across generations of shapers, which is combined with a natural aptitude that some Kroot have for determining suitable genetic strands.
All right.
To the
Shake up the
Kroot,
paint.
technology is a crutch. At least, this seems to have been the perception of their revered
Area
ancestors.
51 had
Kroot
it down.
referred
He
to
said
as
throw
the
some
roots.
BBs in here
They
so you
decided
know
to
can
willingly limit
mix up
their
my paint
technology to the
a little
bare
bit
minimum
better.
required for the sake of space travel, and
W
almost do
tip.
away with it entirely when it comes to the hunt. Kroot travel through space in ancient war spheres, giant ships capable of travel through the warp, and exceedingly rare in that they can descend from orbit to land on
Right.
planets that the Kroot aim to settle. Once there, the Kroot limit their weaponry to an assortment of rudimentary gunpowder-based weapons or technology scavenged from other races. Every new world is a new hunt, and every hunt is a test to the Shapers. Their Shapers can identify that a certain quarry would be a formidable asset, but may eventually find it inadequate for their kindred's path. Every Shaper group has a different view of how they wish to form their kindred, and to ingest genetic materials that are incompatible with the path they are currently following could spell doom for the entire population. As they make these difficult choices, taking care to make note of every species they encounter, the Shapers are ultimately expected to lead their community until they have made enough discoveries and acquisitions to merit
Duncan
their
Rhodes
return
has some
to
really
Peck.
good paint
Upon their
tutorials
return,
on
these will be
YouTube, and he has
preserved
his
and
own
potentially
line of
used by the
paints
Kroot in the
that are
future.
in some shades
And by now,
that
an
are the
uneasy
same
thought
shades
has
as the
probably
Citadel
crept
paints
up in the back of your mind.
You
How
need
do the
to
Kroot
get their
transmit genetic
just
knowledge from species
all
that they
better
have consumed?
quality. Yeah, all right, dude. I'm
Did you know
definitely
that
gonna check him
Sensodyne now
out.
has a
Duncan
clinical
Rhodes.
range of toothpaste
I'm
where
way
you can
down.
both whiten your teeth, 2 shades, and also get sensitivity protection. It's just properly formulated from a dentist's
take a picture of that
perspective.
name
It's
here
something
real
that I've
quick,
recommended
so
to
I
my
don't forget
patients.
later on.
Starting at $4.99, you can get one, make it a double, or go for 3 delicious patties. Go as big as you want with my Bonus Jack combo starting at $4.99. Now you can say you're loving it and actually mean it. At Jack, every bite's a big deal. Welcome to Jack in the Box.
There's only one way to limit screen time while expanding it. The
Cover up
2024
paint.
Jeep Wrangler and
Two thin coats of paint. That's what the book said.
Whatever you do it for less.
Probably
at
grabbed too
Harbor
much
Freight.
paint. I mean, the book said 3 coats on the other guys, but I had to do 5.
with its
Hold on, let me
people.
skip this real quick.
But today, local community members like nurses, fire.
Yeah. It said
Nowadays,
3, but I
most
did
human
5. So if it
societies
says
look upon
2, I'm probably gonna have to do
cannibalism as a
like 3 or
barbaric
4.
practice that belongs in our past.
Crude are
But
kind of
our
like
opinions are informed by
Predator.
the
If
gift of
Predator
hindsight.
could control his
If our ancestors
evolution.
believed that
Yeah.
consuming the flesh of the mammoth would grant them its strength, why is it surprising that they would think
can
consuming
you
the flesh of a defeated warrior
can you have a crude
or
army?
revered
Or is that
clan
something you
member
play
was
as,
a way of
or
inheriting their prowess, as well as honoring
is
them?
it just like in?
To the
You can play as
Kroot,
anything
it's not
in
just a question of
Warhammer,
ceremony.
or
Kroot
are
risk
there
their lives
things
and
that like
often
are
die on the
only
hunt,
for?
all for the sake of
I don't know. I guess
acquiring
NPC
genetic
non-player
material.
characters.
Of all the material they acquire, only some
There's
will
so
be
much
deemed
good paint
valuable by
out
the
there,
shaper.
and you'll
And this
find what
prize,
you
once
like,
claimed,
but I've
must be
been
shared with the
enjoying
kindred.
this stuff. All right.
Obviously, reproduction is one way
Yeah,
of
I'm
doing
down.
this.
I'm
The
down to
sources are
try it
not all
out
in
at
agreement,
least.
but it seems that the Kroot
And I'll
reproduce in a
make
way
a
akin to the Suriname
decision
toad,
myself,
with
but
females
yeah, I'm
carrying
way
eggs
down
on their
for
backs after coming into
suggestions and-
contact with the secretions of males.
Well, maybe I'll find
Whether the
something.
Kroot have always done things this way, or if this
thing
is
I
yet
like you
another
guys
genetic
suggest.
advantage
As
that
far
they
as I
have acquired
know,
over time,
is
is a
they
secret
don't
known
have a
only to
lot of
them.
models, so
And
they're
yet,
a
as
house
efficient as it is
supplement.
still too slow. And if a Kroot holding valuable
Okay.
genetic material is dying, there's but one thing to be done.
That's
Cannibalism
all right.
is the inevitable and most logical solution to preserve valuable
pretty
genetic
cool, though.
information.
Oh.
And once a society has determined
my
its
mom's, I'm glad
fundamental
it's
laws
dry.
and its unbreakable taboos, it will build its culture and practices around them.
All
Seeing
right.
that cannibalism is a core tenet of their
There we
society,
go.
one could be tempted to demonize the Kroot. But to do this is to forget that natural law is the survival of the fittest.
Army now, yeah.
Evolution is just another word to say that nature ruthlessly
Yeah,
destroys the
detachment
weak and favors
and
the strong.
powder.
We like to believe that what
Alright.
separates mankind from animals is that we have
36.
stopped abandoning our most vulnerable members and have
I should
instead chosen to
probably
support them
look
and believe in their
at a
potential.
picture.
But there is nothing to say that we
Keep
could
my
have not
magazine
followed a
picture
different
open
path.
just in
In
case
fact,
I mess
at times
up.
it feels like we have. With that said, practices like human eugenics are not comparable to the regular cleansing of
Okay.
genetic heritage
Head
that the
and the
Kroot
back, and it
practice.
only goes up to the shoulders.
Shapers are
and then
extremely
halfway
rigid
down
when
the
it
tail.
comes to the preservation of bloodlines and strains.
the nubs on the
And the corollary of
spine
this is
all
that
the way
they're
up.
relentless when it comes to maintaining their kindred on the right path. This
we're gonna do it
means
that
that
way.
any undesirable mutants, once identified, are
Kroot,
killed without remorse,
yeah, I
and
felt
that the
like
weak and frail are first on the chopping block
Kroot
if
are
the
an
kindred
army
is facing
hiding in another
starvation.
army.
It is a
Nice.
horrifying thought, but it is consistent with the pragmatism of the Kroot.
Sneak up
To
on
allow an
you.
undesirable trait to enter the bloodline is to compromise the entire kindred in less than one generation. To endanger a pathway is to limit the future of the species, as every path that is lost brings the Kroot one step closer to extinction. After all, the Kroot are not alone. The galaxy is a hostile place,
So if I have,
and it only
like,
becomes increasingly more dangerous. Beyond the
shaky
horrors left
hands,
behind by ancient wars and the wrath of decadent
not gonna work
empires,
out too well,
there is
is
a
it?
looming, unsurmountable threat in the distance. And as gathering tendrils close in
At least
from all
not for the little
directions,
detailed
the
stuff.
warp is
Good
darkened by
Lord.
the great shadow of a widening maw.
I was gonna say I don't remember it was shaking this much a minute ago.
What is the main
but I
difference
guess not when
between
you're doing
living
the big stuff.
organisms and viruses? Well, living organisms, like animals, plants, bacteria, and fungi, contribute to an ecosystem. Their spread can lead to the death of other
I was just
organisms,
taking
but they also
breather.
allow
If I
for
get
growth.
shaky,
through this
alright,
death.
just a quick breather.
They can all feed each other, but they can also exist independently. Simply put,
Or like a
living
break
organisms
breather,
are
like a
both
10-minute break
consumers
breather.
and producers of resources. Viruses are not alive. They are parasites that require living
What I
organisms
gotta get
in order
better
to
about
exist
is
and
like
remain functional
resting my
only so long
hand
as they
on
have
my
hosts
hand
they
while
can
I
drain of
paint.
resources.
But I
In
think
fact,
people do
the
that
best
and
way to
suggest
describe a
that.
virus is to imagine it as a pattern of wasteful destruction,
Get real
endlessly
sturdy,
attempting to
or
replicate
brace the arm
itself by
against the
infecting its
desk.
hosts.
Yeah. Here, I got my
viruses are
shoulders, or
extremely
my
small,
shoulders.
to the point
I
that
got
they
my
can
elbows on the
infiltrate
desk.
cells in the body. Scale up a viral infection to a galaxy and turn your cells into planets, and you will have the Tyranids.
Yeah, we're just gonna do the best.
At first glance, you could think that they are similar to the Kroot, given that they too consume other life forms and acquire their genetic traits in order to improve themselves. But the Tyranids are anathema to the Kroot. In fact, among the taboos that all Shapers follow, none is more important than this. Do not consume the Tyranid. Because the Tyranids are not a species. The clearest proof is that wherever these creatures go, the usual choir of souls of the warp is deafened by the singular, ravenous thrum of one entity. Tyranids are the byproduct of a hive mind, a massive cancer that is not actually evolving, but rather stealing information from other species that have struggled on the path of evolution. It is not hard to imagine that Tyranids only mutate in response to opposition, and that everything they have was taken from some other species that they extinguished. Planets exist only to be consumed, and strains exist solely for the purpose of extending the reach of the hive mind and removing obstacles standing in the way of this great devourer. Standing in stark contrast, the Kroot require biodiversity in order to thrive. More than that, it is against their interest to hunt other species to extinction. A species deemed too risky by the Shapers of the past could become an ideal acquisition for those of the future. But for that to happen,
those model holders they got can be helpful too, not necessarily, but I got
tame and form
big
bonds
hands, so it helps. Yeah, I definitely hear you. I was thinking about
genetic material, but
getting
also
one, but then I thought, well, I could just make
in
one out of
words,
something, maybe a couple rubber bands and some sort of piece of plastic or something. I can do the same thing, and
because it could mean
I didn't
limiting
even
the
like
future of their own
bother with it yet.
descendants.
So yeah, I think
They
I
understand
might
that nature is
do that
wiser than any
tomorrow or
science,
one of these days.
that it is the greatest shaper of all.
Either make
The
a
life that
homemade
blossoms
one,
across the galaxy is its gift, and the Kroot have learned to claim it without
find
greed.
one and
If the
order it,
Tyranids
or
are
go and buy one
parasitic
or
to life
something.
in the galaxy, then the
Maybe
Kroots are probably symbiotic to it.
We'll see how we do. See my neck. I gotta check the neck.
So, now that we have gone into detail regarding our two factions, who wins in the
Looks
battle
like it
of Rook
runs
versus Kroot?
down the back of the neck. It looks
Well,
alright.
despite
If
their
I touch
differences,
the back of
it
the neck
seems that
with
these
the
two
purple,
species are
that's
also
a
very
good
similar in
thing.
many ways. Both use their own subspecies as beasts of burden and steeds of
Bespin
war.
got some new
Their
models
technology
too.
is
It's a
scavenged from
good
other
time
enemies,
to
and while they love their guns, they are
reap
no
the
slouches
greater
when it comes
good.
to getting in a melee.
Represent
Due
the
to how
greater good.
brutally they do battle, they are looked down upon by other species as savages and barbarians,
What's it
but they often
called?
prove to be deceptively
Bespin.
wily. However, if there's anything that I have hoped to do through this video, it is to show you that these superficial similarities hide just how fundamentally different these two species are. As to who comes out on top, well, the answer should be obvious by now, and it's rather anticlimactic. If the numbers are even, then the Kroot may have a fighting chance. But against orcs, numbers are never even. When faced with the
Right
overwhelming
where their
size of an
eyes
orc
are,
law,
dude.
a Kroot kindred does not have the means to even come close.
Damn.
This is so true as to be canonical.
It's wild.
The
I
Kroot
love
were
it.
first
This is so much fun,
introduced to
dude.
Warhammer as one of the races that joined the Tau Empire, a coalition of alien species united towards the idea of a greater good. And their decision was spurred on by the fact that the Tau assisted them when the Kroot were being overwhelmed by an enemy
I would just
faction.
need
Chance to guess at who that could have been.
Vesta upgrade.
Besides, everything that has been
No
said so
Tau.
far should make it clear that orcs can do everything that the Kroot do, but with advantages at every step. They multiply faster, they are more resilient, and they do not lose their knowledge upon dying. But this makes sense. After all, they are bioweapons. But this is also where they fall short. Orcs cannot grow. Their design makes them a limited race, capable of adapting, yes, but not interested in changing or becoming different from what they are. The Kroot, on the other hand, have endless possibilities before them. No species in the galaxy has more potential than them because no species can change itself so pragmatically. But this also means that they require biodiversity in order to achieve these possibilities. Given time, the Kroot could evolve to become the most powerful species in the galaxy. But, curiously enough, they presently do not seem interested in galactic domination. There is a deeper meaning to their way of life, a potentially endless search for self-actualization through evolution.
Dude, it's
I like to believe that the Kroot have abandoned technology not only because it interfered with their way of life, but because they recognized that they were not yet worthy of it, that they needed to improve themselves much, much more before they could dare to play with the fabric of reality. It was not a hard lesson to learn. All around them are decaying civilizations that thought themselves worthy, all of which failed and now seem to be merely hanging on to the memory of what could have been, and the knowledge that it was fated never to come true. And then there are the orcs, a race that was never meant to be and that remains only due to accident.
Heresy.
Through a bizarre twist of fate, orcs find themselves in a galaxy torn by endless conflict, and they could not be happier about it. As empires rise and fall, things remain the same for the orcs. In a way, no species will ever know bliss as fully and completely as them. For as long as there is war, they will be a part of it. And if there ever is peace, then it means that the echoes of the last war have long since faded away. Maybe this was all part of the plan for the Old Ones. We could indulge in theories. Maybe the Old Ones knew about the Tyranid threat and were designing the Krorks as a solution to fend it off when the war in heaven erupted and forced them to repurpose their creation. Maybe the Kroot were also planned by the Old Ones and were merely allowed to grow naturally instead of being accelerated through scientific means. Regardless of whether these are true, one thing is certain. As different and incompatible as they are, in a sense, both orcs and Kroot carry the legacy of the Old Ones.
Really hard
the orcs are a monument. They remain as the proof of the Brain Boys' mastery over biology, of their unbelievably deep and complex knowledge of the structures of life, and of how easily these titans could have bent the galaxy to their will through force. The Kroot are a tribute. They are the fruit born from the seeds gently planted by these nameless caretakers of the past. Their philosophy seems to aspire to a greater understanding of life across the universe.
This is how we learn.
And it is definitive proof that they carry some of the wisdom of that ancient race. Because the Old Ones understood something crucial. What makes life a miracle is that it gives itself shape. It is an ever-changing painting, shifting alongside the canvas it is applied to. They understood that it was better to foster and watch over it because, even if they wanted to, they could never fully control it. After all, even in the grim and dark places
Burn
of
the
the
heretic,
universe,
kill
life
the
can be brutally,
mutant,
cunningly,
purge
and
the
wildly
unclean.
defiant.
Hell yeah. Is it over? We're gonna give this guy a thumbs up. He did pretty good on this video. Yeah, dude, it was a good video. Thumbs up.
The new
Explaining
$7 Lux Cravings box from Taco
girlfriend.
Bell with the beefy 5-layer
what the video is
burrito,
called.
Doritos Locos Taco, and the chicken
Part of
chalupa
playing
supreme.
Tao is the
Only
pure
not
pleasure
Lux
knowing
Bobby.
your army sends
the
half the
price.
player
The
base
new
through the
$7
roof.
Lux Cravings box, only at Taco
Oh
Bell.
yeah, no, Tao looks pretty dope, man. I'm down for giant mech robots, some Gundam stuff. I never got into Gundam, don't really know what it's all about, but come on, who doesn't like mech robots? Giant mech robots.
Affordable housing across the state and creating scarcity.
Alright, so yeah. Explaining orcs to my girlfriend Warhammer 40k lore. Numbskills. My second army is Fallen Angels 2. Anything to cause controversy. Heresy. Fallen Angels, huh? That sounds pretty dope. Are those the ones that have the black and white scheme, color scheme? The Lion forgave us, so it's cool now. Got pardoned.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Explaining Warhammer to My Girlfriend. I am your host, Ava, and joining me, as always, is my lovely significant other, Carrie.
Hello.
Before we get started, we want to give a huge shout out to all of our friends and patrons who helped with the intro. That was really, really fun to put together.
I think I'm gonna have to go with a smaller
we have
brush.
a huge announcement.
Do I have a smaller brush?
We have merch. We've partnered up with Bricky over at Orchidate.com.
I mean,
to bring
I
you
do,
some
but
great,
it's one of the nice
super
brushes that
comfortable
I have as a
hoodies,
smaller
t-shirts,
brush.
And, oh, is
and
that
the
a
one that came in the
swarm of
box,
nerdlings
I'm
on
not
your
ready to use that
sweatpants,
one
or
either
are you
because I
just
don't want to
happy
miss that
see
one
me? Also,
either.
there is
Not
currently
either,
a
too
Black
soon.
Friday sale. Any order over $100 is 15%.
So these first two termagants, I'll brush. I'll paint with this brush,
over at
the real lame brush.
Orchidate.com. Link in the description. And if you'd like to support
And
the show, head on
the
over
next
to our
time we
Patreon
do
at
another stream, we'll do 2 more termagants, probably with the lame brush again. And then on the third stream, when I do 2 more termagants, the fifth and the sixth one, we'll use the one that came in the box.
So we gonna learn about
the starter kit that we got.
No, we're not learning about gods. That's next episode.
And then the
We're gonna wrap
good
up our
brushes,
Chaos
damn,
Link.
dude, I might not
Next
even
episode
use
is
those
the-
for my first
We're
introductory
probably
box.
not gonna talk about Malal because
I should, but I don't
he's
want
like
to
a
because
weird
I'm
fifth
telling you,
Chaos
man,
guy.
I'll
He's
mess
not
him up.
canon, but also canon, and also the reason why he's not
I'm gonna
canon
do
is because
Krieg
of a
next.
licensing issue. But that's a
Necrons will
whole other
always be my
topic. Today
main
we're
bros,
having fun.
but I've always wanted
Today
to
we're
do
gonna be
a
talking about
Militarum Horde. Hell yeah,
So, what
dude, do it, bro.
Orcs, my love.
Mushrooms.
Right.
They are not
You're
mammals.
sick, but
They're
damn,
not
they
mammals.
They are
used to
not
be an
mammals.
expensive army to
Right.
build.
That is true.
Do
you know
it,
like your
man.
overall vibe at all?
Men.
I mean,
Men. Manly
Well,
men.
mushrooms.
if it's gonna
men.
put a smile on your
Mushroom.
face, you might as well
Is
do it.
Peach their ruler?
No.
Oh.
Well,
That's what it's
they
about,
don't-
bro.
They don't really have like a ruler per se.
Oh. Do they have any kind of societal structure? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they do. So orcs are the comedic relief of the setting.
Right.
They're goofy, they're fun,
Right.
they're weird. You don't really take them too seriously unless you're like fighting
I
them.
want
I've heard they're
Praetorians back,
British,
but
too.
it's
They're
not
cotton
going to
British.
happen.
Okay, but my mom's from
Are
London.
those one of the
town.
retired
Am
armies?
I an orc?
3D printing, my
Reach
brother.
back on the menu, boys.
That was
Yeah, dude.
scarily
Print,
accurate.
I'm a
print
voice
out some
actor.
Pretoria,
Kind of
whatever they
sound.
don't have. Whatever's unavailable,
Give me a body
print
type.
it, bro.
I got you.
Big, muscly, stunted.
Why did that sound like Gandalf?
Definitely support them by
Think of
buying what
orcs
they
as we
got
talk about
available.
them
But
to
if
be
they
sort
don't
of
got it
like kids
available,
that don't have adult
hey
supervision.
man,
Okay, I'm into that.
So,
My
as you
bets
said,
are
they
off
are
when it's
mushrooms. They're kind of
unavailable.
all throughout the universe, and they are by
like when they
far
used
like
to,
the largest alien population. Maybe
when a
Tyranids
certain company
are
used to do
more,
certain
but
movies
when they
and
come to a
not
planet
let
and they
them be
infest
out
it
of a
with
certain
spores, 'cause,
vault
you know, mushrooms. It's very hard
for
for
X
them
amount
to
of
be
years,
taken
and
care
it was
of
really
and
hard to
gotten
find
rid
them
of.
once upon a
Right.
time.
So they take up
You
mushroom.
take it into
They
your
take
own
up
hands to
mushroom.
find
It's
it
true.
yourself.
When you read like a Warhammer story or you experience like a game or something, more often than
Or
not,
something. I love it.
orcs are at least going to make an appearance. They are absolutely everywhere. You
I'm
cannot
just
get
dipping
away
my
from these
toes
guys.
into
And a lot of
3D
people don't
printing
want to
now.
get away
Nice,
from them
dude.
because they're so fun and
That's
goofy and
one of
weird.
my main
So
thoughts
if you
was
run
when I
into one of
was
these guys, he's
first
probably
checking
a
out this
fun
stuff.
guy.
Maybe
I
not
don't
to
think
you.
you just
He'll probably
3D
try to
print them,
eat
but
you.
yeah, no,
Oh.
definitely
Yeah.
support your
I mean, this is still Warhammer, right?
Is it? 'Cause I'm
your
loud?
hobby.
No, it's just because.
Hey, do they have any
He
purple
wants to
other
just
than
fight
the?
you.
Oh.
The way orcs work is
Leg
that they only
pads?
care about one thing, and that's fighting.
Oh,
They
that's
want
it. Just to
fight
the knee.
all
Just to the
time.
knee.
Or as they say,
Cool,
crumpin'.
cool.
Crumpin'.
They want to be crumpin'
Not
all the time.
crumpet.
Not crumpet, crumpin'.
Okay.
They get together and they're like, all right, lads, let's go crumpin'. And then they go crump.
Is that like going out for a rib?
Dude, this
No,
is so
it's
cool,
like-
bro.
It's like going out to like fight and loot places.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Would you
And
like
I missed the spot right here behind his ear.
Is that a mushroom?
Lichen is a type of fungal.
I don't think he has the ear, but if he had an ear, it was missed right behind it.
So you asked about their society. They're actually like pretty unorganized, other than when they
Okay.
get together to fight. And
There
even
it
when
is,
they're
there
fighting,
it is,
they're
there it
very
is.
unorganized. But the way
Got
that
it.
they
Like a
kind
guerrilla
of
warfare kind of thing.
yeah, kind
I mean,
of,
it
but
still
they're
looks
more
pretty
like
bad.
disorganized
Oh, I came out of the
societally
lines a
because their
little bit
entire
here and
things
there.
follow the leader. And who's the leader?
I'll
It's
show
the
you guys
biggest
here in a
orc.
It's that
second.
guy. But then you can't see
Got
him from where
one
you
leg
are.
pad.
So for
This
you, it's
other
that.
leg
So
pad's
they're
gonna be hard to do
sporadic.
because
I see your
his
jokes.
elbow is like on
I
his
can
knee,
understand.
and I don't want to touch.
can't
I don't want to
help
paint the
it.
elbow,
No, you're
but
adorable. I love you. So orcs believe that
Sometimes
bigger
you
is
got
better,
no
and that is
choice.
true because let's talk about their origins really
They
quick.
need to be stroganoff. Strong enough.
Is that also a mushroom
Well,
thing?
it's a dish you might make with mushrooms.
I see.
I'm gonna cremini as many of these in here as I can while we go. But I'll let. I want to hear about
Damn
their origin.
it.
Please tell me.
I'm gonna be groaning silently.
No,
why
they're
can't I
grown.
stay inside the
I'm
lines?
so fun! Yay! Everything's
Oh,
gonna be
sorry.
in Noki Doki.
For our viewers, don't worry. I'm face palming for you.
If you're not mold enough to get all the jokes, it's okay.
Oh my god.
I'm just trying to boost morale. Morale.
I see.
Okay, I'll stop.
So orcs were actually around with the Necrons and the Eldari back in the War in Heaven when the
Oh.
Catan and the Old Ones were fighting.
Jax Taylor, right? Is that right?
The Catan, yeah, the Catan
Yeah.
we have deemed as the Jax Taylors,
Jax
yes,
Taylor.
the Deceiver and so on and so forth. So orcs
Oh
were made
goodness,
as
you
Krorks.
guys!
Krorks.
They weren't orcs. They were
All right, we're gonna have to do better on the next one.
They were these genetically
Here,
modified,
check it out.
kind of a rush job to make them into these weapons.
Praetorians are
these
touchy
super
because they are
powerful
essentially
guys
the
that are really
colonial
smart,
British
really
Empire
tactically
in space.
advanced.
Okay.
And so they were
Nice.
basically like
Because it's
Dothraki,
just been
where when they show up,
horse, kids
it's a big
aren't
deal.
good dollar
Right.
to point value.
And it's a problem
I hear you.
for anyone that they're fighting.
It's an overwhelm
Well, I
situation.
mean, if they're fun
and
to like
because they are
paint or
mushrooms,
look
the
at, or
idea
just to like
was
have
these
on your
really powerful
shelf,
warriors
get it,
are
dude,
never
do
going
it.
to stop coming. So eventually, just based on numbers, they're
All
going
right,
to win.
so that's the first
You gotta
first code. We'll
fumigate
do
the
a second
whole
code,
house.
but
Yeah.
Or they're coming back.
or a planet.
And they're still coming back.
there it is.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously we know how the war in heaven ended.
Mhm.
The old ones died. They're gone.
Yeah.
The Catan
It
were
was a whole
imprisoned,
thing.
enslaved.
Guys, I can tell you
Necrons
all
went to
about it.
sleep.
I know all of it
fan.
Eldari would take over the galaxy
for a little bit.
Until they
Till the whole,
you know,
destroy
Right,
till the
I
whole
got the other one we're gonna work
accidentally
on.
summoning a god. Oopsie.
My bad. Death cap.
Orcs, unfortunately, had a
If you want to make your
They started
nids look
to
like
degrade over
look,
time.
oh Jesus!
They became
Blah, blah,
much
blah, blah,
smaller,
blah.
much
If you want to
dumber,
make your
and
nids look
overall
just a tiny
less
bit
what they
cooler
once
with minimal
You said that
effort
they were
and
made.
money,
Yeah, they
get
were, they were like a
sepia
race
wash
that
and
the old
slap
ones,
it
like
all
the
over the
Eldari,
white.
they were
Okay,
a race, and the old ones
sepia
came by and they
wash.
genetically modified them to be whatever they
me
wanted.
take a
In
picture
this
of that.
situation, they needed
Sepia
foot soldiers,
wash.
and so they made foot soldiers.
Okay, I understand.
That's
so they
sick.
came
Thanks,
to some
bro.
planet, and there was some cute little guys running around.
Adds a little
There were some
shading.
cute
I'm
little fungus
down.
boys.
And they were like,
what was the
I bet we could
other
multiply,
thing?
y'all.
It's interesting because Krorks were like these giant. We don't know a whole lot about them,
The
but
guy,
they were
the
essentially
guy
these
to
giant
check out. I
warriors
already
that were
forgot
really
his
strong,
name.
and
See?
they were really smart. What's interesting about
Duncan
orcs
Rose. There we go.
is
Thank you.
As they fight, they get bigger,
Oh.
and as they get
Duncan
bigger,
Rhodes,
they
take a
get
picture
smarter.
of
So the
that.
idea is that they're sort of, as they fight, they are becoming more like Krorks.
So as you use them, they
Might have
grow
been
on
something else I was supposed to
Essentially,
remember,
yeah.
but
But your
I
average
can't
orc,
remember right
pretty
away.
stupid.
Maybe
They're
it'll come
gonna
back to me here in a
follow
minute.
the biggest orc around.
Watch this.
They care about one thing
Watch
and
this
one thing only, and
pool
that's
in
crumpin'. They're
recesses
crumpin'.
to
They love
create
the crumpin'.
definition. I'm down.
Crumpin' time, boys.
Now,
Watch
interestingly,
their cool
orcs
to learn when
actually
you're
are
near.
religious.
Bob, what's up, buddy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
They
Louis
believe in
Space
two
Time.
gods.
That's sick. Thanks,
We
bro.
love dual theism.
I was just
Gods
reading
that
the
they
chat. I
believe
didn't
in,
know
they're
some new
called
people
Gork,
popped in.
Gork.
Thank you
and
guys for being here. Thank you for
Mork.
watching.
Gork
Yeah,
is
dude.
described as
We did
brutal but cunning,
like
but
5
Mork is
coats of this
described
white,
as
this
cunning
wraith
but
bone
brutal.
color.
Specifically without the G.
Oh, hold
Yeah.
on.
Okay, got it.
So
Hard to see
the
'cause I got
idea
stuff
is that Gork is like punch you in the
behind,
face.
but,
Mork is like punch
do
you in
this
the
a
back.
little better.
Okay, which one is which?
So about that.
Okay, what do you mean about that? Because I want to know. Because whichever one's gonna punch me in the back,
So we got 5 coats of that guy
So
in.
the
We're gonna
funny
do
thing about Gork
the
and
purple
Mork
now.
is
We're adding
that often
a couple coats of
in
purple. It says I had to
books,
2 coats,
even orcs,
but
like
it said to do
characters
3
and
coats of the
other
white,
orcs,
but I had to
you'll
do
see
5.
orc iconography,
Hopefully
and often
it's
you'll
good
see a
with 2
symbol of
coats of this
Gork or
purple, and
Mork,
if not,
and characters get confused. So
then
they'll see like an icon of
maybe
like
3 or 4.
well, they see an icon and it's like
Watch
that's
their
an
cool to
altar to
learn when you're
Mork.
new.
or
Yeah, dude,
maybe
I'm
Gork.
down.
This is me when I look at B's
I'm down
and
to
D's.
learn as much as I can.
I don't know which
all,
one is which.
You know,
Why
using
do they
all the
look the
different
same?
things that I can,
What do
bunch
you
of
mean that's not
tips
a
and
ball?
tricks.
Why-
That way,
They're
I
so
could
similar that even orcs get confused
begin to learn
onto which god
in
they're
that way, I
actually
guess.
like.
Oh, okay, that's
with
fair.
a bunch of
Yeah,
tools
it's
to my
really fun.
disposal.
It sounds like being not entirely accurate and or sure about which god you're actually working with at the moment might be a theme that comes up
Now we
multiple
can go a
times.
little
Warhammer.
purple.
Yeah, actually, we've
Interesting.
talked
Little
about that
purple
with
action.
specifically Slanesh. Like
Oh.
there have been a lot of things. Like the idea of the Chaos Gods is that a lot of it is slow and like tempting, especially with Slanesh.
Yeah, you go in the deadly web cap.
Yeah.
Webway.
The webway.
cap. Go see my babe. Give me a shroom with a
Um,
view, honey.
So orcs are big and strong.
Yeah.
But that's not what makes them dangerous.
Yeah. Okay.
It's how they function. Orcs have this weird thing where whatever orcs believe becomes reality.
They manifest.
Yes.
They read that book. The truth. What is that book? the secret. The secret. That's it. With
The Secret.
The Secret. Did you ever read The
I'm not-
Secret?
You guys ever
I
seen
never
that
read The
movie or
It's one
read
of
the
those
book,
books
The
that, like, all of
Secret?
our boomer parents read, and it's like supposed to like teach you how to like, you know,
Oh.
do your life however you want to do it. But it's like it all comes down to like think
The
about
Secret.
the things you want a lot.
Think about The Secret.
Like make
That was an
your
alright
shelf
book,
like a
but not.
mood board.
Oh, yo.
And like to a point, yeah, that
totally
like,
got
makes
his
sense.
face.
Like, you
so
want to,
one of
in order
the
to
bristles
push
that's
towards
like
something
sticking out of the
yourself, you have
brush
to kind of
slapped right sideways on his
You have
face.
to-
What's a
you have
good way to like
engage with
take it off? Just
but
like
it's not the secret.
use a corner of something and pinky it off
There
or
is no
something,
secret. Work hard.
or just
So to
leave it and deal with
illustrate
it and paint
how
over it later.
This sort of belief thing works. I have a quote
Dope.
from a Necron
Yeah, dude,
book
exactly.
from The Infinite and the Divine
Okay.
to sort of illustrate how even to a
Stupid
race such as the
bristle.
Necrons who have pretty much mastered science and technology and so on,
Damn.
they are confused by the orcs.
Trazin, our ships are without atmosphere, unpressurized.
Orican said,
Do orcs
Wipe it with a towel if it
breathe?
doesn't. All right, I'm down.
they have lungs.
Let me get
John, our actually guy, has left a note here
We love
saying, disclaimer, orcs can't breathe in space, but the answer to this is that they probably thought the Necron ship
Little
was
piece of paper
pressurized.
towel.
So the orcs probably
get it a little
thought the
wet.
ship had air, therefore it wasn't a problem.
So the orcs are fine. As long as they don't know what's going on, they're fine.
As long as they don't understand what's happening, they are a-okay. They're having fun. Which is interesting because this is only because they're not very smart. So a smarter orc would probably
just
have
made
a
it
problem in a
worse.
situation like this because they would understand like,
Sorry,
ah,
because
the
it was
ship's
like
not
a lot of
pressurized, there's
paint
no oxygen.
on that
I need to
bristle.
plan around that.
Mm-hmm,
So it's interesting how like as they get smarter, it kind of becomes more of a problem. Orcs are fascinating
we
when you start
know
talking about
how
like the intricacies.
this happens? Like, okay, they have a cognition.
Yeah,
like,
it's all right.
I
At
can
least we'll
breathe
wipe it
here,
away
or
as
they
much as we
simply don't
can.
have the cognition that they wouldn't be able to, and thus it either affects their biology
over it
in
with the
so much
other-
that they are able to maintain
With that
homeostasis,
wraith bone again.
or it affects the world
Later.
around them.
So it seems to be
Damn it,
the
dude. It looks like you
idea
got a
of
black
it just
eye.
works.
Okay,
and it
fair
works for
enough.
them. And to explain that,
We're gonna
orc
fight with this
guns
chick,
and
and this chick
vehicles and
cracked
stuff,
him a good one.
they
Clean this
work.
clock.
And like orcs make them and like they work.
Right.
But the problem is a human will pick up an orc gun and
Off
go,
and then
this
repaint.
shouldn't
Then like,
shoot.
yeah,
This shouldn't be
that's yeah.
possible.
But does it?
But it works.
So
We're
okay, so
doing
like,
it.
let's say there's
We're
a human
doing it.
and
I
an
don't know if you
orc
can see. Hold on,
in,
I'll show
I don't
you.
know, like a
Let's see his
space
black,
vessel.
his
like
black eye.
let's say they pop out.
They're on a ship.
They're on a ship. They're on a little ship
Yeah.
together. They're like
Mm.
vibing in the,
Come
you
on,
know, putting on their tracks.
focus,
Somehow the human
focus.
passes out or something. I don't know. They fall asleep. They
They
aren't
fall.
cognition. They aren't thinking anymore. So whatever they know is irrelevant
It's
to the
not bad,
situation.
it's
But they are
just-
alive and breathing in
I
this environment
notice
with this
it.
orc. Suddenly, the
That starter brush is
spaceship
rough
springs a leak,
going.
all the air goes
Props
out. The
for
orc
rocking
doesn't
it.
notice.
Well, it's
So
actually not even
orc would be
the starter
fine.
brush. This is an
It would be fine.
With the
even
human
worse
guy.
starter
Yes.
brush.
So it
These are
doesn't affect the
7
world
brushes,
around
a
them. It affects
7-piece
them.
brush set
It works for orcs.
for
So like if the
$7
human
and
picks up that
25
gun and
cents.
tries to shoot it, it won't shoot. But if
It
an
would
orc
break.
does,
I'm sorry,
it'll shoot.
$7
If you
for
release it.
$1.25.
It's weird.
7
right?
brushes for
Well, I'm just trying to
$1.25.
get the what could you do
So,
with this? Because in my
because
mind,
I know
like, you know,
I'm
you get
not going to be taking
my
as
God.
good
Wait,
care of
wait,
as I should
we
of
just
these
found out which
brushes.
god I'm gonna fucking
I mean, I
follow,
want
'cause
to.
I was like, you
I already
could get,
watched the
like,
videos on how to
an
take care
orc
of them.
and, like, gaslight
but
the fuck out of him.
I want to
and
take
become,
care
like,
of
an
them well
infinitely
before I use good
powerful
brushes. Because I
being.
have these brushes over here. Ow,
Slaanesh to Tzeentch already.
I
It's
think
happening.
it's just I think they just go together, hun.
They do work together quite a bit. Let me put it this way. You know how like ships will have like a big console with like controls and a steering wheel and stuff? Yeah, fuck
The
that.
bridge.
So I
Just
got
have
these.
a button that says go.
Oh, just a go, but make it go.
Yeah,
Full
it's
'em?
just a big red button that says go.
What if you want to stop? What if you're already going?
And it's got like a
turn into
Why would you ever
whole
wanna
bunch
stop?
of
Well, I don't know.
brushes.
Maybe you're
Real
heading
nice
right for a
brushes.
mountain.
Itty bitty tiny
Yeah, I love that.
brushes.
What about turning?
Listen,
not
as long
round
as an orc
brushes
is fighting-
either.
so
Parallel
let's say-
parking. Can they go forward and back, and then forward and back, and then
They got, like,
forward
nice
and
handles.
back, and then forward?
There's actually
Real
an interesting
fine little
theory that
points
is
and tips.
probably wrong, but it's really fun to think about. That you know how the tagline is the Grimdark
It's like a set
future
just for
40K, there
miniatures.
is
And then we
only
got
war.
dry brushes in here too.
Yeah. So the idea is the only reason why there is
Really
only
nice
war
dry
is because
brushes.
the orcs think that everyone's fighting,
But then that
so
would
the
be,
war never ends.
I guess they're in it.
So
The grind
I
though
understand-
brush sets
No, I
monthly.
know. I'm
Damn.
picking it apart too literally. It's
Go
just
add a
funny.
The beauty of
Diva.
orcs is the
Yo,
stupid
monthly
simplicity
monthly
of it.
brush
How
sets.
does
Yeah,
this work?
that sounds
Shut up.
wild
I
to
don't
me.
know. We're going.
Hopefully
It
not.
It's a
always
go
has.
button.
People were
That's the
saying
answer.
online,
It
like in
always
YouTube
It
videos,
always
that
has. It's never
if you
broken
take care
before.
of them and you
So let's talk
do
about
what you're
the orc
supposed to with them
factions, 'cause there's actually
nicely,
quite a
that they
bit,
should
and we're going to
last
focus mainly on the
like
factions that
months
you play
and
on
months and months
tabletop,
and months.
which it helps that these are the most prevalent orc clans.
Sweet.
And we'll start with the
Is what I
Goths.
hear, but
I
you know,
don't
you
go
never
for
know.
phase.
Especially with me and my kung fu grip and my
So these are your
my
classic
ninja
orcs.
hands, I'll end up breaking stuff, snapping brush sticks in my hand on accident.
But they're your basic, like, melee-focused clan of orcs. They're real tough.
I grind the
and their color
through brush
scheme
sets
is
monthly.
black
They
and
can.
white
Yeah, dude.
checkerboards.
Okay. I like the cool
Yeah,
skull
I'll try to be
thing.
careful
their
as much
logo's
as
really
possible.
cool.
Fancy.
Next up, we
I'm
have
gonna
the
be
Evil
doing it with this
Sons. These guys are your vehicle-focused faction. They
99
go
cent store
fast.
brush that.
Do you want to know what
that
their main
I'm
color
using.
is?
Motion blur.
It's not motion.
At least to get
It's
the
red,
feel
because anything
for it
red
at-
goes
in the beginning.
faster.
Oh, go faster.
And then we'll
So
switch
red
over to our
ones go
nicer
faster.
set
So
here when
orcs, if you paint something red, guess what? It's gonna go faster.
we're good and ready. We're just having a good
This
time
goes into
right
their
now.
relief
I wish that worked in Final Fantasy. I'd be zooming in front of all of y'all.
Yeah, you just zoom in front of everybody. They actually have a pretty cool Mad Max vibe.
I'll definitely be
Okay.
switching to the one
Like a
that
lot of,
comes
like,
in the
ramshackle
box though.
junkyard bikes and
not
cars and buggies
next
and all
stream,
this
but the
stuff.
stream
Do
after.
they
Yeah,
have
if you-
planes?
They do have
I do the golden
planes,
maples. They're
but
cheap
I
Do they
and
don't know
they're
if-
Do they
Kolinsky
fly them out
brushes.
of
They
the
got
airport of
pretty.
Bello?
They
Are any of the
pretty damn
cars
good.
like nice cars?
Kolinsky
Like
brushes.
Porschini?
Are those the brushes that are with the
No, they're
real
all red
hair,
checkers.
the weasel
It's all junk that shouldn't
hair,
work.
Are the
gopher
seats of the
hair,
cars toadstools?
I don't
beaver
think
hair,
they
whatever,
even
whatever
have
animal
seats.
hair
Oh, okay,
that comes from like.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
might
yeah.
have
I'll-
just
okay, for
Maybe
sure.
as many of them in there.
Yeah,
as
because
they
I was
can.
hearing that a lot too when I was looking at videos for
There's actually
brushes.
orc racing game
Yeah,
coming out.
critter hair.
That's cool.
So it's like,
Oh,
so
that's really
Kolinsky's are
fun.
these.
So
If
that'd be
you
really
hear
fun to,
Kolinsky,
like,
it's
we
always
could
going to be
play
from
that
that
together. I
that
don't know if
that
orcs
critter
have
that
trains,
lives in the
actually. You know,
ice
there's
or
a
in the
lot of
snow or
trains
whatever,
in,
and
I love trains.
it's like from
and
a
a lot
certain
of
part of the
wargamers do
Russia
that
or
too.
something like that, and
Our next faction
and then
are
all the
the
other
bad
brushes are going to be
Bad
synthetic
moons.
brushes
So
that
their main color is
that you
yellow,
pretty much
because
don't
yellow
want
is
to
the
ever use.
richest color. They are
I mean, you
the
can use them, but
richest
they're not
Oh,
great.
okay.
because orc currency. They have currency, by the way.
Damn, I got
Their
him on the
currency
back of the
is
neck again.
Oh.
Yeah, so I
Teeth is.
definitely need to get a
Teeth is.
small,
Yeah, they
use
have
my
teeth.
little tiny
Okay,
itty bitty
I
brush
have
to do
teeth.
the
Oh, I'm rich.
the
So the
armor
reason why they're the
plating
richest
behind
is
the
because
head
bad moon
and
orcs,
shoulder
their
pads.
teeth grow faster than other
They're
Oh,
just
they're like
So
white
brush
that's
is just
sharks.
a
why they're
little
the
too
richest.
Regular
thick.
sharks. Regular sharks. That's cool and also unfair.
Well, I mean, so here's what they
I
do with
love
all
this
the teeth.
though,
They
dude.
buy all the biggest guns.
I don't remember the last time I
So if you
was
play Bad Moons,
this
you're going
relaxed.
with like big DACA. DACA is gun.
Okay. Could they not just buy faster vehicles?
Well, that would be what the Evil Sons would do.
Well,
but
I-
Bad Moons are more focused on like big guns. I see what you're saying, but their main color scheme
The
is yellow,
synthetics
so they
had
paint everything yellow
had
to let you know like where the
the
Bad Moons were
synthetics
the
had
best.
their
Because if they painted
uses,
it
but
red,
for
orcs
the
might get
small
confused and be
details,
like, "Is this an Evil
Kolinsky's are where
Sons
it's
or a
at.
Bad
Hell
Moons
yeah.
vehicle?"
You should watch a
Let's say
video
this is
on
like Fast and
Slap
Furious,
Chop,
and they have a race,
Slap-
but it's like a race for their
Slap
car,
Shot,
like you know how
Slap
they're always
Chop,
betting their cars when they don't
Slap
have cash
Chop
and stuff.
technique.
And so
Sure.
let's
It's
say
different,
the
easier,
Bad
and pretty
Moons,
fast.
like beat the fast guys.
All right,
because they
I'm
pull some,
down.
like, tricksy maneuvers. They
And
Yeah,
they
cheat
because
or
right
whatever,
now
and they take the
I'm
red
just
car.
like
So the red
Or
one
they
would
buy
I'm
it.
go
trying to be
faster.
as detailed as
Most
possible
likely they
without
would
like
paint
missing
it
any
yellow.
spots.
and then it would go slower.
It would
You
go
know, I've
slower.
seen
Even
some
if
videos
they
where the people are
believe
just like,
it
you
could
know,
be
just
just as
slap the
fast
paint
because
on
they
there,
got
get
it
it
and they had
on
seen how
there,
they know it's
and
gonna
then
be
you'll worry
slower
about
when
the
they paint
details
it.
later.
Well, they're gonna paint it to represent
Yeah, I
their
hear that.
faction,
It's just I
but
get
it's just
caught
a
up.
fact that the red ones go
I get
faster.
caught
This is why
up.
DMs don't like me.
I've always gotten caught up though.
Because I'm
My
like,
whole life.
how do I find the
You'll
loophole?
be watching TV.
Right.
You're watching
Well,
a show you
unfortunately,
like.
with orcs, there are no loopholes.
Commercial
There is
comes
just
on, you
solid
switch the
facts.
channel just
Red
for a
ones go
second to
faster,
see what else
yellow
is
the
on.
richest
I'm
color,
watching my show, so I'm
et cetera,
definitely
et
going to
cetera.
come back to it
Alright.
So
right
Bad Moons
away.
have
I
the
just want to
biggest
see what's
DACA.
on the other
They
channel.
also
And then you
have
go
more
and you
Gretchen
put on the other
slaves than
channel
the
and you
other
get caught up.
ones.
Gretchen slaves.
You get caught up so
So
long that
Gretchens
all
are
of a
like
sudden that other new channel you're
avoiding
watching
people.
goes to a
It's just a
commercial.
poor
And it's like,
lady,
wait,
just
how long have I
Gretchen
been
over
watching
there.
this? Wasn't I
Sorry.
watching something else? No, my show.
Here's a
And
fun
you switch
fact about
back and then the
Gretchen.
credits are rolling and
They
you're like,
always have
bruh,
better
what in the
accuracy.
hell?
Like they shoot better than orcs in game,
Okay.
and they're typically
Dude,
smarter
you should
than
watch
orcs,
video on Slap.
but they're
Dude,
very
Slap
fragile. They're
Chop
like made
is
of glass
so
bones and
fun.
paper
I do all
skin.
my
No,
D&D
my little
figures Slap Chop.
guys.
Hell
Yeah. They're also, you know,
I
they're known
doubted
as a lot of
slap chop
things
at first,
like
but it's
slaves,
decent.
workers,
Hell yeah.
emergency
That's
food
what I'm gonna do tonight
rations,
after I'm
so on
done
and so
painting
forth.
these guys. These first two are gonna be like this. I'll check out your
Yeah,
slap chop
there's not enough food. They'll just start eating Gretchen.
suggested video.
Gretchen.
And
poor
yeah,
Gretchen.
dude.
Gretchen.
Like I said, I
we
want to
feel
have
bad for our
all
Gretchen friends.
tools
They
and
deserve
knowledge
so
to
much.
my
You know, not to get eaten.
disposal
Yeah.
when I'm
That's nice.
doing
They
this that
deserve to be
way. If I
happy.
like
They're
something,
so
I could,
cute.
you
I
know,
love
begin to
Gretchen
do
so
it that
much.
way.
Aw.
Incorporate it into
Why
my
do
norm.
that?
Well, because he wants it.
Oh.
The other Gretchen's
Who's he
tattling on
talking
him.
to?
You know what I like too is like dabbing it. Dabbing it seems like I can get right up on that
And then
edge
they're not gonna get any loot.
Yeah, probably.
See,
without
these are the kind
going
of loopholes
over.
you
It
gotta be watching out
seems
for.
as I go over.
Our next orc faction are the Blood Axes.
Oh, okay.
Their color is
Oh wait, no, I
camo
was supposed to
because
go
they
over right there. No, we're still good. We're
sneaky
still
pull
good. We're
horde
still good.
They're orcs.
That's
They're
still
the
part of the
sneaky
border. My
I
bad. My
feel
bad.
like, based on what I've learned, you would watch them slowly paint a car camo until like the last drop of paint was applied, and then it would disappear.
Damn, dude, that actually came out nicely
you're
on this
not
tail.
far off.
This tail version came out
You're
good.
not far off. It just turns invisible. Like, whoa, where'd it go?
I'm
Interestingly,
doing it,
Blood
you
Axes
guys.
are mistrusted by the other orc clans.
For tabletop
because
use
nine times out of
meanings,
10
it makes painting armies
no, it's
quick.
because they stab you in the
Okay.
back so often.
Oh.
So-
Yeah, dude,
Scarbrand
I definitely want to give the actual
Yeah,
game a
like
shot for
Scarbrand
sure.
behavior.
See if
Orcs
I'm
don't like
down.
that kind of
I've
thing.
never,
They don't
I've,
get
I've done D&D. I've played D&D
So
one time
have
with
a
people.
unique
They invited me
model for
over,
their
and
faction
I
called the Commando,
went over
which
to
is
the
orcs
homie's
that, like, they wear
place, and I tried it out.
hats
Let's
and
make
stuff.
you a
They look like
character.
Black
You know,
Ops
these will be your
orcs.
points, and
They're really cool.
this and that.
Here's
They
another
hooked me
reason
up,
why
and
Blood Axes are not very
I was just,
trusted.
I was
They
mostly
trade with
spectating. You know, I'll roll the
And
dice,
sometimes
and
they work as
but
mercenaries
for the most part, they're the
and
ones
you know
doing
what?
all the
The other orc clans,
calculations
they
out
see
for me
and
that
they're
I
like,
needed
"You're
to
not, that is
to be
downright
a
un-orky.
participating
That's
player.
not okay.
That's
And
not
yeah, dude,
orky
way
enough.
sick,
That's
but
not orky enough.
I guess.
I felt like
if
such a
everybody's saying
noob.
Mhm.
I felt
must be
bad that they had to like,
It
oh,
must
okay, no,
be
no,
true.
it's okay, you do
Uh-huh.
this.
The
I
thing
mean,
is,
they're real
they
helpful. It's
will
just,
work
damn,
with
dude.
humans, but they're probably
I
gonna.
don't want to be holding up the game.
But it's like, if it benefits
And
us, we'll work
yeah,
with
dude,
you.
We'll
that was
work
my
with you
first
until we
experience
get
with
what we
tabletop
want,
games.
and
We
then
played
we're
one
gonna take
time.
everything. Our next
It
orc
was
faction
hours and hours,
are
but it was
the
fun.
Death Skulls.
Fun hanging out,
They are typically
eating
painted
snacks,
blue.
drinking
because blue
soda,
is the luckiest color.
talking
Not
about
green?
school
No,
and
because
Okay.
green is
how
the best color.
people suck.
Okay, sure,
Yeah, how
cool.
people
I'm
suck.
into it. I love green. Green's pretty.
Yeah, green's great.
And
But blue is the luckiest.
yeah, good
so this
stuff, dude.
faction, they loot or steal most of their gear
Yeah,
from
I need to get
battlefields
a
or other orcs or humans
a
or so
finer
on.
tipped brush
This
for these
faction, if you
little
want to get
tiny
into
corner
orcs, this one
recess
really encourages
spots.
like, yeah, just take like a bunch of different bits from other things and just slap them together because that's what this faction's about.
Right.
They really like mechs.
Oh, me too.
It's just really cool because you can just take
Who
like
doesn't
a
like
bunch
mechs?
of
Like seriously,
human
It's
guns
so
or
badass.
space marine guns and stuff.
Any mech,
slap them onto
anything
an orc, and with Death
has been
Skulls,
pretty
it's like,
sick
yeah,
that I've
he
seen
just
so
found them
far.
on a battlefield. So like
Give me two-
customization
I need
is
two
really
orc
encouraged with them.
names that would be in the Death Skulls.
Two orc names that would be Death Skull orcs.
Yeah.
You could just say like,
Like a lady one and a man one.
oh,
Are
I
there
have
lady
bad
orcs?
news.
Okay, well, like
Grunt and
Hey,
Grug.
is the
Grunt-
neck,
Grunt
the
and
bottom
Grunt,
part of the
you
neck
have to get in the
blue on
robot,
it?
or Gretchen will have to go again.
I'm a big fan of speed paints and contrasts.
What
too.
a terrible father.
Speed paints? Is that
What a
the
terrible
brand name?
dad.
Speed paints?
Ogendo Akari. Our next orc faction.
Or it's a type
are
of
known as the
paint
snake
that.
bites.
Guys. Noodle.
Interestingly,
not
they
the
don't really
hooves,
have a
like,
color associated with them. Usually it's
there's a
brown,
spot right here
browns
on
and
the
greens,
neck.
like really earthy tones,
Okay.
because
Hold on.
they're the more traditional orcs. They have a belief in the old ways. So
The old ways.
they don't
Mm,
really use
maybe I'm tripping?
technology unless it's like really, really old.
Ah.
No,
Okay.
no, we're
They're
good.
often
We're good.
described
Yeah,
as
just,
the toughest orcs.
I just missed
Not
the
the
spot. That's all.
Not the strongest, they're the toughest.
Right. So they're tanks as opposed to like doing the most
Mhm.
damage. We're talking tank, not DPS.
Yeah. They're usually using melee weapons primarily, or as
Alright,
orcs call them,
okay.
choppas.
Right.
So they use like choppas and spears.
We've
Right.
got a ball
And they're
game.
home to my favorite orc subfaction,
Oh.
the Beast Snaggers.
Bee snaggers.
So the Beast Snaggers are so cool because all they care about, you know how like
Alright.
most orcs are like crumping, they want to like loot and stuff. Not these guys. You know what they care
two.
about? They're like, we're monster hunters. We go to planets and we hunt for
The only
monsters.
part that's going to be
Oh,
hard to
this-
get to
okay,
is
wait,
like
to, like,
in
take them
between
from
the
care of
the
them and like check on
the
them
knee pad on the
sometimes, and, like,
inside
make
of
sure
the
their
leg.
habitats are doing well.
So it depends. So a lot of their gear is like, you know, skinned alien
Actually, we're doing pretty good
monster
getting that spot.
bits, and they're
Yeah.
like
It's
wearing
almost, I
it.
almost
So it's
feel like I'm like
monster
trying to
hunter. It's
get
like,
it, you know,
game.
putting the
Or sometimes they'll
building
tame it and
a
they'll use it
boat
to ride
inside
in
of a
battle,
bottle.
like kind
Yeah,
of.
I
lure
like
them.
I'm
what this
trying to
guy's
get
style. He
right
is killing.
inside
What a
in
beautiful
between the
logo.
middle
So,
without
snake
getting it without making it buzz like Operation.
Squigs.
Operation.
Squigs.
They are non-magic people who are born of magical parents.
little more blue.
What are you?
That's a squib.
Oh, what is a squib from?
Harry Potter.
Oh, I don't remember.
No, it's okay.
I don't remember. I remember people yelling.
Yeah, we
the word
definitely need to
Muggle at
fix
each
this
other.
guy up.
For
That was about
instance,
it.
Professor
That's
Filch
wild.
is
So I feel
a
like I did better on
had
this
magical
guy, but he looks
parents.
worse.
That's why he's allowed to be at Hogwarts.
I see. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So anyway, squigs.
Mhm.
Squigs are another. So Gretchen are also from mushrooms. They're also spore creatures.
Mhm.
Squigs are also
Okay.
spore creatures.
It's a type of
and
paint.
their
Okay.
DNA is
Speed
really
paint
They
type
sport
of
each
paint. I'm
other.
down.
their DNA is really
I'll look into that too.
malleable.
Oh.
There are all
Need
sorts
more
of squigs.
water.
Food squig, hair squig,
Ooh.
anvil squig. You know, like clonk.
I
Clonk
love
is an
Clonk.
anvil
Guys,
squig. Clonk.
can we take a Clonk appreciation moment?
Can we appreciate
Look at
Clonk?
him.
Look at him.
Oh.
He's
Guys.
perfect.
Oh,
we
look
love
at him.
Clonk.
What a little guy. A body we could
perfect
only
guy.
aspire.
It's really
One of
interesting
these
how
sticks out
much
way
squigs
too
are
much.
like
One of those
you.
follicles.
If you ever see orc with hair, yeah, that's not hair. That's a hair squig.
Hair squig?
That is like its mouth is like latched onto its scalp.
Oh no, it's like a lamprey.
Yeah, It's like a lamprey.
Oh, I
It's
don't
really
like
gross.
lampreys.
Just
Look
don't
at
think
them.
about it.
Oh,
when
look
you
Dry
at
see
paint
them.
stuck
Just
to
don't
it.
just don't think about it too much when you see an orc with hair.
Well,
We
now I'm
like pulled
gonna.
half of
Yeah,
it off.
well.
It should
Oh,
be
this whole
alright.
series wasn't worth it. Now I know that.
The dark truth
Wait,
of hair
ew.
orcs. There's also like targeting squigs,
What?
water
Oh,
skin.
it's like Tears of the Kingdom. You
squigs.
just throw on what you want.
Yeah, it's just whatever you want,
Yeah,
right?
I gotta hit this thing in the eye, but I'm not good at this
Alright.
one. Here's a eye.
Yeah. And so
It gets easier,
snake
dude. You're
bites
doing good. You're
usually
going
are the
good.
ones with
Thanks,
the most
man.
squigs.
I
They,
appreciate
like,
it, bro.
breed
Here,
them,
check it
they-
out.
They take
So
care of them. And
we're
so
done
there's
with
a
the
lot of
first
different squigs
coat
that they use.
on the
So,
second
what is this
guy.
reminding me of? It's like those
Well,
like
we came
what's
out
those
of the
games where
lines
you,
a
like,
little
breed
bit here
things
and
and see what they
there.
turn
Actually, I
into?
need a
Oh,
little,
like Monster
another little
Rancher?
piece.
Or like I mean,
Right,
I guess
quick,
some
just
Pokemon
so
games. Or yeah, Spore I
good on
think
this
is more
new
what I'm
pad.
thinking of. But I
Yeah.
also feel like I'm missing something. Like
Alright,
I feel
alright,
like
alright,
you know that
alright.
weird app that came
That
out
should
a
be good
while
right
ago
there.
where like people were like you can combine any Pokemon and some of the most nightmare
Oh,
fuel
yeah. It's kind
crazy
of like
stuff.
that. Yeah. I like the ones with funny names.
It's getting there.
Donna.
Let's put the spots on it where I came out the
Our final
lines,
faction
but
are known as the Freebooters. They are orc pirates.
he's almost
I
there.
like pirate.
They
I'm
wear
gonna go
funny
back to
little
the first
pirate
one,
hats,
do that
Aw.
second
sea
coat.
shanties, and
She shanties.
We still got to do black for the
often made up
gun,
of
the
other
hooves.
orcs from either
We're
broken
probably gonna
war
be here
bands,
another
or they've
little
been
while,
They're
but
the
we're almost
from
there.
outcast
their
orcs.
clans.
Aww.
It'll get easier
the
when you
orphan
get some
orcs,
good
the
brushes
orphans.
too, like night and
but
day difference.
sometimes
I struggled with the
orcs
crappy
will
brushes
willingly
at
leave
first
their
too.
clan. So like a
Yeah,
goth orc could just be like, I just want to be a
yeah,
freebooter. And then he'll
There's
go
also I
off.
have another set of
Just live your
brushes.
fucking life, man.
Yeah, just do your thing.
And these
Unfortunately, the
are
reason
another
why
like
a lot of outcast orcs
cheap
come
set,
into here
but they
is
look
because they've
better
done something
than
really
the ones
messed
that I'm
up.
using for
Kind
sure.
of like the
Like these are
black
probably like
crows
$5
of
set.
sorry
And
of
they're like
Game of
different
Thrones.
colors.
What John enters.
But there's
like,
big
Oh,
ones
some
and there's a
people
nice
volunteer,
little
some
fine
people
one
are
that looks like it would
criminals,
be
and
nice
it's
to
like
use
better
right
than
here.
being beheaded. So
Yeah, you could like imagine
And
if
this is
the
compared
wall
to
was
the one I'm
just
using right
pirates.
now.
It's kind of like that.
okay.
They're very similar
As
to
I paint-
blood
as I
axes,
paint the
where they
back of
actually
the
go
cardboard.
around and they make deals
Yeah.
with humans, or as they say, humies.
So I'll
Humans.
probably
And
switch
they
to
also
maybe
backstab
these
everybody a lot.
on the
Stab him
third
in the
stream.
bum.
Fourth
Apparently this is
stream,
my
we'll do the one that came with the box,
I found
and then
it.
the fifth stream.
Freebooters are so
streams after
adorable,
that,
and I
maybe we'll
wish they
do
had
the
newer
the
models
really nice
because they
brushes.
have pretty old ones. But what a lot of people will
I
do
just don't
is
want to
they'll
mess up the
3D
nice
print little orc
brushes.
pirate hats and just
Aw.
dress up all their orcs.
That's what I
It's
do to
so
Cheetah.
cute.
I mean, but this is how we learn, right? I gotta
Yeah.
mess up the nice brushes to know what not to do the next
You're
time
supposed
for
to have
sure.
a Halloween
I mean,
hat,
that's
and
why I'm
that's
trying to
supposed
learn
turn
with
into a
some
dragon. It's
lame brushes. But look, I'm already like,
We can do a
it's
Christmas
already pretty
dragon.
much ruined,
It's
and we haven't
look.
been painting that much.
Kita's
There's
gonna live
never a
like
bad
40
time
years.
We'll see. We'll see how it
for
goes.
a dragon.
No, it's true. Dragons are freaking aesthetic.
Watch us hide
boys.
all sins.
It's time
Yeah,
to
yes,
talk
sir.
about
I'm
the
way
law.
down.
Okay, I've had questions.
Liquid talent.
Yeah, you've
Oh,
seen a lot of people in
yeah.
the comments screaming out "wah."
I have, and I'm with you.
I'm gonna need some liquid
I'm down to
courage just to be able to look at my
I just
Yeah.
don't
draw
know
my
what we're
paintings,
learning
my
about.
my miniatures.
So sometimes an orc will be asleep.
Let's get started on the
And
next,
they'll get a vision
the next,
from Gork, or maybe Mork, or both,
whatchamacallit.
even.
Oh.
And they'll wake up and they'll get really excited.
Next
And they have
layer,
just this
shade,
raw fighting energy.
coat,
They have
coat.
like this aura
Thank you.
of
Damn.
hype around them.
Oh.
And that spreads to other orcs, and they're like, yeah.
Starting
and
the
they
next
start getting
coat.
really excited. And
Coat
yes,
number
they
2.
start a
I
hype
really
train.
think that
That's
we'll
actually
only need 2
hype
coats for this guy because
train.
So orcs start this
it looks
hype
pretty
train,
good. It looked
and
good
it's
enough
so
for pretty
powerful,
much the
this
first
fighting
coat.
energy that it unites the clans.
But the second
and
coat
they
will
get
definitely make it
together
look
to go
extra
crumping.
good.
And it typically
Extra
is like
perfect.
they'll start on
Perfect.
one planet and they'll just move in a single direction and they won't stop. So if you're in the way of an orc wah, bad news.
To be fair, statistically, in space, that's not hitting a lot.
Right, but an orc wah can last a long time because the only way a wah usually ends is if the main boss is killed. The war
The starter
boss.
brush really
The
is the
wasp.
worst
The
size for a
wasp.
starter brush, really.
So a lot
So
of
it's like the little when you're
I
running
gotta
around.
take another
Breath of
look
the
at it. I haven't
Wild,
looked at
Tears
it in
of
a
the Kingdom,
minute.
you see
I
one of
showed
the
it when I
big ass-
unboxed it, and I think I
boss
put it
will
away,
collapse,
and I
but
just
you have
left
to
it in
get
the
rid of
box.
Yeah, when you get rid of the boss, they all disorganize, and then
Or
it's
you
easier
shoot
to
the
pick them
boss
off.
with the muddle bud.
This is the second episode you've talked about shooting something with a muddle bud. I think you
Listen,
have a problem.
I like chaos and I like loopholes.
I see. A lot of orc
I
books
don't know
where
about
they're,
this
like, the
channel,
primary
you
antagonist,
guys.
A lot of it is either
You guys
we
mind
either
if I
get
switch
away
it, or you
from
guys
the
want to
orc,
keep
or we
watching
have
this
to go
channel? Let's
find
see.
their war boss to
We're about
end
halfway
this.
through the
Okay.
video.
Right. Makes sense.
And considering they have such a presence
That's
in
all
Galaxy,
right. It's
that's
just
the majority of Warhammer books you're going to read.
So the boss, in
The war
this
boss,
case,
yes.
is the guy
Yeah.
who had the dream.
Not always.
Okay.
It's typically just a regular orc, but the biggest orc will be in charge of the entire wall.
Yeah. As
And
the
there can
wall
even
grows,
be multiple.
bigger.
Yeah, and there can be multiple.
You can
walls
switch it.
going on
Hell yeah.
simultaneously.
Let's do it.
Multiple walls. With that, it's time to talk
It's
about
all
some
right. It's
notable
just it's not
orcs.
for me.
So we've been talking a lot about demons, right? Let's talk about one of my favorite orcs who has like one page of lore everywhere you look for him, Mr.
It's the
Tuska
40K
Demon
content
Killer.
designed for
Tuska
girlfriends.
Demon
Yeah,
Killer.
yeah,
Not
yeah, yeah.
killer,
Sorry,
killer.
I'm dyslexic.
Tuska
That's
was
all
chilling
right.
on his ship.
Have you
called
seen
the
any? Have you guys seen any of
and
those
then
shorts
There were a bunch of
of
demons
like
that like started invading.
there's some shorts where
onto
they
his big
show
warship.
like oh what girls
So he
want and
found,
then
like,
what
the
guys
big
want,
boss
and it
demon.
shows like
Right.
the girl
Killed him.
one saying
Tuska
I
had
just
so
want to
much
be
fun
surrounded by
fighting
my
this demon.
my
He got
friends
a
and
bunch of
family or
weird
something,
boys, which
like on
are
their deathbed
just
kind of thing.
magic orcs that can,
And then
like,
it's like
cast
what guys
fists.
want, and they're like it
And he
shows
basically-
space marines
yeah,
going on in the
that's what they
battle,
do.
dying.
They
Yeah,
cast
dude.
fists, and
Okay.
they,
Want to switch
they-
it? Hell yeah.
He got them all together.
Sometimes I
Dudes
can't get out
that
of
want
bed.
to
It doesn't
explain to
always
their
work.
girlfriends in a way she'll pay
failed this
attention. Yeah,
test.
dude.
Oh
Like to try
man,
again.
no,
How-
I don't. Let me go
I'll
So
pay
it's just
attention
these weird
watching
boys,
other girls
and he
interrupt
used
my
them to
explanation
enter the
over and
Eye of
over
Terror.
again. Yeah, I'm sure.
So he went.
I'm sure they'll find it
straight
nice.
into hell. And
Thanks
this
for
caught
my
the
girlfriend. No,
attention
no,
of our
no more
favorite
girlfriend
angry
videos.
boy, Korn.
I
He
want to
like
see something
saw this
badass
orc
and tell me in a
probably
badass
heard them
way.
screaming,
Like
even
this,
though they're like in a
orcs.
big warship.
War
and he probably
is
saw them and
life.
was like, "What is that?"
Let's try that one out. By Luton. Luton's alright. Seen a couple of his videos.
Prop 33 is just one sentence. The state may not limit the right of any city or county to maintain.
Alright. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Imperial Irritator is cool, it's a little too chill though. A little too chill? The orcs are the... Oh, I missed it. Who are we to judge them? The elder who failed or... Oh, way too quick. Sorry. No big deal. Strong surprise. Imperial Liberator. Liberator Iterator. Imperial Iterator. David Attenborough AI voice.
Orcs are one of the most fearsome, savage,
I don't know who David
insidious,
Attenborough
and most
is.
well-established races in the 41st millennium. They lack any
I might if,
empathy even
tell me,
toward
like,
their
what
own
voices
race,
he's done,
and they
maybe,
exist
perhaps.
as a genetically
Male fantasy is
engineered
dying in the
creation
sickest
of
way
instinct
possible. Yeah, dude,
and a
I'm yeah,
DNA-coded
it is
sense
sad.
of purpose.
Messed up.
They're created for one task and one collective goal only:
Planet
to
Earth guy,
wage
you know.
unending war.
Planet Earth guy. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I've heard it.
The Orcs are one of the older races in the 41st millennium, along with the Eldar being created by the Old Ones. The then Kruk would later become what are now known as the race of Orcs. The Eldar were a higher form of design, with them possessing many levels of high intelligence. The Orcs are their exact opposite, working on pure genetic instinct. Orcs and greenskins in general, though, are not born from sexual reproduction, they're rather grown from spores. And all orcs are grown from these same spores and fungus, be they lowly snotlings and Gretchen or full-blown orc warriors. Once a planet becomes infected with orc fungus, either by chance or invasion, it'll likely never be free again.
Damn, that's
having
wild.
to forever defend against the unrelenting green menace. This infection is often likened to something like a terminal disease. Once a world is contaminated, it will surely be a case of when, not if, it will eventually wither and die. Orcs are enemies to all throughout the galaxy, but despite their crude and instinctive-driven nature, they should never be underestimated. Defense to an orc assault can seem almost hopeless from the outset for some human worlds. With all their strength and power that they can wield, to fight the orcs is nothing other than a battle of attrition, a slow grinding down of morale and willpower. For a successful defense against any assault from the greenskins only buoys their spirits and emboldens them further to attack again with more fury and more enthusiasm. They won't relent, they won't slow or surrender. There is no respite, there is no escape. A planet infected by the orc menace is a doomed world. Orcs possess a powerful genetic sense of being to fight, to conquer, and to never surrender under any circumstances. Their strategies, if you could call them that, are usually unsurprisingly simple and unashamedly direct: to overwhelm the enemy with sheer weight of numbers or absolute weapon superiority, to never show their enemies mercy, to smash and obliterate all who oppose them under an unrelenting green tide of ultra violence.
Yeah, buddy, I believe it.
With machines that defy
People are gonna
logic
get sick of
and
this,
technical
bro.
understanding, and they
All
care
this,
little for strategic gain, are seen to be just as likely
all
to
this
slaughter
BS
one
that's
another
been
as they
happening
are the
lately.
enemy. But most especially if an enemy is in their sights.
I know, I'm sick
Orcs
of
are
it.
often
I'm
reported
sick of
to,
seeing
for
it,
example,
but,
skewer one another
yeah.
with swords and other melee
It'll-
weapons, just so as to
it'll flip
gain a
around for
killing
sure.
blow to an opponent, crush
When
their
enough
kin
people-
with their
when
own
enough
vehicles
people
with
have
little,
had enough,
if any
when
regard,
they start
and
to
use
say
heavy
something.
weaponry without thought to such a thing as friendly casualties. Imperial forces are often left to wonder, how does one battle an enemy that defies all logic? And their answer is usually exterminatus.
We got our second coat on. Again, I came out of the lines a little bit, but it's definitely
The
not
orcs, as
user error.
mentioned
We're gonna blame the
previously,
brush.
are an engineered species. They were created some
I'm gonna
60
blame the brush, you
million years
guys.
ago by the Old Ones, who also
Nope, it's the
created
brush's fault.
the Eldar
I
and
did just
seeded
fine.
life across the galaxy. The Orcs were created,
Definitely user
as were
error,
the Eldar,
but with
to
the help of
wage
the brush.
war against the Necrons, the ancient enemy of the Old Ones. And the Orcs would refer to their creators as the
That guy
Brain.
dry.
Now, while the
I'll
Eldar
do
were
the
made to be
second
highly
coat
intelligent with
on the other
extremely
purple guy.
powerful psychic powers so as to best counter the Necron and
Or
Catan
did I already do a
threat,
second coat on
the
this guy?
Orcs, then
No, wait, no, I
Krork,
don't think I did.
however, were the antithesis
Do a second
of
coat on
the
this
Eldar.
guy, and then we'll move to the
Muscle-bound,
black for the
irrationally aggressive,
hooves and the gun, and
rarely
then we'll call it a
showing
night.
signs of advanced intelligence. They're driven by designed instinct. Orcs, you see, require war and brutality, as others might need food and water to sustain them. To an orc, war and brutal savagery
We can
is
only
not a
hope, man.
desire.
I just want
It's a
things to be
physical
badass
requirement
again.
to
Hell
their
yeah.
identity.
Like, life's good,
This is
but
why
it's
they
not
often fight amongst themselves
defending
as much as they would any
Germany.
outside races.
Germany,
While they
you're
do
good,
possess
yeah.
advanced
Need Rome
tech,
back.
it is maintained by a class
Well,
known as
just
Odd Boys,
remember
who, as
the
with all other
5th of
orcs, are driven
November.
more by just a gut feeling, a born knowledge, than a true awareness of what they're actually doing.
Things will be badass
Unlike
again
the
one day
Imperium
soon.
of the 41st millennium, the Odd Boys possess the instinct of skill to not only maintain, but more importantly, to actually develop technology. If you can really call it such.
Damn, I
This
got his
skill
arm
isn't
again.
learned or researched by any conventional sense of tech development.
Stupid.
It's instead bound
We'll
into their
fix it later,
genetics,
but
as with all
damn it.
things orc. Most
I mean,
of their
I'm pretty
skills
sure I was
are
taught to
instinctive.
color inside the lines as
The
a
best way to
kid.
really
I don't know what's
envisage
going
this
on
is
now,
for them
but
to just
pretty
smash
sure.
things together until by some miracle it just works. A kind of deadly galactic scrap heap challenge, if you will. Orcs don't possess any random evolutionary psychic powers as humans might, and we say, evolutionary. If it's the old ones which have seeded life, perhaps it's by design, but nonetheless, the psychic power with orcs is comically random. And again, being by design.
Except
from
all the
their
places where I
creators,
came
the
out the
old
lines,
ones,
other
this
than that, it looks really
bizarre
good.
psychic power allows for orcs to literally will something to
We
be
might
true,
actually
that if just
leave
enough of
the
them believe it,
fine detail
then it will be
fixing.
so. For
Like
example,
where I came
the
out of the
classic
lines, we
painting
might fix
their war
that
machines a certain color
last
may imbue it with a power,
with the
like
really
being
good
more
brush.
powerful with explosives or just to go faster. Just because
it
enough
all
orcs will
looks
believe
good
it to
except
be
for where I
so, with the
came out of the
proximity of
line.
numbers of them, means it will become a reality. This enables orcs to achieve things like space travel, even controlling space hulks and bringing them into real space under orc-modified control. A terrifying thought. As well as bringing huge war machines to a battlefield. All of these things, by all rational logic, should be outside their realm of skill and possibility, and this genetic trait is also why orc technology, whilst essentially being just a random collection of things smashed together, will become devastatingly fearsome war machines in the hands of orcs, but then would just as easily return to being useless junk in the hands of other races. It's a clever solution to the threat of your war gear falling into the hands of an enemy.
So there's
And
like
again,
sometimes on
this
the
is
edge of
by
it,
design of the old
I
ones.
feel like,
Conversely,
maybe
though,
I
if
missed
orc
the
numbers
spot.
dwindle, then it can be potentially
But then also it
counterproductive.
looks like,
Unlike other races who can wield immense
I got
power
it, it's just a
reliably,
little bit
even
shiny
in
because it's
singular
still wet
or
paint.
small numbers, any number of examples would
I have to,
suit
like,
from,
look
say,
at it from
Imperial
different angles,
Assassins
make sure I got
to
it.
Grey Knights and Eldar Wraith Knights. The more or less of their own race will not have a bearing on their success, their strength, or their functionality of their tech. Not so much.
Except for where I came out of the lines, like I said. But
the
that
awareness
looks
of
good.
this orc psychic functionality.
Now I think
came
two
into
coats are
general
good for those
understanding
guys.
through the Imperium of
I
Man's
really
tech
don't think they
priests,
need a
who through their
third
own
coat for the
cultivated
purple.
belief
The
in a
white
machine
definitely needed a
spirit
coat.
that inhabits technology, and that this
Come
machine
on,
spirit
focus.
serves
There.
mankind at the command of the machine god. This imbued them with a perspective and point of reference that enabled them to see the truth of how orcs were able to bring technology to the fore that should have been far out of their reach. Lastly, the orc race's anatomy is
let that
particularly
guy dry a
interesting.
little bit.
The old ones
We'll
obviously
grab
wanted
the
the
first
orcs or
guy,
Krork to
and we'll
be
start doing the
functional as a
hooves.
warrior race, a biological war machine. But before you have the ability to
claws
wage
and
war,
gun.
you still have to fulfill any life form's basic needs, like sustenance, food, water, the
looking?
basics of life. The old ones
Yeah,
in their
dude, that
wisdom
second coat looks
imbued the orcs
fire,
with a
bro.
powerful genetic advantage. Here, on top of their already many powerful
maybe a
genetic
little
traits.
bit behind the
For
head
one,
that I
when it comes to
missed.
food and liquid intake, the orcs can use
I'm just
their
gonna
own
put a dot
growing
behind the
fungus
head,
as a food source.
and then we'll go change
They'll
our
happily
water
eat
out.
pretty much anything, though, when it comes to meat, and the lower orc forms of snotlings will cultivate this fungus food. The more interesting elements of their biology, though, is that orcs really are something like a symbiotic animal-fungus hybrid, making them partly eukaryotic in nature. Now, fungus was historically part of the plant kingdom,
There's
but
a couple
fungi
spots where I
lack
straight-
chlorophyll, the green pigment in
straight got
plants
him where
that
I shouldn't have
converts
got him.
light
It's
energy
okay, though.
to chemical energy.
We'll cover it up
They
later.
also have other distinct structural and physiological
Wash my
features, and they're
brush.
third class separately from plants. Now, it has been suggested that orcs' green skin and their blood could directly contain chlorophyll, so as to allow orcs to actually photosynthesize as a plant does, and thereby provide orcs with some energy so they can survive longer.
So I know I'm
without
not
actual
supposed
food.
to rub
Now,
the brush
only
up
problem,
against the
this
floor
makes
to
absolutely
clean
no
it, but
sense
can I
for the
spin it
reasons
against
I
the
just
side
mentioned.
of the cup?
Fungi don't
inside
have
the water?
chlorophyll. So if orcs
I think that's
grow
okay.
and
I
were
don't
cultivated
think they
as a
said don't do that.
plant-based life form in
But
part,
they definitely
this
said
would actually
don't
be more
push it
reasonable,
against the
but
floor
they're
of the
not.
cup.
They're grown from fungi. So apparently the generator Magos
but
biologists
they do
of the
say,
Imperium
like, when
should
you're
actually do
getting
some more
water off of it,
microscopic
to twist it
comparisons
backwards
before they reach their
against
conclusions.
the
However, it's also
Whatever you're
suggested that
wiping it off
orcs in their blood
on,
and
like
bodies
that.
may contain
it.
some sort of algae, and that this might be actually what's responsible for the coloration and then also possibly the ability to photosynthesize to a degree. This is a more reasonable concept, but as with all alien races, information is pretty scarce and speculation is abound. So there's one point
still
aside,
looks a
other
little
orc
purple.
anatomical interests are that an orc's animal-fungal symbiosis means that they actually contain less critical organs than,
pieces
say,
of
a
paint
human,
coming off on
meaning
it.
orcs can afford to take
Need to
wounds
wash
and
it a little
damage
more.
that actually might kill a lesser creature, but it will allow them
And
to
then they say
continue
to like
functioning.
use
Part
like,
of the reason
I don't
they
know,
are so
shampoo
surely
and conditioner
haphazard when
on
in
real
battle,
haired
almost
brushes
careless,
when you're done
is
using
their
them.
bodies are
and keep
essentially
them
designed to be simple,
keep them
practical,
moisturized
and
and
operate
nice and-
even when catastrophically damaged, which rings true of everything we know about their purpose and their design. They were designed to be a biological war machine and nothing more. Orc growth, though, is a
Alright.
strange thing, whereby orcs
Alright,
will
we're
grow
gonna replace the
according
water.
to, I suppose, unsurprisingly, how
And we'll be right
violent they are. They'll generally continue to grow at a varying rate dependent on how successful they are in combat, be that versus other orcs or their enemies, and then their growth will stagnate again. Orcs live across a wide and scattered number of worlds throughout the galaxy, some in a state of war, some in endless skirmishes, and some dominating worlds, ruling them as overlords, with often human slaves obeying their brutal command. The Orcs' expansion was really an accident, as best known in Orc history. Of course it was. This is why even now their settlements are often random with no real pattern, focus, or direction. The Eldar claim orcs have become part of reality itself. Mankind as well scouted, probed the galaxy, all of the known galaxy, and everywhere that they explored, they found the orc. The galaxy at this point is contaminated beyond any hopes of cleansing and
Abaddon
salvaging
Black.
it from the orc. Because of the random and haphazard fashion by which orcs discover, explore, and inhabit the galaxy, they have splintered into various communities, if you want to call them that. These communities are usually just a confederacy of tribes, either loosely or under a warlord. Each tribe is a random bunch of orcs just smashed together with clans and various mechs and materials.
And check the
It's a
magazine
mishmash
one
of
more
violence
time.
and
Make sure
constructivity. It's best not
I'm
to
doing it
overthink
right.
It bears no resemblance to any ordered sense of a community or a society. Orcs have known of mankind and their emperor for some time. They know that humans worship the emperor and have seen his shrines and symbols across human society. They regard the emperor as the god of the humans. And this is easy for orcs to understand as they have their own gods.
Oh, wait a minute.
Even though they see humans as weak,
So the gun
they do
is only
respect
black
the
on
emperor
the
as
top,
a powerful war god. From the orc
front,
point of
top,
view, the emperor
back.
is a constant warlord to the humans.
Hold
They
the
see him
model
everywhere
stable and
in
carefully
human
paint the
society.
eye
And so
of
to the
each
orcs,
flesh
this
and
widespread
forward black.
war god must
Take your
surely be
time on
powerful
this step,
and
the
therefore
results
to
are
be
worth
respected.
it.
Some orcs speak
Wait,
of a
the
legend where
guns
the
have an
emperor
eye
will
on
appear
it?
as a manifestation
What?
challenging the orc gods to battle. But still, despite this, he's also seen to the orcs as a
Hi,
confusing figure. Why he would command his human servants to take on so many pointless tasks when they could be just fighting makes no sense to the orcs. The humans' constant failures or their stress and despair seems to underline this confusion for orcs, hence why they often use the word "ooman" as a slang for things that are pointless,
Crazy.
impractical, or just counterproductive. The orcs' attitude to life is fairly simple, and therefore they cope with the
Back of the
realities of the
gun,
universe
front of
far
the
better
gun.
than many other races. With no overarching goals and day-to-day concerns being really only whether to build or fight or eat, it's quite a stress-free life. Especially when you have no fear of your own mortality, from an orc's point of view. Generally speaking, they don't try to influence their own destiny, they don't try to apportion blame, unless it's some stupid Gretchen looking to get his head bashed in. Their hatred is spread equal among their enemies and their allies, and if they fail, they feel no guilt, try again in a different way. Unlike humanity, Chaos has little to any fear or effect with orcs. Their minds are hardwired to
Does
their
their
simple
chest have
day-to-day
any purple
activities,
on them?
so dreams of power and turning against each other
It
for
almost
some
looks like it's
cause
on the
not something
other
that's
side
likely
of
to
their-
spread very
the inside of
insidiously
their
through a
fly.
tribe of orcs. They're probably too busy already killing each other over some far more trivial matter. And because of their simple and objectively speaking stress-free lifestyle, it leaves little psychic stress by which Chaos can actually invade them.
Wait.
Also,
Maybe not.
even though some races may look
Hold
upon
on.
the orcs as evil, either due to their near mindless savagery or their endless conquest of worlds, this
Do
is
they have
actually
purple on
pretty
their
ignorant
chest, right down the middle?
Lumping orcs in alongside dark forces like Chaos or Dark Elder is really a disservice to the orcs.
Maybe not.
Because
No,
they exist
they
by
do.
design, and they have become simply very effective.
Well, at least this
at
giant
existing.
winged creature
They follow
does,
their
or the
instincts,
spike.
and these are hard
The one on the
coded
cover
into
of
their
the
very
magazine.
being. Evil,
He's got
I don't
purple on
think
his
so, but brutally savage.
on his
definitely.
chest, but I don't know if the term
It's also
against
often
do.
mistaken
But it
that
looks
perhaps
like they
if one were to
might.
see Chaos and
I just-
Orc
I
fighting
missed
on
that
the same
purple spot.
battlefield, that they are somehow
Well,
an
we'll paint it
alliance.
later.
In reality, it's
We're
probably
just
more
gonna do the
simple
black
that the
right
orcs
now.
just see them as other fighters on the field, who they'll
'Cause
probably
it's just
turn
it's
to
too
deal with in
small
short
to
order
get in that
once
middle.
the nearer
I can't
enemy
do it with
to them
this
has
brush.
been
I
battered
definitely
into
do switch
submission.
brushes.
And when it comes to trade,
We
orcs
can do that
strangely
later, that's
do
okay.
have this as part of their
We'll
culture.
do the black right
and they
now
use
and
their
we'll-
teeth, literally their teeth. It's
We'll leave
actually
it right
a
there.
comically natural solution to economic inflation, because orcs go through their teeth similarly to something like a shark. They replace and regrow them frequently. Orc teeth also degrade over time, so it's impossible to stockpile them. This keeps prices in orc trading constant and ensures that all orcs have access to regular currency and commodities. And besides, if you're running short on teeth, it's no problem. You can just
Already
go
shook the
smash some other
black.
orc's face in and get yourself some more. Orc language is deemed as being low Gothic, and orcs are able to communicate with others, but at a very basic level. Orc script, though, is very different altogether, and it's actually written in glyphs. The core of this is simple clan indicators, and these are then adapted using phonetic symbols which can form some of the key orc words. It's pretty simple though, because it's just generally not needed by the orc race. They function by design, not structure or organization. They have no need to keep records, log data, or any other useful societal function for writing and literature. These aren't important for orcs. The orc way is one of near anarchy. They're ruled by traditions and understandings much more than laws and governing. And it's pretty simple. Orc society is about conflict. Strong orcs will rise up, weak ones will work or are killed, and they in turn benefit from the leadership
little
of the
bit of
stronger
black.
orcs. If an orc tribe is beaten by a stronger one, the survivors gain the leadership
For
of a
the
better
hoofs
tribe,
and the
making them
guns.
stronger. And there's no rules about a tribe's size, location, or purpose. It's just the rough grouping of orcs in a given area at a given time. And each is led by a warlord whose authority is pretty loose, giving just maybe enough rule to prevent all the orcs from turning on each other. A tribe could be a few hundred strong, a few million. The literal numbers are not important. Large tribes are usually split into smaller groups of warbands which are ruled by war bosses. And these warbands are usually a few hundred strong, creating smaller forces ready to battle wherever it's necessary, or whenever they feel like it. While orcs will belong to a tribe, they also will belong to a clan. Now, a tribe may break apart into parts or form new ones, but clans are enduring and remain a reasonable constant from an orc point of view. Some of the most noted orc clans are as follows. Now, the Bad Moons, these are some of the most wealthy orcs. They're essentially what could be regarded as the merchant caste in orc society. The Blood Axes were the first orc clan to encounter the Imperium of Man, and they adopted human tactics of camouflage, albeit slightly bright camouflage. And usually for orcs they'll sometimes actually retreat, having picked this up also from humans, but they'll usually return, and in greater numbers. This clan will sometimes even trade with humans, even having been known to work as mercenaries for them, which sounds crazy, but may be uncomfortably necessary. The Death Skulls are essentially looters and scavengers. They appropriate battlefield loot to make themselves stronger, including Imperial war gear. The Evil Sons are orcs who are committed to speed, and whatever makes them go fast should be as loud as possible. They also love flying vehicles like fighters, fighter bombers, and they usually seem to wear at least some red material.
Butterfingers.
Because as all orcs do know, red ones go faster. Goths. The Goths are simply tough orcs. They're the biggest, the most brutal. They thrive on battle more so than others, and they're driven by the blood fury of close quarter battle. Snakebites worship ancient traditions over advanced tech. They protect themselves with war paint and may even choose to remain as feral orcs instead of developing their skills with mechs and guns. Finally, the freebooters. These are pirates. These orcs are notorious thieves, preying upon anything or anyone that they find. They'll kill anybody they see, they'll seize upon, haul their booty back to their hidden bases. So now we go to orc religion. Whether intentional or not, the old ones ended up imbuing the orc with a religious sensibility. They worship their two gods, Gork and Mork. One is brutal and cunning, and the other is cunning and brutal. The Orc gods are the center of Orc energy. They drive and power their whole culture. The best idea we have of how the Orcs perceive their gods is in their mechs. These are the physical manifestation of their Orc gods and drive their followers into stupefying frenzies of violence and bloodlust. They're also seen in armoured battle suits Gorkanaut and Morkanaut. These armoured suits are seen as idols, and the Orcs piloting these suits gripped with visions of their gods, urging them to fight on harder, faster, more brutally, and inevitably to meet their demise on the battlefield. While Orcs often talk of Gork and Mork as separate entities, it's even possible they are one, perhaps with two sides, or provide different visions to different Orcs. Still, it doesn't stop the Orcs from often favouring one or the other, being known as either Gorkers or Morkers. One figure in the Imperium knows more of Gork and Mork than most others. He is Vulcan, the Primarch of the Salamanders. He is what's known as a Perpetual in the 40k universe. Essentially, he's an immortal. He can regenerate from almost any injury, even something like being vaporized. Vulcan disappeared after the Horus Heresy, but he would appear some 1500 years later on the Imperial world of Caldera to aid in defending it against a massive Orc invasion. Now, though he died many times over, he would regenerate and appear again on the front lines. The Imperial Inquisition requested he lead a mission to destroy the Orc warboss known as the Beast, but Vulcan refused until Caldera was saved. With the aid of Imperial forces, Vulcan saved Caldera from destruction and would return to Terra, gathering an Imperial force to Ullanor, to the homeworld of the Beast. Vulcan would lead the final charge into the Beast's massive temple Gargant, confronting the warboss there. During a powerful struggle, the Primarch and the warboss would fall into the Gargant's
Getting some of the
generator.
edges is
Vulcan
just
created
way
the detonation of the generator,
tiny, bro.
so powerful it killed not only the
I think
Beast,
I'm gonna
but a
need
massive chain reaction, shattering the temple
helping
Gargant
hand for
and
this.
obliterating them. Vulcan, presumed dead by the
Straight
Imperium,
up.
but the Salamander Space Marines still hunt for him, believing him indestructible and that he will return to them. And the point of this story was what Vulcan would witness in the heart of the Orc
Try this helping
Gargant
hand
when
out.
exposed to its powerful generator. He witnessed the raw energy that was the culmination of all the Orcs' warg, and he would witness the origins of the Orcs and their gods Gork and Mork battling one another at the beginning of time. This powerful vision allowed Vulcan to understand the true nature of the Orcs, how they are a race of evolution through experimental anarchy.
Oh yeah. Ooh, depth perception though is way off.
Now, the Orcs have been an ever-existing threat to the Imperium of Man, but towards the end of the 41st millennium, there's been seen an explosion in Orc warg. Now, the Orc Dominion, or Empire, marks the regions in the galaxy currently controlled by the Xenos. Some planets are now completely controlled by the Orc race, where others are in an unending state of brutal, nightmarish, and near-hopeless war. Orcs have been heard to keep under control some of the local populace, creating a prison workforce who are kept in unbearable, exhausting and dangerous conditions, abiding by their uncaring savage slave masters. Most of these prisoners will be unlikely to ever know any other life than being subject now to the Orcs' brutal will. But the Orcs will at any time also control random isolated worlds, as well as rampaging hordes that sweep through the galaxy, battling all that they encounter. They also have been found inhabiting ancient space hulks. Now, as an aside, a space hulk is simply a term given by the Imperium of Man to any ancient wrecks of space vessels. These hulks are no mere freighters or even warships, but giant ancient vessels, possibly from the early exploration of mankind or even lost in the Age of Strife. They can be so massive as to even maintain their own gravity, or in rare cases, atmosphere. The hulks can often appear and disappear, transitioning between the warp and normal space. This makes exploring them
We're doing it. We're on the last couple.
As well as orcs, they
Couple of
often can host
things.
other dangers like the vile Xenos Tyranids, who have been found often using these hulks as breeding grounds for their gene stealers. Even Chaos Space Marines can sometimes be found there, either searching for ancient tech or preparing to launch hidden attacks against the Imperium. While there is great potential reward in searching a Space Hulk, there is also immense danger, coupled with the ambient danger of the own Hulk's instability. As such, searching these vessels is left to the elite warriors of the Imperium and the Space Marines, the Space Marine Terminators. They're some of the most heavily armoured units within a Space Marine chapter, and their ancient Terminator armour enables them to carry out the extremely dangerous task of searching the Hulks. Now, humans have explored extensively in the 41st millennium, and they have found orcs to inhabit every corner of the galaxy, and this seems unlikely to change now or in the future. The orcs are not a race of reason or diplomacy, or even needs. They exist as a genetically engineered creation of instinct and a DNA-coded sense of being. They spread across the galaxy more like a plague than conquerors. This plague of war is often referred to as the Warg. Orc conflicts usually will remain localized to their own planets, or objectively speaking, small raids to worlds inhabited by other races, or other orc or pirate-like raids on passing ships. Again, as with most things that orcs do, there's usually not a grand plan here, so don't overthink it. A Warg, though, is a different happening altogether. When numbers of orcs reach a critical mass, they feel a need to migrate to form a crusade of apocalyptic aggression that will sweep through a region, destroying anything in its path. Numbers of orcs are beyond estimation, then they'll swarm through a segmentum of space, exterminating everything in their path. You could liken this to a locust plague or a viral pandemic, until it eventually burns itself out. A Warg also refers to a psychic field that affects orc psyche. This is, again, as with all things orc, an instinctive state, enabling them to make simple observations of understanding. This applies to everything from designation of seniority, which again, don't overthink that, it's usually more akin to who is just bigger and therefore more right. All orcs generate this dull psychic field by default. It binds them together and helps their ramshackle culture function. The more orcs that are present, the stronger this shared psychic field becomes, and this is amplified through sheer numbers, or if they say are enjoying a really good bit of battle and smashing their enemies' faces in. The Warg helps drive them, and you could think of it as being akin to momentum, where past a point it's just going to increase. A Warg can begin on a small scale, sometimes as a small individual who may have some vision of great carnage and feel inspired to share with others by smashing their heads in until they get it. Or if he's imbued with a sense of tech skill, maybe he's going to create some giant gargant war machine that gets the blood and hype of his fellow orcs running high. The rumours of war and coming carnage spread like wildfire through the orcs, only exacerbating this sense of Warg. An orc war boss, who is simply a big powerful orc in command of his tribe, will usually rise to their aspired position through just basically beating the hell out of all around
this
them,
helping hand
until
thing is
fellow orcs
badass.
just get it that he's the biggest and the strongest.
I can just
His
twist it
decisions
to
will
where
be
I want
enforced
it.
by a ruling caste of orcs known as Knobs, and these are again a bigger than normal orc who will surely remind those below them of the fact at every opportunity
I'm so far away
with
from
some
it, though. Here
casual
we go.
violence. A war boss in a time of Warg will assert himself through unsurprisingly more savage, senseless violence towards his fellow orcs. When a war boss has created enough blunt trauma to be recognised as a powerful boss, he'll then be deemed an orc warlord. As his status spreads, more and more clans will come under his control, growing an unrelenting green mass of aggression. The mechs and brain boys will build ever more outlandish creations, absurd in their brutality and genius in their creativity. Vicious war machines belching smoke and oil, poisonous vapors, acrid smoke, mobile fortresses, titanic war engines created from basically random scrap metal and abandoned, twisted, now cannibalized war engines. As the war boss grows ever stronger toward becoming the warlord, he will subsume his challengers' armies, with many of the orcs now seeking the sense of Warg with a bloodthirsty insanity. Mech boys raise towers of Warg, and Gargants will start to be seen. Gargants are the equivalent of Imperial Titans, and so represent a world-ending level of firepower. These Gargants are idols, or seen as avatars to the orc race, as manifestations of their gods Gork and Mork. They are merciless weapon assemblies of sheer destruction. Gargants form no standard pattern of design, as does barely anything in the Orc way of creation. They are instead a random collection of parts and combinations of cannibalized war machines. And this excitable and chaotic nature of these builds makes their weapon systems unreliable. Their whole design is haphazard and probably about as dangerous to the crew as to their targets on their battlefield. A clear difference between most Orc war machinery and other races in the galaxy is they don't utilize guidance systems commonly. They also carry large crews of Orc and the lower, smaller race of Gretchin. They operate these war machines as a team, passing down orders as you might imagine a steamship of, say, the 19th century, calling down orders to the engine room and so on. Gretchins are significantly physically smaller than Orcs, and so they're used to repair systems on the go by crawling into tight spaces. Gargants are usually weaker in terms of armor compared to Imperial Titans and relatively shorter range of weaponry. However, they're still difficult to destroy because of the compacted, dense nature of their construction. There is one rarer variety above a normal Gargant known aptly as a Mega Gargant. And this is essentially a mobile fortress running on tracks. Imperial tales tell of Orcs laying siege to cities, spending even as long as 18 months to construct these colossal machines of war.
It's all
Returning to the
right.
apocalyptic Warg, the continuous swelling
We're
of
gonna
Orc
go back
mobs
to using our
starts
hand
to
though,
reach
instead of the
critical
helping hand.
mass. Ships and transport vessels are smashed together, and the Orc armies reach a point of no return. This wave of violence now comes crashing down as the Orc armies overflow with bloodlust, descending into battles that consume entire worlds. The Gargant idols further trigger the instinctive drives of the Orc clans and tribes who would do anything to outdo each other's destructive capabilities. At some point, this wave of fury and raging violence reaches its boiling point, and the Orcs begin to gather their great Warg army. The ground shaking under the weight of tracked vehicles and striding walkers. The skies turn black from flyers, belching out blackened exhausts, and their ragged banners of
Why don't we get
brutality
purple all the way
raising
down
higher
towards
atop
the
these
claw,
rusting,
dude?
illogical contraptions of war. Orc wargs are very decentralized and have very little true coherency,
How did it
even
get
with
all
a
the way
powerful
down
war
there?
boss or warlord overseeing things. Various fragmented factions will exist in a warg, cults of speed for example, whose principle is to go fast. Essentially speed freaks who love the thunderous roar of an engine, and if they can shoot some guns at the same time, all the better. Probably driving over and crushing some of their own kind in the process. Storm Boys are elite shock troops who strap huge rockets on their back to make sure they're first into battle, charging with no thought much to the consequences. And this is actually frowned upon by many Orcs as they prefer to charge in under their own feet to get physically into the battle. Still, seeing a Storm Boy's volatile rocket pack malfunction go spinning off into an exploding disaster, certainly killing the pilot in the process, is great entertainment for the comrades on the ground. And then of course you got the Mad Boys. These are Orcs overwhelmed by the psychic energy of Warg. And they also can occur when clans of Orcs inhabit a planet and have to develop their own technology over generations of spawned Orcs. Either way, Mad Boys don't coexist well with their kin. They're essentially best described as feral, which is saying something by Orc standards. These feral, crazed Orcs are also known as Nutters, and they're grouped together into squads who will either be a secret tool to success when unleashed on the enemy, or a hindrance when they accidentally slaughter any fellow Orcs they happen upon. Once combat begins, Mad Boys can still be some of the most savage fighters to an Orc foe, or fellow Orc alike, ripping them to pieces. Still, they're just as likely to sit in a whimpering huddle, unable to move, overwhelmed by psychic confusion. No Orc can tell exactly how they're going to behave, and making them an unpredictable and extremely dangerous force to bring onto the battlefield. Along with their crudely smashed together spaceships and Space Hulk infestations, Orcs have even been reported to convert asteroids into massive space fortresses known as the uncreatively titled Rocks. The Orc species is one of the most adept at making the best of their surrounding materials, and this is the genius and danger of their design. The old ones created the Orcs with only two things in mind: making them deadly and to make them near impossible to exterminate. Orcs are a plague upon the galaxy to be sure, but not because of their skill in battle or because they spread insidious ideologies, but simply because they're so difficult to truly eradicate. Humanity, for all of its technology and experience, often must resort to planetary exterminatus to be truly sure of destroying an Orc infestation. Orcs defeat their enemies by either overwhelming them or wearing them down to a point of collapse, through continuous losses in personnel and materials,
Oh,
simply by
missed
attrition.
one
Orcs operate
spot.
from a sheer antithesis of ordinary warfare. Usually any force will seek out decisive victories, utilizing minimal resources and seeking to limit casualties. Orcs, on the other hand, seek no limitation in casualties or resource management. They have no control over this, but to burn as hard and as fast as possible. And even when defeated, they will return to grind down whatever crumbling defenses remain of their enemy. Now, there are many individual stories and tales of orc warlords and bosses, as there are within the Imperium and its various leaders, captains, and general history. In orc culture and history, you can't speak of the orcs without mentioning the warlord, Ghazghkull Mag Orc Thraka. He's an orc warlord of the Goth clan and is an immense symbol of everything orc. Now, despite orcs being generally an anonymous mass of anarchy, he stands out as a powerful leader. He's commanded multiple campaigns and crushed most, if not all, in his sights, be they Imperial, Eldar, or Chaos, smashed the metal skulls of the Necron into brittle scrap. He has influence above that of any ordinary orc warlord and is often described as a prophet of their gods. He travels the galaxy subjugating, slaughtering, and burning the enemies of the orc. His vision is to wage a warg so immense as to summon the orc gods out of the immaterium and into the physical realm, and he extends their will. But his beginnings were nothing of note, just another orc bashing in other orcs' brains to climb up the ranks, and originating on a planet known as Urk, originally Urukles, founded by humans during the Dark Age of technology. Humanity prospered here, rich in mineral wealth, and with easy warp tides flowing for space travel, it was an excellent trade hub. Lights and noise attract attention. Resources make good mechs, and the orcs would become aware. Attacking with a voracious assault, the orcs would raze the planet before riding back into the warp tides. As with nearly all orc assaults, the departure is not as clean as it appears to be. They'd leave behind fungal spores, and the orcs would return in time. Other species would periodically form outposts on the planet. Sometimes the orcs would rise up, other times not. Sometimes they'd be destroyed, sometimes not. It wouldn't be until the Great Crusade of mankind, though, that any humans would return here in numbers. The Dark Angel Space Marine Legion would lay claim to the world, and for 2,000 years humanity would build, mine, and establish a functioning order on the reinstated world of
black on the other one now.
That wasn't until around the 32nd millennium when a great orc warg swept through the system. Humans were overwhelmed again and evacuated, fleeing into the warp. But its tides destabilized, and Urukles would be cut off and not easily reached by outside influence again for about 8,000 years. The orc tribes, however, remained, battling one another and fighting over the human ruins that remained. A state of genuine attrition was reached, with various warbands fighting over ever-diminishing resources, none of them able to unite under a single leader. Then came Ghazghkull. One thing the Imperium had learned about the orcs, though, was that their wargs could be quashed if detected early enough. The Imperium would begin to deploy observation posts so as to best detect and monitor orc numbers and activity. The Dark Angels monitored this, as well as they routinely monitored human populations for potential recruiting planets. After the warp tides had calmed, the Dark Angels were able to establish one such outpost on Urk, so as to monitor this well-occupied orc planet. The orcs, however, desperate for any loot and resources, managed to discover this observation post, and it was quickly overrun. At this time, Ghazghkull was just a Goth's trooper in a warband, and during the frenzy to claim the base, he would be shot in the head by a bolter shell, a devastating injury that would shatter his skull and pulp a section of his brain. Staggering back to his feet with immense toughness, he drew the respect of orcs around him, especially Goths. Despite being a physical wreck, staggering and stumbling, his blood and brains spilling out into his own hands, they eventually found their way to a doc, who would perform what I guess orcs deemed to be an operation. As is often the way with orcs, this was less a repair and more an improvement, an augmentation, and probably a bit of an experiment. Ghazghkull found that his skull and brain were now strengthened with bionics, squig sinew and adamantium plating. These physical alterations were great, to be sure, but nothing compared to the vision he would see awakening from this augmentation. He would see a vision from Gork and Mork themselves to lead orcs on the greatest, most destructive and carnage-reaping warg that there had ever been. It was his sole core belief that he had been in direct contact with his gods, and that he was the chosen leader and the executor of their commands. That, or his brain got pulped by a bolt gun round through the skull. Either way, his purpose was clear and his resolve was strengthened. And as is often the way in orc culture, the whys and wherefores are not really relevant. It's the actions that count, and Ghazghkull's actions would be notable. Orc warlords began to fall immediately under his crushing will. The Death Skulls warlord Dregmek, with Ghazghkull barely minutes out of his surgery, the Death Skulls warlord would attack, unleashing a bullet storm that left Ghazghkull untouched. By perhaps godly intervention, Dregmek could not believe his eyes as Ghazghkull would stride forward, beating him into a bloody pulp, headbutting and smashing him to pieces as his mobs looked on. Some getting carried away in the violence and even cheering Ghazghkull on. Roaring from his victory, Ghazghkull declared himself the prophet of Gork and Mork, and that this was his mere
Gork and Mork.
The word of Ghazghkull's brutality and power spread fast, and orcs flocked to join a band with a sense of purpose and direction, to be something more than the pitiful squabbling and clamouring for scraps that they'd become. The tales of a new boss touched by the gods with a vision for war was very appealing. His further battles with the evil suns and bad moons would be no less aggressive, but required more tactical sense. Using burning fuels to shield his troops' approach or outwitting warlords through their sense of pride for their disposition, he was placed as an inevitable leader. His subjugation of other warlords continued until he stood poised to do something no other orc warlord had done in 8,000 years: unite the tribes on the planet of Urk. His domination of the planet was unquestioned, but Ghazghkull had set his sights far beyond bringing together the orcs inhabiting his world. His words drove the orcs to their purpose, the warg beginning to form. Their energy attracting others, void ships began to arrive. For the first time in centuries, mechs worked together, building machines they never could have imagined previously. But now with the energy and the power of the warg, it all just worked. It was a miracle. The orc energies flowed as they riveted together giant battle fortresses and mechs. Everything that occurred was the will of Gork and Mork, and Ghazghkull would declare every passing day, every achievement, every new ship arriving proved their quest was divine. Some of the orcs, they were wondering how they were going to get so many of the orcs off the planet. They didn't have very many flyers and no large ships to transport and begin their warg. Ghazghkull quickly silenced them. A solution would present itself. It was the will of Gork and Mork. Days later, the ever unpredictable tides of the Immaterium would shift again, and that rarest of occurrences would happen. A gigantic ancient space hulk would emerge from the warp. Ghazghkull ordered tractor cannons and harpoon rockets on the few spacecraft that they had to secure the hulk. They couldn't guess as to how long before the warp would swallow the ancient ship, even with them holding it in place, and they needed to work fast. The orcs rushed to assist in mech construction. They crafted as many transports and war machines as possible. Once they deemed enough was enough, they crammed as many orcs into every possible space and set off. This great exodus from their backwater planet filled the skies, not without many mid-air collisions and engine failures as well, to be sure. Crashing into the Space Hulk's outer hull, some managed to make their way inside, some straight on ploughed into the vessel, and those with more sense sought out landing positions. The orcs soon discovered that they weren't alone on the Space Hulk, with wave after wave of demons spilling out of its corridors. Battling through the horrors, Ghazghkull and his band fought through to the centre of the Hulk, where they found, merged and jumbled by the warp, was the ship, the Dominion. This was the vessel the humans had attempted to flee from the planet on some several thousand years ago, and seemingly it had been swallowed by the warp, its human occupants devoured by the demons as they lay trapped in their vessel. The void rift that was spilling demons had to be closed, but Ghazghkull, after ordering his orcs to fire everything they had, was furious to discover it had no effect. His own weapon, even his own power claw, eventually with a massive headbutt and a flash of green light, that did the job, closing the demonic portal. It seems likely his latent psychic energy was what effected this in closing, but for the orcs observing, it was only further imbued their belief that this warlord was a force like no other. Ghazghkull now named his conquered Space Hulk the orc warship World Killer. The ship would drift on for an undetermined period of time, in which the orcs would explore, loot, and generally rip off whatever they could find on board, cannibalizing the ship and using its materials to craft ever more powerful mechs and weapons. They appropriated everything they could lay their hands on and built everything they could lend their hands to. The best scrap would often lead to infighting and rivalry, all a positive thing for the orcs to keep their tensions and blood up. It would not be a quiet period though. Travelling through the warp in such an unsecure vessel is dangerous, and many times they'd be assaulted by further demonic incursions.
Big
These
old
assaults
spot of black on the
further
leg that'll
heightened the
take
orcs'
forever to get
until the
off.
entire Space Hulk was seething with orc energies. The Space Hulk jolted and huge tremors swept across the ship. The World Killer had shifted back into real space. Imperium records date the emergence of the Space Hulk in the year 941 M41. They were headed for the core planet of the star system, an Imperial world aptly named Armageddon. An industrial hive planet where thousands of years of extensive industry had left it a barren wasteland with a totally collapsed ecosystem. Humans only survived in the concentrated hive cities that stood kilometers tall, and also in the Imperial military facilities stationed there. Food needed to be imported off-world and no life existed outside of the hives. It contained multiple vast manufactorums vital to munition supplies for the Astra Militarum. But with one of the most savage and relentless wargs ever seen headed straight for them, it seemed like nothing was going to be able to stop World Killer and its crew. The ship would head straight for the planet without stopping. The plan? There wasn't a plan. They would crash straight into the planet. Ghazghkull was literally on a collision course with his destiny. Caught off guard, nearby Imperial fleets and the planet's defences did what they could to slow the assault, but this only chipped away at the massive Space Hulk that approached. Taking minimal effective damage, it ploughed straight into the planet's polluted atmosphere, crashing with obvious devastation onto its surface. Even though many thousands of orcs would be turned to ashes on impact, this was but a tiny percentage of their total force. To the survivors, Ghazghkull seized this opportunity. "It is the will of Gorka Mork that we survive," he would proclaim. The orcs, now twice as pumped up, having survived their world-ending crash into the planet, would be a force none would wish to reckon with, and Ghazghkull quickly divided his massive army into 5 hordes, with leaders that he'd subdued and recruited to his cause back on Urk. They'd now stepped forth, millions of orc, but one voice. The human defenders weren't prepared for this. They had many forces, war gear and munitions, but the sheer scale of the violence and ferocity they were met with was nothing they'd dreamt of in their worst nightmares, which in the 41st millennium is certainly saying something. This was not an ordinary orc warg. This was Ghazghkull Thraka's warg. The orcs showed expectedly no mercy at any instance, and they defeated the humans on the wastelands with their speeders and battle wagons, ruined enemy supply lines and cut down anything that moved. And they quickly turned their attention to structures that they had never seen before. These hive cities, taller than mountains, industry and engineering on an imperial scale. The mechs stood in awe. So much scrap, they would have murmured. At the first hive they encountered, despite the Imperium putting up a formidable defense at Hive Volcanus, heavily fortified, this would take all of Ghazghkull's cunning. He had his gargants, but he wanted to take this city with orcs on the ground, scorching, burning, and reaping through the trenches. The orcs would smash, crush, and break this city. Using his visionary choices of units, Ghazghkull crushed the human defences quickly, and on breaking the gates, unleashing a wave of infantry. His will was executed perfectly, a tall order for an orc warg. Desperate humans resorted to guerrilla warfare, but despite much heroism, the orcs swept through like a plague, slaughtering and enslaving its occupants. Its manufactorums were quickly converted to orc workshops. Human slaves turned to stripping their own city for every scrap of resource that could be used to fashion more orc mechs.
Nah, it's not terrible. But you can definitely tell these are my first
One human stood out from the general perception of the orcs as a weak and puny race. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick. He drew unusual respect from the orcs, not least because he wore Goth colours of the black and red, but also sporting an augmented power claw and bionic eye. This was a human the orcs could get on board with. Even more so when they learned from enslaved humans that they often feared Yarrick as much as they feared their other enemies. Yarrick known for shooting disobeying soldiers out of hand. Orcs, upon seeing him in battle though, were often disappointed to see he wasn't quite as big as they'd imagined. He was only a human-sized figure. Oh well, he was an uncompromising warrior nonetheless. Yarrick was the man credited with withstanding the Orc assault on Hive Hades for a significant period of time. This assault brought the Armageddon War to a new level of brutality. The Orcs had already sacked 2 Hive cities, and Hades stood next in line. The Imperium, in desperation, would launch virus bombs, devices not used since the time of heresy, against the Orcs, and even though hundreds of thousands of Orcs would perish, it wasn't enough. Ghazghkull wanted Hades, and he would direct the assault himself. He tried everything he could think of, growing ever more frustrated all the time, but all his traditional assaults would fail time and time again. Eventually he summoned his weird boys to use their Warg-consumed minds to blast a psychic storm at the Hive. Consumed by madness, the human defenders fell apart, but still the humans couldn't be defeated. The Orc flyers were ripped apart by anti-aircraft fire, tunnel fighters cut their Orcs trying to advance underground to pieces, and human suicide assault squads took down the immense Orc gargants. All this would be Commissar Yarrick's doing. Ghazghkull by now had become fixated and obsessed with bringing down Hive Hades, his vision and judgment clouded by the frustration and needing to bring it down. While still battling this bitter assault, he would direct an Orc horde to assault another Hive city, Acheron, perhaps in the hope to divert resources away or gain a victory and rally his troops to greater energy. But then, the worst possible development for the Orcs. Orbital bombs rained from the sky as roaring Space Marine Thunderhawks would sweep down into the planet. The Blood Angels, Ultramarines, and Salamanders. The Emperor's chosen warriors were here to defend Armageddon. Ghazghkull was still so blinded by fury in his efforts to defeat Yarrick and Hades, he was unable to think with clarity enough to counter the arriving Space Marines. He would throw everything he had to take down his obsession, breaking in the blast doors of Hades in a final rampage. The Space Marines would be too late to save Hive Hades, its citizens massacred. With Ghazghkull's numbers now though severely depleted and loosely scattered across the planet, he consolidated his last reinforcements to a new hive, Tartarus. The planet stood at a crossroads, even with the arrival of the Space Marines. They would deploy even as the Orcs began their assault with mechs, stompers, and even Gorkanauts. The battle though was not in the Orcs' favour, but then Ghazghkull himself arrived. The Orcs could taste
almost done, you guys.
For them. But then just as quickly as he arrived, he'd gone. Chatter spread quickly through the Orcs that the war boss had fallen. They began to waver to break, and the Imperium crushed the remaining Orcs, driving them from Armageddon. But the Orcs thinking Ghazghkull had fallen in battle was not so. Ghazghkull was not slain, but he did disappear from the battlefield. Rumours spread that the Hand of Gork had plucked him from the battlefield, and his detractors would say fled, usually to be met with a swift headbutt from a nearby Orc putting them in their place. However, it did happen. Ghazghkull had escaped. After Armageddon, Ghazghkull did not rest. As with most Orcs, defeat is not really a thing, it's just a stumble, a setback, a chance to have another go. This was the beginning for him in his larger journey, a plan of Gork and Mork. Yarrick recommended the Imperium hunt down this brutal war boss and eliminate him once and for all, but the Imperium assumed him dead or defeated and didn't want to spend the resources or time to locate an Orc they were sure that was the last they'd see of. This was a grave error of judgment, as is often the case with most things in the Imperium.
Not too bad.
To the Imperium's mind,
Came
his
out
Warg
of the lines
failed,
again a little bit,
even if
but
he did survive, Orcs would not look upon him for leadership with his energy deflated.
It ain't the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
While Orcs will happily try again, they'll often topple their leader, as is their natural order of things. But not so with Ghazghkull. While he may have had to defeat several challengers in brutal fashion after he regrouped with various Orc tribes to remind them just who he was,
think that's it, you guys,
he'd begin gaining new followers
tonight.
Again. Curiously for an Orc, not just with his actions, but with his words. To him, the invasion of Armageddon had been a starting point, a testing of the enemy to find their strengths and their weaknesses, a large-scale intelligence gathering. orc style, leaving millions dead and burning cities in its wake. And in this, they gained much useful information. Now Ghazghkull knew about Imperium strategies. He would regroup, rebuild, and restore his prophetic Warg. He would reveal to his fellow orcs, in order to destroy your enemy, you must know him. To the orcs, this is about as profound as it gets, and their spirits would reignite. The second coming of Ghazghkull Thraka was only a matter of time.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty good video. Lore pack. I don't know if there's like hairs coming off of the brush or if it's just dried paint as thin as a hair follicle. But whatever it is, it's starting to mess me up. Who are the Tau?
If there's one thing we like, it's choices. And your Ford dealer is the place to start. With a full lineup of vehicles and available powertrains. Get your ideal combination of power and capability with gas, hybrid, or all electric. But more important than the power you choose is what you choose to do with it.
Right now, get a 2024 Ford Escape for just $249 a month. Only at your Southern California Ford dealers.
Baking with your other hand?
Oh, did we forget to do the eye on this one?
It's a Cheetos thing.
Alright. You guys. Do another attempt on this eye.
In the darkness of the 41st millennium, humanity's galaxy-spanning empire, the Imperium, wields its immense armies of the god Emperor of mankind to wage its unceasing internal and external wars. While individual worlds may have some flexibility in how they are controlled and governed, the word autonomy is not one to be thrown around lightly, for the Imperium is the all-powerful administration who oversee everything, and whatever they demand from a world, it must obey. Entire systems have spent thousands of years repaying debts in material or human cost by incurring some foolish miscalculation in terms of how much independence they believe themselves to have in challenging the Imperium. Whilst layers of privilege within the Imperium can bring groups, houses, families and individuals degrees of independence, it would be a stretch to call this freedom in any true sense, for the eyes and ears of the Imperium are embedded everywhere throughout human society. There are always those who wish to exploit the knowledge of those who are acting outside the lines. Even rogue traders and inquisitors are still ultimately beholden to some authority within the Imperium. There exists of course one major exception to the rule, the Adeptus Mechanicus of Mars. The red-robed, often cybernetically augmented individuals are seen on every Imperial ship, every Imperial world, every bastion, hive city and Imperial installation. One would be forgiven for thinking they are just another designation of Imperial workers, technicians, overseers of industry. But no, they're far more than this. The Mechanicus, unlike the rest of humanity, are not directly beholden to the Imperium. They hold many thousands of their own worlds which are governed entirely under their own control and independent from the Imperium. They have, through the power they were able to retain, been able to maintain the closest thing that resembles autonomy, and sometimes it's not immediately clear just how powerful the tech priests of the Mechanicus are. and this is likely for good reason and by design, because if there was more active resistance between the Imperium and Mechanicus, it could be extremely destructive. But to give one example of just how powerful the tech priests are, by imperial decree of the Emperor himself, any discovery of technology made belongs to the tech priests, be it data, archaeotech reclamation, or salvage, which has often led to the question, just what unknown technological discoveries have been made by the tech priests of the Mechanicus, but were never shared with the wider Imperium. It raises disturbing questions about the true power of what is effectively a rival to the Imperium itself, but who treat one another with due respect and diligence in a marriage of diplomatic and quasi-religious convenience.
It could have been better, especially if I would have gone inside the lines.
When people are newly initiated into the galaxy of war that spans the 10,000 years through to M41, one of the first things they will be, of course, introduced to is the galaxy-spanning empire of humanity, the Imperium. That collective umbrella designation of the
looks like they're wearing high heels.
Obviously speaking extremely broadly, and perhaps necessarily so given the complexity of the hierarchy that sits under it. The Adeptus Terra, Inquisition, Ecclesiarchy, the Administratum, and the many specific designations of military branches. One thing that I find is often surprisingly glossed over, which now that I think of it, I'm guilty of doing myself, is not showcasing the true power or importance of the Mechanicus. More formally, the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Tech Priests of Mars, the Cult of the Machine, for the keepers of humanity's advanced knowledge, go by many names. They are the devoted servants of the Cult Mechanicus and exist in service to the Omnissiah, but this collective title of Tech Priest covers many thousands of different roles within the Mechanicus.
There's a couple spots
Janitors,
where
artisans, magos
I went
with
up
their
the lines
myriad
that we need to fix up
subclassifications, trans and lex mechanics, engineers, cognitors, myrmidons.
We're almost
all
there,
are
you
integral
guys.
components, cogs, if you will, in the vast machine of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Right
Primarily, they are the keepers of knowledge. In an age where humanity has largely stagnated in all things, most especially in terms of scientific research and development, for the acquisition of any new understanding is seen as a quasi-religious affair. For while those of the Cult Mechanicus remain an adjacent element of the Imperium of mankind, they worship the machine god, of which the
I just figured,
Omnissiah,
I'll do
the
two
Emperor,
since while I wait for one coat to dry, I'm starting on another one.
An emissary, a corporeal
No, I
vessel
did try.
for
It did
communication
dry
with the
pretty
machine
fast.
god.
We don't need to
The
be
authority of the Adeptus
rushing.
Mechanicus in matters technological is unquestioned. As we
Alright,
noted, the
you
Mechanicus
guys.
are so intrinsically woven into
We're calling
all
it a
aspects of the
stream.
Imperium, they are found at every level of
We did
operations.
good.
Even the Astartes send their own to Mars to learn the secrets of the cult and gain greater understanding of machines so that they can
Pause that video. Put the music back on. Yeah, dude. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Everybody that was here gave me advice, helping a homie out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. We'll be back. We'll paint again later this week, maybe next week. Probably later this week. Finish making these guys look good. Or maybe we'll just make a short video of making them look good and we'll upload it. That way you're not sitting here for hours trying to wait for me to make it look good. We're doing good, you guys. We did all right. So we'll be back. We'll definitely be back tomorrow for SG1 Wednesday, Stargate SG1 Wednesday. We're still we're early on in season 3, so we're gonna be watching season 3 here soon. Come here. My cat, she wants something. Probably food, like always. Takes after me. All right, you guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Debir, what's up, buddy? We're just getting off. We're about 4 hours deep on this stream. We painted some Termagant from the 40K. they look pretty bad, but it's better than some, I guess. But yeah, you know, we did it. Friend, can we talk on Discord? Why, what's up, man? I mean, can't we talk here? Cause I'm crashing out here in a minute. It's late over here. Past midnight. Yeah, dude, it's been a long one. But yeah, dude, thanks. I appreciate it. We did it. We watched some lore videos for
and become Tech Marines.
40k lore.
Mechanicus
was pretty good. We watched some. We did it. But we'll be back tomorrow. We have a Stargate SG-1 watch party tomorrow. Thursday, we might fix up these paint things, make them look a little bit better. From again. Friday, we got a watch party movie. Saturday, we got another movie watch party. Sunday, I don't know if we're doing anything Sunday, but at the very least, Monday we'll be back with more Monster Monday. And everybody that was here, thank you for watching, hanging out. Moses Liz, what's good, you fat fuck? Oh, we chillin', dog. We come back tomorrow and maybe we'll have some corn dogs that we'll get on. Yeah, on the smell, or we'll work on that too. Good thing you don't got no smell-o-vision up in this. Wow. I hope you have a horrible night. Well, thanks, dude. No, I appreciate the comment. You know, as long as somebody's commenting. But yeah, dude, we'll be back. Watch parties later. Maybe some games. We'll finish painting these little bastards out, and we'll see how they look and how they do. All right, you guys. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for chilling. We'll have our snacks and our sodas tomorrow. And yeah, dude, we'll be continuing it. I hope you guys have a good one. And yeah, dude. Peace out, my G. The beer. We'll see you later, man. We'll be back. All right, you guys. Peace.